This is Veiled Justice, a supernatural crime thriller. The Other Detective Series, Book 1. Written by Heather G. Harris. Narrated by Elise Gibbs. If you'd like to hear about Heather's latest gossip, new releases and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. Chapter 1. Champagne, caviar, and a corpse. The glittering masquerade ball had descended into deadly scandal. I'd already donned gloves and cordoned off the area, so I set down my well-worn briefcase and knelt next to the body. I felt for a pulse. Rule 1. Always check the dead body really is dead. The magical occupants of the other realm could recover from a veritable ton of injuries, even with blood pouring from every orifice. Death was never a certainty. I shook my head. No pulse. There would be no miracle for this poor ogre. The blonde female was barely into adulthood and was dressed in black combat trousers and a black tank top. 2 large tusks protruded from her forehead and into her hairline, one in front of the other, but neither the tusks nor the metal mace by her side had any blood on them. For whatever reason, despite being heavily armed, she hadn't fought her killer. I opened my briefcase, retrieved my camera and took a few snaps of the scene, both close-ups and wide angle. The senior crime officers, SOCO, would document everything when they arrived, but a contemporaneous record was preferable before anything was disturbed. When I'd finished, I turned my attention to the body and took more close-up shots, this time of the many stab wounds that decorated her slowly greying flesh. She was short for an ogre, only around 6'3", maybe 6'4" at the most. I set down the camera and searched the body. I found a phone, some ID, and a plethora of weaponry. Besides the mace and the tusks, she had a gun on her left hip, a knife on her right hip, and another knife strapped to her ankle. Most of her weapons were visible, which led me to believe she'd been here acting as a bodyguard. Dressed like that, she sure as hell hadn't been a guest at this pompous affair. The area was lit by oil tiki torches, which I'd been assured had been in situ when the dead body had been found. They had been staked around the body like points on a pentagram. The moon was full and vibrant, and that, combined with the torches, provided a creepy but well-lit crime scene. I checked the victim's ID under the flickering orange light. Helga Jonsson. When I looked at her date of birth and did some maths, my stomach clenched. She was only just 18. This had probably been one of her first bodyguarding jobs, and something had gone terribly wrong. Helga lay in a pool of crimson blood. Without turning her over, I could count at least 15 places where she'd been stabbed. The wounds had stopped leaking, but her body was still warm and supple. She hadn't been dead for long. Like most ogres, one of her limbs was particularly misshapen. Her right arm was overly large, and it was from that side that a finger had been severed. I grimaced. Had it been taken by the killer as a trophy? The removal was recent, with blood coagulating on the stump. I picked up the phone I'd found on her and tried facial recognition by holding it above Helga's face. When that didn't work, I tried her fingerprints, but that failed too. Either she'd used her missing pinky, the phone wasn't hers, or she hadn't set up biometrics and preferred to tap in a pin. Plenty of people did. I sealed up Helga's phone and ID in separate evidence bags, dated, signed and labelled them, then put them into the evidence box. Since the phone was password protected, I'd have to pass it on to my tech guy, Jiho Lee. People didn't tend to write down their phone passwords in the same way that they did their computer ones, but perhaps her parents would know her password or code. It was unlikely, but possible. If they didn't, Lee would sort me out. I didn't need any of the potions in my briefcase to test for the presence of blood. There was plenty visible here, and all of it appeared to be the ogre's. It pooled directly around her, and in the flickering light, couldn't see a single drop anywhere else. SOCO would double-check. It was possible that the scene had been tidied up since there were no drips from the knife that had been used to stab her. Either the killer had wiped the blade afterwards, in which case we were probably looking at a professional, or the killer had cleaned up, in which case we were looking at an amateur. At this stage, I couldn't rule out either option. I lifted Helga's hands and checked her fingers. no defensive wounds, no strands of hair in her fingers or skin under her nails. She hadn't fought her killer, and since she was an ogre, that meant she must have been incapacitated in some way. We wouldn't know whether it was by a spell or a potion until we'd run toxicology. But something had stopped the battle-trained warrior from defending herself. Her nose looked freshly broken too, and a little blood remained around her nostrils. Someone had wiped her face. But why? To stage the body? The circle of lights added a certain amount of drama, and that said premeditated to me. I turned to Detective Channing. "Get me a guest list," I ordered crisply. This had been a fully other gathering. All of the attendees that I'd seen were magical. Dryads, fire elementals, the ogre. At least I didn't have the added pressure of trying to tidy the scene before humans stumbled on it. Quintos had anti-human wards in place that directed the unknowing and unmagical elsewhere. I'd felt them skim over me as I'd arrived, like fingers tapping on my scalp. "Yes, ma'am." Channing nodded briskly before hesitating. "And, how do I get the list?" I swallowed a sigh and mentally cursed my boss, Detective Superintendent Thackeray, for lumbering me with a new partner to train. I was used to working solo, and that was the way I preferred it. "Ask the organizer," I said, as patiently as I could. "They'll have had one for the door." The Quintos' charity masquerade ball was invitation only, and I had no doubt that they'd have insisted on printing gilt-edged invites for entry. Channing looked nervous. "You mean speak to Mr. Quintos?" I could understand his trepidation. Mr. Quintos owned and ran Quintos Pharma, a company that had so many politicians in its pocket that he could probably sway any vote of the symposium exactly the way he wanted. And that was a problem because the symposium ran the Connection, the governing body for all supernatural beings in the magical realm known as the Other. The Connection was the equivalent of magical law enforcement, and the symposium was the government. As an inspector, the former were my employer, but the latter were my boss. There was little to no separation between the two powers, which meant that corruption was rampant. No doubt I'd soon have the higher-ups breathing down my neck to shut this case down quickly and quietly. The clock was already ticking loudly in my head. Whether or not the killer was found, they want me to find someone to arrest. But I wouldn't arrest someone innocent. So that meant I had to find the real killer. And soon. This wasn't a case I could afford to let run cold because my damn brother had been the one to find the body. If the Connection was looking for a scapegoat, there was an obvious one right there. Rupert. And if I wouldn't shut the case, they'd bring in another inspector who would. And Rupert would be dead or in jail quicker than I could say Fall Guy. "No," I said quickly to Channing. "I tackle Quintos myself. Leave Mr. Quintos to me. He'll have an event organizer. Track them down. Discreetly." "Got it." Channing walked off briskly, just as Ed joined me. Ed was a Soko, and we worked together almost exclusively. Like me, he was a crossover. He worked the same job in the non-magical world, the common realm, as well as the magical one. With this death being a wholly other issue, I bypassed the common Sokos and tagged him directly. This was an us problem. The Connection hired many people to do both roles because it was essential to continue to cover up the existence of a magical realm, especially in the digital age. Admittedly, the other realm could protect itself to a degree. If a human saw a centaur, they'd see a horse. If they saw a griffin, they'd see an eagle. If they saw a wizard, like me, using the intention and release, they'd just assume a breeze had sent something flying into my hand. The other worked hard to give common folk a non-magical explanation for what they saw. But if they saw too much, the veil would be lifted, and we'd have a problem that even a little mind-wiping couldn't fix. The morality of such actions was rarely debated. The secrecy of the other realm was sacrosanct. "All right." Ed scrubbed a gloved hand across his face. "What have we got?" He was a mousy-haired guy with a beer belly and a dark sense of humour. I liked him as much as I liked anyone. "An ogre." "An ogre?" he parroted back in surprise. "I thought there was only one dead body." "There is." "Huh, well, something's off then. They don't die easily." "No, and this lady didn't either. Not a nice way to go. Multiple stab wounds, no sign of a fight." Ed's eyebrows shot up. "Potion or spell?" Nothing conclusive either way. All right, I'll dig in. He stepped closer to the scene, pulled his camera from around his waist, and clicked a few wide-angle photographs of the scene at a distance, before moving in closer. No murder weapon, he called back to me. I went towards him so we didn't have to holler about the death. Even though we were in the garden and most of the guests were inside the hall, plenty of magical creatures had exceptional hearing, including ogres. We didn't need to make it easy for them. No, the killer took the murder weapon with them, along with one of her fingers. I crouched next to Helga and pointed to her right hand, drawing attention to the missing pinky finger. Ed grimaced. Oh, people are sick. He slid me a glance. You and I both know it's never a good sign when they take trophies. I suppressed a grimace of my own. He was absolutely right. Trophies? Loki squawked, as he flew down low and settled on a bush next to the body. Ed blinked at the white, dove-like bird. You kept it. I gave a one-shouldered shrug. I'd found the Caladrius at another crime scene where Ed had assisted me. The talking bird had helped me find the killer, and for some reason, he'd stuck around after that. Loki was a total pain in the ass, but I'd yet to work out how to stop him from following me around. He was needy as fuck. And he was fast, too. More like he kept me, I admitted. Pig dog, Loki said, as he flew to my shoulder and settled like a piratical pirate. Ed snickered. I really like him, Stacy. Yeah. Laugh it up, I groused. A peacock strutted into our part of the garden and promptly fanned out his feathers, like he was getting his best flirt on. Loki made a derisory sound. Slut. Just because he's dressed nice doesn't mean he wants it. Ed wagged his finger at Loki. No means no, bird. He looked from my diminutive bird to the far larger peacock. Plus there's a size issue with you two guys. Dick issue too, Loki snorted. Hey, Ed said sharply. Two guys can rub dicks together if they want. I studied Ed. You know that's not how two guys have sex, right? Well, that's not the only way. Ed winked. Nothing wrong with a bit of frottage. I blew out a breath. We got derailed. I don't quite know how we got here, but let's focus on the dead girl, shall we? I've called the ME. Dr. Potter is inbound. Dr. Kate Potter was my favourite medical examiner, and, like me and Ed, she was an other specialist. She attended other crime scenes to verify cause of death, and she would perform an autopsy if it were required. A lot of other deaths required autopsies. There were just too many ways we could die that weren't obvious on a visual inspection. Dr. Potter, Ed and I worked together to keep the magical other realm hidden from the common realm. Some days it was easier than others. Today, despite the number of guests at the ball, it would be easier. Since everyone here was other, I didn't have to bend over backwards to hide the existence of magic. Ed nodded. Great, Kate's one of the best around. Next to me, Loki looked over the body and ruffled his wings in agitation. She is not fit as a flute, he said sadly. Fit as a fiddle, I corrected, before sighing. No, she's not. I turned back to Ed. We'll leave you to it. Dr. Potter should be here soon. He gave me a mock salute. Inspector Wise? I turned to the other pressing issue. My brother. Pale and visibly upset, Rupert was lurking in the shadows of the garden. He had a protective arm wrapped around his date, Ava Gray, who looked no less shaken. If I didn't get this case wrapped up, there was a very real chance my brother would go the same way as Helga and end up dead. Because the connection didn't let their scapegoats live. Chapter 2. My youngest brother had the same warm skin tone as mine, but he kept his brown hair far shorter and neater. Right now, though, his complexion was wan, and his hair was mussed. As I watched, he dragged an agitated hand through it once again. Thanks for calling me, I said softly as I approached him and Ava. I didn't ask if they were okay. They'd found a young woman stabbed to death, so of course they weren't okay. Something would be wrong with you if you were. Either that or you worked in law enforcement. Rupert was a civil lawyer, and as far as I could tell, Ava was just a lady that lunched. Her father was rich as hell and he doted on his only daughter. Neither she nor my brother was used to murder. How are you two doing? I asked quietly. Rupert grimaced. Honestly, that wasn't quite what I had in mind for this evening. I doubt this is what Helga Jonsson wanted either, I chided gently. No, he sighed. No, far worse for her. He avoided looking at the body. It's just awful, Ava breathed, her voice catching as she spoke. Her big blue eyes were round with horror. I'd only met my baby brother's girlfriend once before when she'd been way overdressed for dinner. She was even more elaborately kitted out now in a bright pink princess ball gown and a matching pink feather mask. Her platinum hair was piled on her head in an elaborate array of plaits, and her lips were painted the perfect shade of fuchsia to complement her dress. She was wearing enough jewellery to ransom a small country. Of the two of them, there was no need to ask who had bought the tickets to this exclusive social event. Did you see the attack? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. Rupert's panicked voice over the phone had babbled breathlessly about a body, but he hadn't mentioned witnessing the murder, and he definitely would have done. It wasn't the kind of detail you'd leave out. Rupe shook his head and looked at me with dismayed green eyes that mirrored my own. We both took after Dad in that respect. She was dead when we found her. I checked her pulse, but that's why I called you. Too late for a healer. I did what you asked and stayed with the body to make sure no one contaminated the scene, while Ava went inside to raise the alarm. Then I came back to Rupe. Ava looked up at him with a soft smile. To keep him company. I couldn't very well leave him alone with... Her voice trailed off, and she pointed to the body with a glittery, manicured nail. You did well, I murmured reassuringly. Both of you. I need to ask you a few more questions, okay? They nodded. What time did you find the body? Ava tilted her head as she considered. The fireworks were at midnight. They'd ended and we'd gone in for a drink before heading back out. 12:30, maybe? Yeah, Rupert agreed. Something like that. I'd received the call from Rupe at 12:36 a.m., so that correlated. Did you touch the body? They shook their heads. No, we didn't move or touch anything, Rupert said. Apart from checking her pulse, I clarified. Rupe blinked. Yeah, you're right. I touched her neck to check for a pulse, but after that I didn't touch her or anything else. I wished like hell that Ava had checked Helga's pulse, because now Rupe's prints were on the dead body. If the connection wanted a scapegoat, they'd be pointing at him. If Ava's prints had been on the body, no doubt her daddy's money would have protected her. The connection was fickle like that. I didn't share any of my immediate concerns. They'd already dealt with quite enough for one night. You did the right thing, both of you. How did you approach the body? From this direction. Rupert pointed towards Helga's head, showing they had approached directly from Arley Hall. Did you see the victim at all during the evening? Ava frowned, but shook her head. I saw her, Rupe confirmed. She was following around some young men. Teens, maybe. Well, they were acting like arseholes. I saw one of them flirting with a girl and peering down the neckline of her dress. The dead lady put a stop to it. Put a stop to it how? I asked. Well, she didn't cause a scene, but she got real close to the guy doing the peering, and she said something that made him balk. He stopped after that. The girl they were harassing. Did you get her name, or can you give me a description? I'd find the name of Helga's employer soon enough, but my brother might have been the only one who'd seen this particular interaction. Maybe the girl would remember more about her saviour than he did, and maybe the whispered threat had proved too much for Helga's teen client. Rupert shrugged helplessly. It's a masquerade ball, Stacey. I could have been next to you and not known it. The girl was wearing a black dress, ball gown. She was brunette. I'm sorry, that's all I've got. And the teens? I asked, honing in on the boys who probably hired Helga in the first place. No idea, just some young men in tuxes, you know? Okay, did you see anyone else in the area when you came outside? Rupert blew out a breath. No, not that I remember. We were distracted, wrapped up in each other. At any other time, I would have let out a teasing "aw," but this really wasn't the time. Did anyone try to come to the scene after you announced her death, Ava? No one, she replied quietly, but they were all gossiping about it inside. Such a scandal. Her eyes were flat. They're all whispering about it like it's salacious, like it's something to write home about. It's not. It's horrible. My tone was sympathetic. It was different when you haven't seen it yourself. It's hypothetical. It's far more real when you're close enough to see the whites of her eyes. Ava shuddered delicately. You're right, I'm sure. Oh, it's awful. I think I'll see her forever. It'll get easier with time, I assured her. The human memory is a wonderful thing, and all too good at sweeping darkness into the recesses of our minds. I looked at them both. Have you got anything else to tell me? I trailed off as they both shook their heads. Okay, I want you to come inside with me and see if you can spot the girl that the guys were harassing. And spot the guys too, if you can. Rupert nodded decisively. I can do that. The girl, at least. I remember her dress. I think. When can we go home? Ava asked, her generous bottom lip wobbling. I didn't blame her. Not everyone is cut out for murder and mayhem. Soon, I promised. Just look around for the girl first. If you can't identify her, you can go. I sent them a faint smile and tried for some levity. After all, I know where Rupert lives if I've got any more follow-up questions. At the age of 29, Roop still lived with our mum. She wasn't a fan of my role within the connection, and the tension between us had ultimately led me to move out earlier than I might otherwise have done. Still, I'd had a good reason for joining the connection. As the baby of the family, Rupert hadn't flown the nest, and I didn't blame him. Julian and I had already gone, and he didn't want to be the one who left Mum to live alone. Maybe don't mention the murder to Mum, I suggested. Rupert snorted, and here I was planning to bring it up over breakfast. Mum had already had her fill of murder. My dad had been an officer of the connection for 20 years, until he'd been killed on the job. Murdered. Mum despised the fact that I now worked for them, and was terrified I'd meet the same fate. Eventually I'd moved out so I didn't have to face her constant irascibility. What I did have to face was Cameron Quintos, drug baron, philanthropist, and the organizer of this whole deadly shindig. Chapter 3. The three of us, and my bird Loki, entered Arley Hall together. I left Rupert and Ava to circulate, whilst I made my way into the large gallery to locate Cameron Quintos. The walls were clad in dark wood, their gloom tempered by a strategic wash of pale paint. The gallery had been opened to the drawing room to create further space for the gathering. Presumably the tables where they'd eaten at had already been cleared away, leaving a far more spacious area for the wealthy to mix and mingle in. God forbid they actually had to rub shoulders. The room was long and narrow, with windows lining one wall, letting moonlight pour in to highlight the large paintings dotted on the opposing wall. The room was hot, the press of bodies oppressive. Curious eyes alighted on me, the 3 triangles on my forehead marking me as an employee of the connection, and a suit telling all and sundry that I was one of the dreaded inspectors. People stepped away from me, giving me a wide berth. I used the space to scan for the man of the hour, Quintos. Despite having arranged the event, he hadn't yet come outside to look at the crime scene. That struck me as odd. You'd think he'd want to see what had happened to Helga with his own 2 eyes. Quintos was responsible for the party, so in some part he was responsible for the corpse on the lawn. Not for Helga's death, but at least for her being there. Yet he hadn't come to see her. That told me something of his empathy, or lack thereof, right away. Quintos might not have hired her personally, but there was a distinct possibility that he'd made all the security arrangements. I looked around the long, narrow hall, but saw no other ogres, which made Helga's presence seem more like a private hire than a venue decision. Not hired by Quintos, then. If not him, then who? Who had hired her? And why? Out of frying pan into inferno, Loki muttered. I wasn't quite sure whether he got idioms wrong by accident or whether he liked to put his own spin on them. In this case, though, his modification didn't feel wrong. There was a shit ton of people present, and interviewing them all would be a Herculean effort. I located the wizard amid a cluster of sycophants. They stood in a loose circle at the edge of the room, drinks in hand. Whiskey, I'd bet, judging by the amber liquid swirling in square glasses. Quintos had to be pushing 60, but he looked at least 2 decades younger. Access to potions and experimental drugs had him looking fresher than a daisy. The triangular symbol on his forehead told everyone around that he was in the other realm, with full access to his magic. His whole cadre bore the same mark. Everyone at the party was in the other. No common folk had been invited. I studied the man before I approached. He was of average height, just under 6 feet. He was relatively plain. Not unattractive per se, but there was nothing about him that stood out. The only memorable thing about his appearance was his obvious wealth. Everything he was wearing, from the black tuxedo to the watch on his wrist, said money. Despite the tragic event on the lawn, he was laughing loudly with a group of men over whom he was holding court. The sound set my teeth on edge. Like most of the guests, his elaborate mask now hung from his hand instead of adorning his face. Apparently, murder meant it was time to dispense with the masks, but not necessarily the merriment. Next to Quintos, a dancer was strutting her stuff in a brightly coloured costume that reminded me of the beautiful peacock I'd just seen outside. Despite her costume having a considerable visual impact, it somehow covered very little of her. No one seemed to mind. Another woman was dancing at the other side of the hall, but she was contained within a cage. Every now and again she released a spurt of fire towards the crowd, which stayed at a safe distance from her. She met my eyes across the room. I raised an eyebrow and made the sign for okay. Grinning, she nodded. The fire elemental was willingly in the cage. Good to know. Loki, I murmured to the bird on my shoulder, fly around and listen to conversations. Let me know if you hear anything interesting. I paused. Be discreet. The last thing I needed was for someone to steal my Caladrius. Not that Loki was my Caladrius. He was mostly a bird that happened to roost in my house. But we had an understanding, and I'd grown used to his presence. We'll fly like wind, Loki promised, as he fluttered off. I suppose that since you couldn't see the wind, that counted as discreet. Mr. Quintos, I said briskly, as I approached the man of the hour. A moment of your time, please, I asked politely. I suspected a man like him enjoyed subservience, and I wanted to start on the right foot. Even so, despite the fact that I'd made a suggestion, my tone told him what the answer needed to be. Of course, Inspector, he said graciously. He led the way out of the ballroom, which still felt entirely too festive considering the circumstances that had brought me here, and into the library. He behaved as though he owned the place, though, as far as I knew, he'd hired Arley Hall and Gardens for his charity event rather than buying it outright. Still, I'd check. If he owned it, he'd have had more opportunity to scope out the place and identify hidden areas in the garden where others wouldn't walk by and witness a murder. Cameron Quintos sat on a chair by a fireplace, which was roaring despite it being June. I suppose the flames added a certain ambiance, but they also added plenty of heat. In moments he started to sweat and pulled out a handkerchief that matched his bright red bow tie. I remained standing. This was a man who needed a reminder of the power I wielded as an inspector. I pulled out my police notebook, my PMB. Thank you for your time, Mr. Quintos. I'm sure this must all be very distressing for you. Indeed. He nodded, though he didn't look the least bit distressed. In fact, his eyes were a little too bright. Ava was right. He was excited about this development. Did you know the victim? I asked coolly. No, he answered, and didn't elaborate even when I let the silence linger. Finally, I broke it myself. Have you seen her before? He gave a shrug. I couldn't tell you because I haven't seen the body. I'm told she's an ogre, and to be honest, they all look alike to me. Another shrug. He didn't care in the slightest that I might judge him a racist arsehole. In spades. Wanker. Items on her person indicate her name is Helga Jonsson. Does the name ring a bell at all? No. Again with the one-word answers. Was she a guest at the ball? I persevered. Quintos barked a short laugh. Heavens no. She's an ogre. Perhaps realizing that he was outing himself as a human supremacist, he added quickly, It wouldn't work well with a masquerade ball, would it? With the horns poking out, I mean. Mm-hmm. Tell me a little about this event. Looking amused, he raised a perfectly waxed eyebrow. What do you want to know? It is the event of the year. Tickets are limited and attendance is through invitation only. A seat at the table is £5,000. The raffle alone has already raised £250,000 for charity. He puffed out his chest and gave me a supercilious smile. Which charity? The NSPCC. He smiled. We must all do our part to help the next generation. He winked. The NSPCC was a children's charity. Something in his tone led me to conclude that he didn't give two shits about the children, but rather the way that supporting it made him look. He was. Still, I suppose that didn't really matter. Regardless of his motivation, his money would be spent for the benefit of the kids. And how many guests are present? 200 were invited and paid. I don't know the final number of attendees. He waved a hand airily. People have last-minute things to attend to. As a businessman, I understand that. I'm not offended if someone doesn't turn up. Would you refund the cost of their ticket? Quintos looked at me with disdain. Good gracious, no. That would be taking money away from the children. He was laying it on thick, and I wasn't buying it in the slightest. You have a guest list? My PA will have it. Lisa Smelton. He stood. If that will be all, I'd best go and see to my guests. This disruption is really unfortunate. This disruption is someone's murder, I said in a hard voice, and none of your guests may leave until I or my colleague have spoken to them all. His mouth tightened into a grim line. Clearly he wasn't a man who was used to being told what to do. Inspector... He trailed off, waiting for me to supply my name. Inspector Wise. Inspector Wise, I appreciate you are doing your job, darling, but there are a lot of important people in that room. We don't have time to waste. That grated on me, so I smiled. When I spoke, however, there was nothing friendly about my tone. That's Inspector, darling, and as little time as you all have, you appear to have had more than enough time for a little dress-up party. I sent him a patronizing wink, like the one he'd shot me when he'd spoken about the NSPCC. I'll make sure to be brief. Thank you for your time, Mr. Quintos. I walked out of the library like I owned it. Time was ticking. A man like Quintos wasn't going to let us interrogate his guests. He'd pull strings, then I'd get a call telling me to stand down. The murky politics were my least favourite aspect of the job. I had to move as quickly as possible. I had more than 200 people to speak to, with only Channing to help. Luckily, I loved a challenge. Chapter 4. The interviews had to be lightning fast in order to get through all of the guests and the staff who were still there. We took names and addresses and asked if they witnessed the murder or seen Helga with anyone. I'd interviewed about 50 people when I finally found Helga Jonsson's employer. Tom Squiggins was 21 and had a chip on his shoulder so large you could have dived into a pool from it. He was laughing uproariously with a group of lads like everything was tickety-boo. It immediately set my teeth on edge. All three of them were tall and lanky. When they were sitting down, it was difficult to estimate their height, but I suspected they would tower over me, and at 5'8", I wasn't a short woman. Squiggins, I called, as I walked over to the group sprawled in the high-back wing chairs. That's me, love. The tall redhead winked. It's Inspector Wise, I snapped. His flirtatious energy shriveled a little, but it didn't die. He sat up straighter in his chair. Didn't realize they let women be inspectors now, he muttered, eyeing me. His blonde friend shoved him. Only for like the last 50 years, Squigsy, he snickered. And you are? I asked the blonde. Caspian Cats. He gave me a bow, which felt mocking. Cats had a jawline that could easily send him modelling down a catwalk, but his brash body language made me think he hadn't worked a day in his life. Of the Cats' PR empire, another lad helpfully interjected. And you are? The mousy brunette smiled. I'm Jameson Montague. He didn't have Katz's jawline, but he had huge blue eyes, sharp cheekbones, and a smile that could drop most panties without effort. Luckily, my pants were all but glued to me, and his twinkling blues had no effect. And what's your family business, Montague? I asked coolly. Property, he said airily. Course it was. I turned to the redhead. Squiggins, I understand you hired the deceased? Yeah, and a fat lot of good looks like she would have been. he grumbled. What kind of bodyguard gets herself stabbed on duty? It's embarrassing. I am so sorry her death has embarrassed you, I said sarcastically. Why did you hire her in the first place? Gravitas. He shrugged. Having a bodyguard gives me an illusion of mystery and danger. Let me tell you, the ladies lap up that shit. They can't resist a bit of bad boy allure. He winked again. What was it with all these assholes and winking? Did they have eye problems? So, to be clear, you hired an ogre bodyguard to make yourself look like a bad boy, I said, not bothering to hide my incredulity. Ogre bodyguards were top of the line, and they were expensive. What a ridiculous waste of money. Yeah, why not? He shrugged. He clearly had thousands to burn in hiring someone just to make him look tough. To be fair, it does make sense. Without her, you'd look about as bad boy as Kermit the Frog. I shot back with a faux friendly smile. I wasn't riling him just because he was annoying me, but to test the man underneath the flirty facade. Sure enough, his smile melted like wax in the sun, and he shot me a look with his green eyes that were suddenly filled with dislike. Listen, bitch. That's Inspector Bitch to you, I said evenly, keeping my smile in place. Katz kicked Squiggins under the table, and he grimaced, then applied his best indifferent poker face. It needed work. I could still see the anger simmering underneath. Whatever, he muttered mulishly. What time did Jonsson leave your side? How do you know that she did? Jameson Montague asked triumphantly, like he caught me out with a clever question. I raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, I'm assuming you would have told me about the murder you witnessed. I paused. Unless one of you murdered her. He reddened. Of course we didn't. All right, let's try again. What time did she leave your side? I asked. Katz answered. We went to the gardens around midnight. Everyone did. Quinty had laid on a fireworks display. When we went back inside, I noticed she'd gone. And you didn't think that was odd? Montague spoke up. Not really. Even ogres have to pee, right? She was gone longer than a piss break, I pointed out. But you didn't raise the alarm. Squiggins smirked. I figured she was powdering her nose. Or maybe she got a period. You know. I really wanted to punch the little gobshite in the nose. I resisted because I had to, but I gave him a hard enough glare that he sank back further into his seat. You didn't see anyone harm her or threaten her? I asked. All three men shook their heads. Frankly, her leaving me was dereliction of duty. I'll have to see about getting my money back. Squiggins sniffed. I went on the attack. I understand that you were harassing a young woman, and Jonsson put a stop to it. He shifted in his chair. The poker face was gone, washed away in a tide of dark anger. She was way off base pulling me up like that. Louisa is so into me. Not as much as she's into Quinty, Montague sniggered. Or, more accurately, his wallet. I ignored his comments and focused on Tom Squiggins. Jonsson pulled you up in front of friends and that pissed you off. Damn right it did. Like a bitch telling me what to do. She was the servant. It's not her place to tell me to do anything. So you stabbed her. Squiggins' mouth dropped open, and he blinked owlishly at me. What? No, he blurted. Jesus, I was pissed off, but not like murderous or whatever. I couldn't actually kill anyone. I feel ill even cutting up sashimi. What's this Louisa's full name? Carnforth, Montague supplied helpfully. She wasn't amongst the women I'd interviewed yet. Can you point her out? The men took a cursory look around the room. Can't see her, Katz said. She must have left earlier. Possibly because of the sexual harassment she'd suffered. I checked Channing's notes and follow up with her tomorrow. I noted the contact details of all three men, then took the time to look at the males over carefully. None of them had so much as a drop of wine on their tuxedos, let alone the spray of blood you'd expect from the scene I'd witnessed. But that didn't preclude a change of clothes. I checked the bins later. The door slammed open with a bang that reverberated through the room, and in stalked Robert Krieg, the High King of the Ogres. He wore a black suit that might as well have been painted on him, and which accentuated his muscular arms, the right one of which was only marginally oversized for an ogre. His black hair was tousled, and his chiseled jaw clean-shaven. The main things that marked him as an ogre were his hulking size, and the two tusks that protruded from his head, a small obsidian one on his forehead, and a larger, jagged one behind it. He stood well over 7 feet tall. His grey eyes, almost a mercury silver, swept the room. They stopped at me. Contained fury radiated from him like he was radioactive. Frankly, I'd have rather taken my chances with uranium than an irate Krieg. I prepared myself for our inevitable encounter, making sure no unease showed on my face or in my body language. For all he was a king, I was in charge here. I squared my shoulders and inwardly braced for his arrival like I would a tsunami, by silently saying my prayers. The king of the ogres stalked towards me, like the deadly predator he was. Chapter 5. The male in front of me made magical beings the world over tremble in their boots. I was no exception, but I made sure that my trembling was on the inside. It was dangerous to meet and hold an ogre's gaze for too long, so I fixed my gaze on his left ear. "Your Excellence?" I greeted him calmly, even though my stomach was roiling. I'd met him before, even got the impression that he might like me, but there was no hint of friendliness about him now. He was an avenging juggernaut, here to smash heads and exact revenge for the death of one of his people. Around me, the room suddenly felt tense with cloying fear. Gone was the festival feeling that had lurked disrespectfully only moments earlier. "Inspector Wise," he greeted me, his voice only a shade above a whisper. He didn't need to yell. The hall was silent, all eyes on him. "Where is she?" "Follow me," I instructed. It seemed prudent to lead the enraged man away from the gathered glitterati before he tore them apart limb from limb. The assembled guests were wealthy and powerful, and in the other realm, power meant more than being able to bribe the symposium into obedience. Yet one of the most powerful men of all had just walked in and communicated simply by his presence that they were prey, and he was a predator. The predator. Nobody liked being reminded of their impending mortality, and the tension in the room rocketed even further. I met Channing's eyes and nodded to the guests. He was to continue the interviews without me whilst I took Krieg outside. He nodded briskly and turned to a woman near him, a stunning brunette with a body to die for and a dress that even I envied. I wore dresses at weddings and funerals, and that was it. But I'd be tempted if I had a dress like that with its maroon lace and intricate cutouts. Her makeup was done to perfection, and her heels skyscraper high. As I walked out, she was draping herself over Channing like she was his coat. I waited a beat for his burst of authoritarian outrage, but nothing came. He was just staring dumbly at her like Christmas had come early. Fuck me. We'd have to have a conversation about his professionalism, but I had more urgent things to deal with now, like the furious ogre next to me. I could feel waves of anger emanating off Krieg, and I didn't even have an ounce of empathic powers. I led him outside, down the lawn, and into the ornamental gardens where Helga had been found. The ME had arrived, and she and Ed were talking quietly as they worked together. A small noise escaped Krieg's throat, somewhere between a sob and growl. It was wholly animalistic, and the hairs on my neck stood up. His strides lengthened as he made his way to Helga. "You've taken your evidence?" he said tightly to Kate and Ed. Ed nodded, eyes wide. "For now," Kate agreed quickly, pushing her transparent rimmed glasses up her nose. She and Ed scrambled backward to give Krieg space. He inclined his head in gratitude, and then sank down next to Helga and gathered her into his arms. For the barest of seconds, his face was pulled into a rictus of agonizing grief, his loss raw and palpable. But in a blink it was gone. His face was a blank mask as he pulled her onto his lap and gently kissed her forehead. He cradled her, rocking her like a baby. Despite his blank expression, his sorrow was undeniable. After a few long moments, Krieg pulled the knife from Helga's hip and cut his own palm, then pressed the bloody blade into her hand and wrapped her lifeless fingers around it. He stilled as he noted her pinky finger was missing and gave a long, furious growl. Still holding her, he turned to me. "This is not an in-house death," he snarled. There were a couple of overriding principles for the connection, one of which was the in-house rule, The connection didn't interfere with internal species politics unless it was asked to. It worked to keep the peace between the different magical species, so if a fire elemental killed a centaur, we'd step in. But if two fire elementals killed each other, it wouldn't be any of our business unless we were invited in. With his words, Krieg confirmed that he believed another ogre had not killed Helga, and he was authorizing me to investigate the death on behalf of the connection. I battled to keep the shock off my face. In all my years as an inspector, I'd never heard of an ogre requesting the connection's assistance. Regardless of who died and how, they usually claimed it was an in-house matter and served their own vigilante justice. There had to be a sting in the tale. The ogres invite your investigation, Inspector Wise, Krieg said tightly, but I will be assisting you with it. And there was the sting. There was absolutely no way I could refuse him, and since I'd be locking horns with the movers and shakers of the other realm, I could probably use his clout. I appreciate the assist, I lied smoothly. Krieg stood and lifted Helga effortlessly. We'll want her back, he said firmly to Dr. Potter, but for now you may continue your investigation. She will need a toxicology screen for potions in her bloodstream. Where shall I take her? He clearly wasn't familiar with the connection's routine, because he didn't usually follow it. Kate's eyes were solemn and full of compassion. Please, bring her this way. She led him through the garden to the gravel driveway where her van was waiting. When she opened the back doors, Krieg gently laid Helga onto a wheeled gurney and carefully strapped her down. Kate made sure the wheels were secure. Don't put her in a body bag, he instructed her tightly. She doesn't like the dark. I'll keep the lights on, Kate promised, and touched his shoulder gently. He stared at her hand as if he'd never been touched before, and she hastily yanked it back. Sorry, Your Excellence, she stammered, her eyes wide. He waved her apology aside and turned to me. I want to kill them all, tear them limb from limb as you're laughing and joking whilst Helga bleeds into the earth. I certainly understand that impulse, I said carefully. You have my word that I will do everything in my power to find out who did this and bring them to justice. He studied me for a long moment. I thought he was going to say my word wasn't worth anything, but instead he asked tightly, What can I do? Time to put him to work. He needed to feel useful, and God knows I could do with the help. I need to interview all the guests, but Quintos will have them calling my bosses to let them go home. I need more time. He pulled out his phone. You will have it. Go, he growled. I went. Chapter 6. Before I returned to the melee, I rifled through the bins. There were no blood-coated clothes, no discarded murder weapon, and no stray finger to be found. Well, I wouldn't have expected it to be too easy. After that failure, I waded back into the interviews with a vengeance. It was nearly 5 a.m. before we let the last of the partygoers leave. Only a small number of guests admitted to having seen Helga, and supposedly none of them had witnessed a damn thing. They'd all waxed lyrical about the firework display and the food, but no one had paid attention to the ogre. She was a creature, a second-class citizen in their humanoid eyes. The other is a hidden magical realm that coexists alongside its common counterpart. The common realm has no magic, and only speaks of magical creatures that exist in fiction and in dreams. Meanwhile, the other realm is all things magical. Its denizens are divided between the human side, witches, wizards, seers, werewolves, vampires, and the like, and the non-human side, commonly referred to as creatures. The creature side includes your dragon shifters, centaurs, ogres, dryads, and trolls, to name but a few. When we're in the other realm, we are still visible to the common realmers, but unbeknownst to them, we have access to our magic. Regardless of what magical species you belong to, there is plenty of prejudice rolling around. The human side of the other realm has to go to the common realm to recharge their magical batteries, and whilst they do so, they pass through a portal and temporarily lose access to their magic. Most usually use one of the portal halls run by the fire elementals. The creature side never need to venture into the common realm if they don't want to, because they are made of magic itself. They can live forever in the other realm if they so wish. That power disparity is at the heart of every conflict within the other realm. To balance the magical power that the creatures possess, The wizards have clawed significant amounts of political power for themselves, including many of us serving the connection, me included. Not that I serve for power, only for justice. The vampires in common realm fiction drink blood and can't go out in daylight, but the vampires in the other realm are a mirrored reflection of those whispered half-truths. They are similar, but distorted. Yes, they drink blood, but they walk amongst us, day or night. When they turn into vampires, something erases their physical imperfections, and, as a group, they are insanely beautiful. As a result, they're popular at events like Quintos, like some weird, exotic decorations. That and the fact that vampires live forever gives them ample opportunity to hoard wealth and power. 5 of the guests at the masquerade ball had been vampires from Lord Voldris's clan. I'd interviewed 3 of them. They had been elusive and difficult to question, but my gut said that was because they were here without Voldris's approval, not because they'd murdered Helga. For starters, vampires like to utilize their teeth rather than knives when they kill. Additionally, leaving all that blood pouring into the earth would have been seen as a dreadful waste. I had 120 addresses and telephone numbers, and very few suspects. I hoped Channing had been more fortunate. "All right?" I asked as I approached him. "Flagging a little," he admitted. "Understandable. Anyone on your list sending up red flags?" He grimaced. "A lot of assholes, but most didn't even see our victim, let alone know her and have a grudge against her. I'm not finding any motive to kill her, not from this lot." "Give me your notes," I instructed. "I'll type them up. You can clock off. Grab a few hours sleep, then meet me at the office at noon." Channing hesitated for a moment. "That's an order," I added firmly. "Yes, Mom." He passed me as PMB. If I thought I was talking to an asshole, I put a code A++ in my notes. I nodded, though I cautioned him. It's not just assholes that kill. To my mind, only an asshole would kill. With that parting shot, he walked away, his shoulders rounded and tired. "There are lots of reasons to kill," Krieg said from behind me, making me jump. "Hardly any of them are assholery." I agree. I'd seen a lot of murders in my time, and sometimes they were committed over the most insignificant thing, like a parking spot, though admittedly that definitely fell into Channing's scale of arseholedom. "I'll drive you home," Krieg offered. "Thank you for the offer, but I have to pass the death message to Helga's parents." "That falls to me," he said tightly. My jaw tightened. I couldn't really argue with the king of ogres, but I was truly shit at walking on eggshells, political or otherwise. "I'll come with you," I said instead. Krieg slid me a sidelong glance, but to my surprise, he nodded. "Fine. I'm driving." I gave a sharp trill, and Loki flew to me. "I'm going to be working a while longer. Go home. I'll meet you there." "Home?" For once in his smart-mouthed life, Loki just obeyed and flitted away without a word of complaint. A frisson of unease thrummed through me. That really wasn't like Loki. Damn it, I should have checked the damn bird was okay before ordering him home. Not to mention checking that he hadn't heard something useful. I was bone tired. I'd not long crawled into bed when Rupert's panic call had summoned me out of it. I'd been awake for 24 hours and I was making mistakes. Still, it was done now, so there was no point beating myself up about it. Krieg led me to his black Range Rover and opened the passenger door for me. A shade nonplussed, I slid in with my briefcase. Who holds doors for anyone these days? Women had fought tooth and nail for equal rights, and a lot of old-fashioned manners had slid away as we'd invaded the workplace, like treating women respectfully. I worked in a male-dominated field where the most successful female inspectors did their best to walk and talk like a man, complete with crude humour and swearing like a sailor. My vernacular wasn't prudish, but I preferred not to drop the C word to make myself look tough. I had nothing to prove. Frankly, now that I was in the connection, I could see why my dad hadn't wanted me to follow in his footsteps. But then he got himself murdered and everything had changed. I'd had no choice but to follow him, or how would I find his killer? And I would, if it took every spare moment of my time from now until the day I died. The ride to Helga's parents' house was silent, both Krieg and I lost in our own thoughts. Finally, he turned onto a driveway towards what looked like a huge barn conversion.
Helga was my goddaughter,
he said abruptly. I blinked. You don't look old enough to have a goddaughter. I winced as soon as the words left my lips. Many, many things in the other did not look their age. For example, a vampire could choose to look any age, from child to crone. I thought for a moment that Krieg wasn't going to reply, but then he said,
I was 18 when she was born.
According to her driving license, Helga had been 18 when she died. So that made Krieg 36. I was surprised he'd shared even that little tidbit of personal information. I'm sorry for your loss, I said, hating how trite the phrase sounded. As a teenager, I'd wanted to rip out my hair when people uttered it to me over and over again after my father's death.
She wasn't authorized for contracts like this.
His hands tightened on the steering wheel.
I don't know how she came to be guarding those pricks, but I'm going to find out.
Chapter 7. When Krieg turned to me, his mercurial eyes were solemn.
You can come in with me, but you need to be aware that you'll be walking into an ogre's den. Do you understand what that means?
I understood. It meant that not only was it Helga's home, but it was Krieg's official residence too. When I stepped inside, I'd be on their sovereign land, where their rules took precedence over mine. Here, High King Krieg was king in every sense of the word. His rule was law, and I was subject to it. My badge and my authority meant nothing. If he wanted to, he could kill me here with zero repercussions from the connection. My heart was thundering in my chest and my mouth was dry, but I merely nodded. I'd be damned if I'd be scared off from doing my duty. Passing the death message was part of my job. A shitty, horrible part, but my responsibility all the same. This time I opened the car door before Krieg could do it for me, and scrambled out of the Range Rover. On the other side of the vehicle, Krieg paused, removed his suit jacket and chucked it back into the car. He rolled up the sleeves of his black shirt, exposing heavily muscled forearms, covered with a light dusting of dark hair. It had been approximately 657 days since I'd last had sex, so clearly that was the only reason that my gaze fixed on all that corded muscle. I tore my eyes away with effort. My thoughts were unprofessional and wildly inappropriate, so I focused on the house in front of me. The sprawling red brick barn conversion was ridiculously large. It had to have at least 8 or 9 bedrooms. There were outbuildings with their own front doors around the main building. I wondered how many ogres lived there. I guessed I was about to find out. A whole murder of crows were perched on the roof watching us with beady black eyes, but eerily silent. They were part of Krieg's legend. The story went that one of his ancestors had bargained with a magical being who granted all of his line the ability to speak to birds. Krieg was frequently seen with the crows, and rumour had it that you couldn't say anything in their presence without it getting back to him. I'd seen him with them before, but I wasn't sure whether he could talk to them or they were simply well trained. Still, I was pretty certain I witnessed him having a silent chat with Loki, so my money was on the rumour being true. Krieg strode to the front door and opened it. I followed him into a huge, double-height room with sofas, a dining room table, and a kitchen. The walls were plain, but there were brightly coloured ceramics dotted around that brought a pop of colour and warmth to the space. A red-headed ogre surged to his feet when he saw Krieg. He opened his mouth to speak, then snapped it shut, when he spotted me at Krieg's heels.
Hanlon, Wigyon and Freya,
Krieg ordered brusquely.
Now.
The ogre turned, marched down a corridor, and disappeared. He was better at following orders than I was. Krieg sighed softly, then knelt in front of the fireplace and started to build a fire. It certainly wasn't for heat. It was the middle of summer and the room was warm even at that time of morning. So why was he building it? I watched his methodical movements as he laid the kindling with absolute precision. He struck me as a man whose movements were always measured. I suspected that even in the heat of battle, his punches would be calculated and precisely placed. When the fire was burning, he stood and leaned against a wall, arms crossed over his chest. I followed his lead and also remained standing. We faced the corridor down which Hanlon had disappeared, and waited. After a few minutes, Hanlon returned, with 2 more ogres in tow. The woman was undeniably Helga's mum. Like Helga, she had beautiful blonde hair and an enlarged right arm. My eyes flicked to her hand. Unlike her daughter, she still had her life and her pinky finger.
"Leave us,"
Krieg ordered Hanlon. He left the room without complaint or comment. Yep, he was definitely better at following orders. "Your Excellence?" Freya's voice quavered, and her eyes flicked fearfully to the fire behind Krieg. To my surprise, he didn't reply. On the mantelpiece behind him were 2 large pots, one of which appeared to hold white sand, and the other black sand. Krieg reached out, took a fistful of the black sand and threw it into the flames. In a flash, the fire turned green, and stayed green. I had no idea what that meant, but clearly Helga's parents did. Freya let out an agonized moan of distress and slid to her knees.
"Helga is dead,"
Krieg said briskly, his tone businesslike, as if a short while ago he hadn't cradled her dead body and rocked her like a baby. Like me, he knew the importance of delivering such devastating news with as much stoicism and calmness as possible, because with those simple words he had destroyed them. A part of me was grateful that he'd chosen to tell them. Notifications were always awful, but none were as bad as telling a parent that their child was gone. Helga's father, Jon, clenched and unclenched his fists as he tried to hide the tremor that had overtaken his fingers. He was breathing heavily but evenly, in a way that suggested he had temporarily forgotten that automatic reflex, and it was only through conscious effort that air continued to sweep into his lungs.
"How?"
he asked tightly.
"She appears to have been on a bodyguarding contract. Do you know anything about that?"
Krieg asked.
"No."
Jon's hands clenched even more tightly. He was shaking with contained rage or grief. Perhaps both.
"She wasn't cleared for such work. I'm aware of that, but somehow she was working as a bodyguard."
Her mother was still on the floor, staring down at the tiles in front of her. She seemed lost. A single tear splashed onto the ceramic, and she stared at it before reaching out and wiping it away as if she wanted to wipe away her grief. She looked up at Krieg, and I saw the raw agony in her eyes. "Did she kill her attacker?" she asked desperately. "Harm them at all?"
"Her knife was bloodied,"
Krieg answered vaguely and deceptively. He had bloodied the blade himself. I noted that the slice on his palm had already healed. Handy. Freya pressed a hand to her heart. "Thank hell for small mercies," she whispered, her voice catching. I knew enough about ogre culture to recognize Hel as the name of their goddess, the goddess of death. Krieg introduced me.
"This is Inspector Wise. She's investigating Helga's death."
Both parents barely acknowledged me. They continued to stare at Krieg with bemusement until finally Jon asked,
"She's from the Connection?" "Yes, they have resources we do not. I will stop at nothing to see that Helga's killer is found."
The unspoken words, even work with the Connection, did not need to be voiced, but we all heard them. "I'm sorry for your loss," I started, "and I'm sorry to have to ask you questions right now, but time is of the essence in tracking down her killer." My dad's cold case had taught me how icy a case could get, how impossible it was to gain purchase once the days and weeks slipped away. Neither of Helga's parents responded immediately. Jon sat on the floor, put his arms and legs around his wife, and she collapsed against him. Her eyes were glassy with shock and tears that were spilling unchecked down her cheeks. Wrapped around Freya like a safety blanket, Jon looked up at me, his eyes also brimming.
"Ask your questions,"
he choked out. I needed to make it quick, get the basics. I could question them further at a less sensitive time. I squatted down so I was at their eye level. "Do you know Helga's PIN code for her phone?" They both shook their heads, so I pressed on. "Do you know of anyone who would seek to harm Helga?"
"No,"
Jon said fiercely.
"None would dare. All know she is loved by King Krieg."
Ogres may have known that, but other species would have been ignorant of Helga's place in ogre society. I considered it best not to point that out. Do you know where she was supposed to be last night? With Aaron, her mother said immediately. Her boyfriend?
Her best friend,
Jon corrected.
They were born in the same month. They've been inseparable since birth.
Was she dating anyone? I asked. Her mother shook her head. I suppressed a grimace. Her parents had no idea if Helga had enemies, and they didn't know where she'd been the previous night. I could question them again if I needed to, but for now, I'd leave them to their grief and misery. Hopefully I'd have better luck with her friends. I saw death frequently, and I often saw love too. After all, grief was just the other side of the coin. Time and again I'd observed that the deeper the grief, the truer the love had been. It reminded me that there was far more to the human condition than death and darkness. These parents were ogres, and they dealt with death regularly as part of the fabric of their being. They weren't wailing and gnashing their teeth like some human parents might have done, but they were on the floor with no one defending their back, with no weapons drawn. I knew enough about their culture to recognize the significance of that. It showed that they were broken. They had loved their daughter with all that they were, and I would find the person who had taken their daughter from them. Thank you for your time. I looked at Krieg. I'll see myself out. My heartbeat sped up again as Krieg pushed off the wall and strode towards me, but although he looked purposeful, I didn't fear for my life. My heart was pounding for other reasons. He walked past me and I followed him wordlessly. I glanced back at Helga's parents. Now that the questions were over, they broke down completely and sobbed brokenly in each other's arms. Cries of distress echoed through the large space. Behind them, the fire burned green. Chapter 8. I assumed that Krieg was going to drive me home, but instead, he stalked down the corridor and held open a wooden door for me. When I raised an eyebrow in silent question, he jerked his head.
Helga's room.
I tugged out a fresh pair of disposable gloves from my back pocket and pulled them on. When I entered, I blinked in surprise. It was as stark as anything I'd ever seen. There was merely a single bed, a wardrobe and chest of drawers, a chair and desk, and a door to an ensuite bathroom with a shower and a toilet. I opened the wardrobe to reveal several variations of black combat trousers and black tops, and an array of shit-kicking boots, but absolutely nothing that hinted at her likes or dislikes. There were no books on her bedside table, just a half-drunk glass of water that she would never finish. There were no cushions on the bed, no throws to snuggle into. The curtains were gunmetal grey, as was the duvet cover. Everything was utterly sterile. I rifled through the drawers, checking for anything of interest, but there was nothing. The room had all of the warmth of a prison cell. Next I searched under the bed and under the mattress. Nothing. For an 18-year-old out on an unsanctioned contract, it was surprising that there was no sign of anything illicit. There's not much here, I said cautiously to Krieg. So far he'd been fairly good about sharing information, so I pressed my luck while it lasted.
She was in training. She lived by the Codex.
The Codex? I asked.
Our book of law. During training, we divest ourselves of personal items to better learn ourselves, to learn what is a loss to us and what is not. She's been in training for 2 years. She only had 1 more year until comforts would be restored to her.
I nodded as if I understood. But I didn't. If you tried to take my books away from me, I'd have set you on fire. There's nothing here. Let's go. Krieg held the door for me. I appreciated that he'd taken the opportunity to show me the room. I planned on asking for access, but at least now it was done and dusted. He led me out of the building, and again, I expected him to offer to drive me home. But instead, he marched off towards the outbuildings. I followed silently. When we came to one of the doors, he reared back and kicked it in. With a concussive bang, it slammed open. Whoa! I protested sharply. You could have knocked first.
I could also have used the key that I have, he admitted dryly, but that wouldn't have had the same effect.
He moved inside and bellowed,
Aaron?
There was a thump upstairs as if someone had fallen out of bed. Then a naked young ogre stumbled downstairs. When he saw us, his bleary eyes looked wild and confused.
Your Excellence?
He stammered, clearly half asleep and half panicking. Neither he nor Krieg seemed bothered by his nudity, but with the variety of shifters in the other, plenty of magical denizens didn't worry about being seen without their clothes. Some even tried to weaponize it by making the human wizards feel awkward as they swayed around in the buff. To dampen my own reactions, I'd taken a few holidays on nudist beaches until I wasn't fazed by the human form in any of its guises. I still felt a little uncomfortable with people walking around in their birthday suits, but not enough that I couldn't keep my eyes on the ball. Now I kept my eyes on Aaron's head and ignored anything dangling below.
Helga is dead,
Krieg snarled. Aaron dropped to the floor like he'd had a solid kick to the solar plexus. What? He whispered, eyes wide.
Helga is dead,
Krieg repeated.
And her parents said she was with you last night.
Helga, Aaron whimpered. His eyes filled with tears, and then, like a switch had been flipped, they were full of rage. With a roar, he picked up the chair next to him and threw it through the window, then started to destroy his living room. The more he destroyed, the more the tension slid from Krieg's shoulders.
He wasn't involved,
he murmured decisively to me. No, I didn't think so either. In his rage, Aaron was destroying everything in sight. Everything but a framed photograph of him and a beaming Helga. He loved her. I hadn't meant to say it out loud. Krieg sighed unhappily.
Yes, he loved her.
It wasn't requited, I queried softly.
No,
Aaron said bitterly, freezing mid-punch.
It wasn't requited.
Darn ogres and their excellent hearing.
It wasn't me she loved,
he spat. Who did she love? I asked curiously. Aaron looked at Krieg then. With a snarl, jerked his chin towards his high king.
Him.
There was no shock or surprise on Krieg's face. Then again, there was nothing much there at all. His expression remained calmly blank. I would not have wanted to play poker with this dude.
Helga was not with you yesterday,
Krieg started, ignoring Aaron's accusation.
Do you know where she was?
No, Aaron said sulkily, and folded his arms. Eyes up, Stace.
She just asked me to alibi her with her parents, he continued, so I said I would.
Has she got any enemies? I asked.
Aaron snorted. She's the nicest ogre ever. No, she didn't have enemies. She hadn't even started her career. She hadn't completed any contracts, so she couldn't have got any enemies through work. No, this is bullshit.
The wheels in his brain belatedly started to turn.
How did she die?
A frown marred his forehead.
It wasn't an accident. The contract went south,
Krieg said vaguely.
But she shouldn't have been on a contract,
Aaron objected.
She wasn't ready. I'm aware.
Krieg's expression was tight.
Then how did this happen? How'd she get on a contract?
That's what we're trying to find out, I intervened.
If you don't know where she was, does she have another friend who might?
Aaron grimaced.
Katrin or maybe Einar. Einar?
Krieg said sharply. Aaron shrugged.
They went on a few dates.
Krieg's face was blank again, a sure sign he was hiding something. I needed to look into this Einar. Weren't you two best friends? I asked Aaron. Surely if anyone knew where she was, it would be you. He sighed and scrubbed a hand over his face.
We were, but my feelings got in the way and she started to put some distance between us. I promised I wouldn't make her feel uncomfortable, that I accepted that she didn't like me in the same way, but she still felt some space was a good idea. I didn't fight her on it.
Yet she was still using you to alibi her for her parents, I asked. That seemed cruel. She was happy to use him, but not to love him. He shrugged.
We've been doing that for years. It'd be weird to stop.
What have you hidden from your parents? I asked nosily. Why do you need alibis?
Oh, nothing heinous. Our parents are strict. We use each other to hide stuff they'd object to. Smoking, drinking, dates with unacceptable people, that sort of petty shit.
And what did she need an alibi for last night? I pressed.
He shook his head. I really don't know. I assumed she and Einar had another date. She didn't tell me, probably because she felt it was cruel to rub my face in it.
Krieg checked his phone.
Einar is on a contract. Out of town.
I don't know anything more,
Aaron protested. You don't know anything,
Krieg growled.
Tidy this shit up.
He gestured to the wreck of the room, then turned on his heel to walk out.
She loved you, the boy said miserably.
Krieg paused for the briefest of seconds, then continued walking. Like Mary's docile little lamb, I followed. Being docile wasn't my natural state. I thought he might go and wake this Katrin, but no. He walked straight to his car. He opened the passenger door and pointedly held it open.
"Get in,"
he ordered. I got in. He walked around the car and slid into the driver's seat. I waited until the engine was running before I asked where we were going.
"I'm driving you home."
"You don't need to do that. I can grab a taxi," I protested. He didn't answer. Okay then. I was running on empty and I was too tired to fight him. My eyes were gritty and sore, and I wanted sleep more than I wanted an argument. This way I didn't have to wait for a lift. If the High King of the Ogres wanted to play chauffeur, who was I to stop him? My eyes were sliding shut, so I sat up and bit the inside of my lip. The jolt of pain brushed away some of the sleepiness, for the moment at least. As soon as I got home, I was going to crash fast. I pulled out my phone and set an alarm for 4 hours' time. I could function fine after 3 hours sleep, and the extra hour would lift fine to good. I slid my phone into the pocket of my suit jacket. In a desperate bid to stay awake, I looked at the man next to me. "Did you know she loved you?" I asked. His hands were so tight on the steering wheel that I was genuinely worried he might wrench it off.
"Yes,"
he said finally. "What did you do about it?" He grimaced.
"She tried to kiss me. I told her that her interest was flattering but misguided. I told her that I saw her as family. I did my best to let her down gently and redirect her attentions elsewhere."
"She was a beautiful young ogre?" He nodded.
"She was."
He turned to look at me and hesitated a moment.
"I have no interest in dating someone half my age."
His eyes held mine.
"I want my mate to have life experience. She'll need balls to take on the ogre den."
"Helga didn't have either of those things," I finished.
"No, she was soft, kind-hearted."
He made it sound like a criticism. "Surely that's a good thing in a mate."
"Perhaps for an ordinary ogre," he shrugged. "But I am the High King. My standards are necessarily different."
I was genuinely interested. "What's on your list?"
"My list
of attributes for your mate?"
"She must be strong. She must have her own morality, and she must be willing to kill for me."
I raised an eyebrow. The last two seemed a mite contradictory. "That's it?" He nodded.
"That's it."
"What about beauty?" He looked amused.
"I'm an ogre. As a group we are misshapen and deformed, and what you consider beauty we often do not. To an ogre, appearance matters little. Beauty fades. It is what in her heart and soul that would interest me."
I was genuinely stumped. "Huh," I said eloquently. "I wouldn't have expected that."
"Most would not. Most look at our tusks and our overly large limbs and think we are brutes."
"Well, you do lean into the brute stereotype." He smiled a little.
"We do, and we take pleasure in it. But there is far more to us than that."
He pointedly turned his attention back to the road. Ogres were notoriously closed-mouthed about their culture, and it was disconcerting that he'd shared so much today. It was a case, I decided. He thought it was relevant, that was all. The seat was warm, and the hum of the engine was quietly soothing. Before I knew it, my eyes were sliding closed. Chapter 9. The phone alarm jolted me from sleep. I threw an arm out to switch it off, blurrily trying to swipe at it. I succeeded and sank back into the pillow.
"Seize the day, pig dog!"
Loki screeched loudly, right by my ear. Son of a bitch. I sat up, my heart racing. "We talked about you doing that." Loki ruffled his pearlescent white feathers.
"Murder to solve,"
he said, and started hopping around. The fog cleared. He was right. I did have a murder to solve. I pulled the duvet back and froze, as I saw I was still in my uniform. I didn't remember coming home. Loki, how did I get into bed?"
"Krieg carried you,"
he confirmed.
Rockabye baby!
He carried me in his arms.
No,
Loki squawked sarcastically.
with feet. Of course, arms, pea-brain.
Fuck. Krieger carried me from his car into my flat and put me to bed. That was just... How did he get in? I asked. Loki hunched his neck, his equivalent of a shrug. He didn't know. I grimaced. I'd had a witch rune in my home, but runes were incredibly expensive, and I was 90% sure I'd opted out of ogre safety measures because, until now, there'd hardly been any ogres in Chester. Krieger told me he'd moved his base of operations here presumably to be closer to Liverpool, the heart of the other community. Maybe it was time for a rune upgrade. I stripped off my rumpled, slept-in clothes and hopped into the shower to spray away the cobwebs in my brain. Once I was out and dry, I dressed in a fresh suit, the uniform of a connection officer. Feeling sharper, I opened a cupboard to find something quick to eat. A thump behind me made me jump. A banana had fallen from the fruit bowl onto my glass table. It looked like my ghostly roommate wanted me to add some potassium to my diet. I went to the table, then froze, as I spotted a large manila envelope on the other side of the fruit bowl. I opened it cautiously and pulled out a veritable bundle of pages. When I tipped up the envelope, a small USB drive and 2 notepads flew out, one of which was mine. As I studied the loose sheets of paper, a stray A++ caught my eyes. These were Channing's and my notes. Someone had typed them up for us, and I only had one suspect. I rang Krieg. "Who typed them up?" I demanded when he answered. "This is confidential information."
Hanlon,
he said, unfazed by my agitated tone.
He used to love Mavis Beacon as a kid.
"You just can't go around giving random people my connection notes."
I didn't. I gave them to Hanlon, he said patiently. I want you to find Helga's killer, not waste your time doing admin. Now, you're awake. I'll pick you up in 20 minutes.
He hung up. "Son of a bitch," I swore.
Son of a bitch,
Loki echoed.
Hungry. Feed me.
I blew out a breath and went to the fridge to grab my carnivorous Caladrius some honey-roasted ham, his favourite. He preened happily as I passed it to him. "Did you hear anything interesting when you were flying around the ball last night?" I asked belatedly. Loki squawked an affirmative.
Saw assholes.
He was as bad as Channing. "Sure," I said evenly. "But was anyone covered in blood or hiding a knife?"
Good riddance,
he trilled, giving me a pointed look. He was quoting someone from the party. "Who said that?" I asked.
Vampire. There is no world without Verona walls, but purgatory, torture, hell.
I stared at the bird. "Did you just quote Shakespeare at me? How old are you?" Then I connected the dots. Verona. Verona said that. Verona was one of Lord Voldris's vampire clan, and she'd been at the ball. Channing had interviewed her and her companion. Loki bobbed his head. Saying good riddance when someone died wasn't the same as stabbing them repeatedly, but it was certainly a reason to question her more closely. "Thanks," I muttered, as I pulled my laptop out and plugged in the USB. I uploaded all of the documents on the drive and sent them to Channing with the subject line, "To do." In the body of the email, I instructed, "Read these reports and pull out anything that's contradictory or noteworthy. Compare to the handwritten notes and make sure they have been accurately transcribed. Then prepare us a paper file and electronic file for Helga Jonsson." Most police officers didn't do their own admin, but our dedicated other secretary, Laura, was currently on annual leave. So for the next week, Channing and I had no choice. We couldn't outsource it to the common admin team. What was a pity. I studied my email to Channing and added another line summarizing my visit to Helga's family home. I hesitated, but didn't add that Helga had apparently fancied Krieg. It was irrelevant to the case, and I had the feeling that if Krieg found out a personal aside had found its way into the report, there wouldn't be any more of them. And if I wanted to find the killer, I needed all the information I could get. Just before Krieg arrived at my door, I rang the medical examiner's secretary to find out where Kate was with the autopsy. "Nearly done," Sharon said briskly. "Give her an hour or so." I looked at the clock. That would bring us up to midday. I'll swing by in the afternoon, I promised. The afternoon isn't an appointment time, Sharon said primly. Let me have a precise time once you know one. I can't possibly arrange a meeting with Dr. Potter otherwise. She has a full day. She hung up. The woman was a total ogre. I winced at my inadvertent racist thinking. That was beneath me. Unconscious bias was something we all had to fight by digging through our thoughts and examining the ones that weren't okay. I didn't have to dig too deeply to know where this bias had come from because, well, my dad hadn't been the biggest fan of ogres. Too often crimes could be laid at their door, but they were protected by the ironclad contracts they entered into with their clients. Ogres were often hired by dodgy characters to act as bodyguards, henchmen or assassins, though the latter was mostly the purview of the Griffins. Regardless, their contract stated that their employer was the one with ultimate legal responsibility for all their actions, since the ogres would be acting under orders. They got to walk away from murders whilst their employers were pursued both criminally and civilly. Obviously, the employers would deny ordering the ogres, so cases often failed to reach the threshold of being proven beyond all reasonable doubt. Whatever my father's and society's feelings, I needed to do better in my thoughts and actions. I was serving Helga now, and she deserved nothing less than my fullest efforts to find her killer and bring them to justice. An uneasy thought slithered into my brain. I had to stop the killer before they struck again, because taking a finger as a trophy said serial killer to me. I seriously hoped I'd be proved wrong. Chapter 10. As expected, Krieg was prompt. He didn't let himself into my flat this time, just rapped sharply on the door. I opened it and stared at him. He was dressed in distressed jeans, a grey t-shirt and a brown jacket that looked new. Every inch of him said he was wealthy and handsome. My brain did a temporary disconnect. He looked great in a suit, but in jeans molded to him? Yum. You broke into my home, I blurted. He quirked a dark eyebrow. I didn't break in, he said calmly. I used your key to open the door. You were sleeping. Next time, I said firmly, wake me. He smiled, and a hint of warmth crept into his grey eyes. When he spoke, his voice was low and slow, almost seductive. Is there going to be a next time when you're sleeping in my arms, Inspector Wise? Damn my heart for the stupid little pitter-patter it gave. My face felt warm. I ignored his question and brushed past the sexy prick without comment. I needed more than 4 hours sleep to deal with this shit. To my surprise, Loki flew to my shoulder. You're coming? I asked the Caladrius. Better than drying paint. The bird gave its usual shrug. Oh, fine. Don't be seen, I ordered. Loki laughed at me with his cawing chuckle that set my teeth on edge. It was worse than a hyena's laugh. Krieg looked vaguely amused for the second time in as many minutes. Great. I was entertaining the Ogre King. I glared at him. If anything, his smile widened. Let's go, I said briskly, and trotted down the stairs. Where to? Krieg asked, as we swung into his car. Loki took a position in the rear, resting on one of the headrests. Krieg looked at him in the rearview mirror. No shitting in the car, he ordered. Loki looked scandalized. Rah! Never! A moment later, he muttered to himself, Only in cereal. Ew. I made a mental note to make sure Loki never flew over my cereal. Krieg chuckled, and the warm sound rumbled round the car. He started the engine. Where to, Wise? He repeated. Feeling disconcerted at hearing the deadly man laugh, I gave him Louisa Camfort's address. After skimming Channing's notes, she was my first port of call. Louisa had interacted with Helga, but Channing's report had been annoyingly brief, and he hadn't mentioned the incident with the obnoxious Squiggins at all. Krieg plugged the address into the sat-nav, and we drove off in companionable silence. At least, it was companionable for me, because I had no idea what Krieg thought of it. I had no idea what Krieg thought about anything at all. His poker face was the stuff of legends. We drove out into the rolling Cheshire countryside, where the Camforth family resided. And boy, did they reside. The place had to be over 15,000 square feet or more, and the mansion, couldn't be called a house, reared out of manicured lawns and well-maintained gardens. Built in red brick, it was sleek and modern. Everything about it looked top spec. There wasn't so much as a flake of mortar out of place. The heavy metal gates had been left open, granting us easy access to the driveway, and now I could see why. The whole area was abuzz. Someone was erecting a large white marquee, and there were vans of florists and caterers lining the paved pathway. "Looks like they're hosting a party," Krieg commented. I swallowed the sarcastic "no shit" that wanted to spout from my lips. Sassing the Ogre King was a sure way to an early, unmarked grave. We climbed out of the car. Somehow, even in his casual clothing, I could see Krieg would fit easily into a place like this. There wasn't a hint in his body language that suggested he was intimidated by the show of wealth. A home like this in an area like this meant the property had to be worth a cool 15 or 20 million. "Go and listen to the caterers and florists," I murmured to Loki. "See what they think of the Carnforths." "Sky has ears," he promised, putting his own spin on "the walls have ears," before he flew off. Krieg rang the doorbell. A maid, dressed in an honest-to-goodness French maid's outfit, opened the door and took 2 steps back, eyes wide. "Oh, Ogre," she stuttered. Then her eyes took in all of Krieg's muscles, and she inadvertently licked her overly full lips. I didn't blame her. "That's right," he rumbled. "High King Krieg at your service." He shot her a dazzling smile, and she literally fainted dead away. Luckily, he caught her before she hit her pretty blonde head on the oak parquet flooring. He laid her down in the recovery position with an ease that told me that sort of thing happened a lot. "Guess we just go in," he said, eyes sparkling with amusement. "You enjoyed that too much," I muttered, as I brushed past him. "I do love to intimidate." He grinned. I huffed. That wasn't intimidation, that was desire. I think so much blood rushed to her nether regions that her brain didn't have any left. He barked a laugh. It was there and gone in a moment, but the grin lingered. He looked entirely too pleased with himself. Ugh, men. "Excuse me," I called loudly. "We're here to see Louisa Carnforth?" "I'm in the drawing room," a posh feminine voice drawled. I had no idea what classed an area as a drawing room. I knew they existed, of course, and always in posh houses with more bathrooms than residents. But what gave it that name? Was it a place where you did artwork? I opened 3 more doors until I found what I guessed she was referring to, though it looked like any other living room to me. This one held the woman I guessed was Louisa Carnforth. No sign of paintwork or easels. A beautiful brunette was sitting on one of the chairs, with a team of people buzzing around her. Someone was fussing with her hair whilst another was prepping makeup. She blinked in surprise when she saw us. "You're not the florist, darling." She spoke with deliberate slowness, like she was fully used to everyone around her waiting for her every word to drop from her luscious lips. "No, I'm Inspector Wise with the connection, and this is High King Krieg." Her perfect eyebrows shot up. "How delightful. We do love royalty in this household, no matter the shape, size, or colour." She clearly had no idea she was being insulting, so I spoke quickly before Krieg could growl something at her that would get us chucked out. "Going somewhere?" I asked hastily, gesturing to the women fluttering around her. She gave me an amused look. "Not at all. I am staying precisely here. We are hosting a charity gala tonight, and it's going to be the party of the season." I arched an eyebrow. I thought Quintos' party was the party of the season. "So did he, darling, but you saw how wrong he was. Arley Hall is gorgeous, but he didn't have any real pizzazz. No entertainment except for a couple of dances." She sniffed disdainfully. "Even his fireworks display was so mediocre that I left after a few minutes. But tonight will really be something special." Eyes wide, and wholly without guile, she added, "You should come." She eyed Krieg like he was a tasty morsel of food. A king is bound to get tongues flapping.
I'll check my schedule, he replied blandly. I came to speak to you about Quintos's party, I started. I believe my colleague Channing interviewed you last night.
Gosh. She cracked a yawn. It was actually this morning, wasn't it? Luckily, she winked at Krieg, I've lots of practice at being up all night. I have the stamina of a caffeinated werewolf in mating season. I ignored her obvious flirting and ploughed on. I came to talk to you about Tom Squiggins, I persisted. Young Squidsy? Her brow furrowed, making her makeup artist huff under her breath. Oh, whatever for? I believe he came on to you? She laughed. That's not news, darling. It's why I changed his nickname from Squigsy to Squidsy. His hands are everywhere, and it often feels like he has far more than two of them. Just like a squid. She winked, pleased as punch with her own cleverness. Helga protected you from Squiggins, did she not? Who protected me? She asked with a vague smile. The ogre who got murdered. Krieg suddenly sounded a whole lot more menacing. Gosh. She stared at him admiringly. You really can turn that energy on, can't you, darling? I love it. Helga, I repeated impatiently. Yes. She nodded and tried to look more compassionate. Your ogre told Squidsy off and told him facilitating rape was not in her contract. Rape? I asked. She waved it away. No, the little love was being dramatic. He'd pinned me in a corridor on the way to the loo and was groping me through my dress, which I objected to, loudly. I was about to knee him in the groin when good old Helga hauled him off and did a rather brilliant growl. She said something that made him go quite pale. She fluttered her eyelashes at Krieg. I'd pay to have you growl at me like that. I don't need your money, he said, keeping his tone perfectly even. I suppressed a sudden smirk. He was trying his hardest not to growl at her. Louisa ran her eyes over him, assessing his clothing right down to his boots. She zeroed in on the fancy watch peeking out of his jacket. No, she purred. I can see that you don't. You didn't mention the incident to Detective Channing. Why not? Darling, it was 4 a.m. I was ready for my bed. I needed my beauty sleep for my gala. If I'd mentioned I'd spoken to the poor girl, I would have been there all night. She rolled her eyes. So you lied. She bristled. I didn't lie, darling. I didn't stab the poor girl. Honestly, the Squidsy incident just didn't cross my mind. He gropes me at every opportunity. It's nothing new. You didn't think of pressing charges? I asked primly. Gosh, no. What girl doesn't put up with a grope now and again? If we all made a fuss every time it happened, there would be a man left who wasn't in prison. And then who would rule our patriarchy? She laughed at her own joke. I folded my arms and glared. Or perhaps behavior would change. You're one of those climate change people, aren't you? The ones that think we can actually stop it. She half laughed, half huffed. Anyway, sometimes I quite enjoy it when Squidsy gropes me. But I wasn't in the mood yesterday. I had bigger fish to fry. Besides, I couldn't press charges against him without rocking the boat. His daddy owns my favourite club. She shrugged like that was far more important than standing up for herself and her right not to be casually fondled and sexually assaulted. Anyway, as I was saying, you simply must come tonight. She sent us both a saucy grin. If only to watch the steam coming out of my darling father's ears. It'll give the party a real edge. She pushed the stylist and makeup artist aside, went over to a desk, and pulled out a plain cream card, on which she wrote, Louisa says to let them in. L.C. Here. She handed it to me as I studied the writing. She must have been in her late 20s, yet she still dotted her eyes with little hearts. She was frozen in adolescence, stuck in her teenage rebellious years, even though the teens had left her a decade ago. Your father wouldn't want us attending? I asked lightly. Louisa laughed. He's not a fan of creatures, or the connection, so it'd be a real one too. Your presence would definitely add an element of drama. She pursed her lips, then said in a wheedling tone, Much the same crowd who came to Quintos' masquerade will be here. Lots of opportunities for questions. She waggled her eyebrows up and down, and her makeup artist sighed. Louisa shot a glare at the young woman, who wilted and offered a simpering smile instead. We'll think about it, I interjected. And honestly, I would consider it. It would be a good opportunity to question people when their guard was down. Nothing they said would be admissible in a court of law, but the other frequently dispensed with the courtroom. Our justice was rough and ready, and, usually, permanent. Chapter 11. Thinking about justice and lawyers made me think about my younger brother Rupert. He was an associate lawyer working at a prestigious firm called KHR Law, and his job was to help other realmers who got themselves into a common pickle. He did a tap dance with law every day as he looked for loopholes to squeeze through. He usually had a ready smile, but I wondered if he was okay having found a body the night before. I'm just going to call my brother, I said brusquely to Krieg as we got into the car. Loki flitted in discreetly after us. Roop answered on the second ring. Yo. Hey, how you doing? There was a long, pregnant pause. I've been better, he said finally. Ava's trying to persuade me to go to another shindig tonight. Get back on the horse, you know. The Calmforth event? I asked. Yeah, that's it, he said, surprised. I might come. Apparently a lot of the same people will be there. He snorted. You bet they will. Ava was telling me there's a huge rivalry between the Calmforths and Quintos. A total pissing contest in party form. That's the only reason I want to be there. The Arley Hall event was pretty cool with the peacocks and the costumes and the dances, though I could have done without the death. As could we all, I murmured. I heard my mother in the background. You and Ava with Mum? I asked, surprised. I'd assumed they'd go back to Ava's pad. Our childhood home was decent and in a nice area, but certainly wasn't the luxury that Ava Gray was used to. Yeah, Jules and the G-Man are in the house too. Jules was my middle brother, Julian, and the G-Man was Rupert's terrible nickname for Grant, Jules's husband. I bit my lip. Jules and Rupe didn't always see eye to eye, so the fact that Jules was there on a Saturday told me he was worried about Rupert. Maybe I should be worried too. So you did tell Mum about the murder over breakfast? I challenged him. No. He objected instantly. I waited until lunch, like a fucking gentleman. I snorted. Krieg tapped my knee lightly, and I turned my gaze on him. You want to go see your family? He murmured softly so that Roop wouldn't hear. I licked my lips and, on an impulse, I nodded. The ME wouldn't see us without adequate notice, and I had a sudden urge to check on my baby brother. Besides, Rupert was a witness, kind of. It was worth seeing if he recalled anything more. That was my excuse, and I was sticking to it. Are you still having lunch? I asked Rupert casually. Yeah, are you hungry? Ravenous, I admitted. My lonely banana hadn't exactly set me up for the day. I'll get Mum to plate up some for you. I slid my eyes to Krieg, and he nodded. I'll make that too. See you in 15. I hung up. Without me having to tell him, Krieg turned the car towards Hoole. The town, often likened to London's Notting Hill, was packed with indie businesses and cool cafes, and had a great community feel. My flat was in the centre of Chester, just opposite the cathedral and close to Chester Town Hall police station. But I'd always have a soft spot for the area where I'd grown up, colloquially called Notting Hall. I huffed. You know my mum's address? Krieg kept his eyes on the road. I'm a thorough man. Meaning you did a deep dive on me. His lips turned up at the corners, and he sent me a hot look. I'd love to do a deep dive on you. Bloody hell. When he flirted, he really went for it. I set you up for that one, so I'll let it slide, I said, clearing my throat awkwardly. All the same, my cheeks reddened even though I fought the blush with all my might. His light flirtation was the most action I'd seen in years. A thought that was moderately depressing. You did a deep dive into my background, I corrected brusquely. It probably wasn't real flirtation. He was just joking around, the way people do. I'd given him an opening and he couldn't resist taking it. It didn't mean he actually fancied me. It didn't mean anything.
I did,
Krieg confirmed, his tone businesslike now. And what did you find?
You're a level 5 wizard with high command of the IR. The notes say you don't even need to use a release word.
He sounded mildly impressed. The IR is the intention and the release, and it's how a wizard's magic works. If you want something to happen, you gather your magic within you whilst you imagine the effect you want, then you release the magic, usually with a word or gesture. I shrugged. The Academy trains you not to use release words. Lots of inspectors can do it.
Level 5 is rare.
I had no comeback for that because level 5 was rare. Unlike a lot of other wizards, I had a deep well of powerful magic within me. One recharge a month in the common realm was all I needed. Even less if I hadn't gone nuts in any given week. I tried, where possible, not to use my magic at home, preferring to save it for emergencies. That's it? I asked stridently. He slid me an assessing glance before he said,
Your dad was an inspector too. Died in a line.
I was braced for it, so I kept my face neutral and nodded blandly. Yeah? What else?
You like Dr. Pepper.
The absurdness of the comment after talking about my dad's death made me snort. Who doesn't like Dr. P?
I've never tried it,
he admitted. What? I asked, scandalized. Are you for real?
Always.
Huh. There was another moment of silence before he offered,
My father didn't believe in fizzy drinks.
They're not a ghost, I teased. They definitely exist.
Not in my diet, they don't.
There was another small beat of silence, then I couldn't resist asking, You want to try some? He looked amused.
This feels like you're trying to peer pressure me. Since I'm a big boy, I'll say no.
When he said he was a big boy, my eyes inadvertently slid to his crotch. I told him back up his fine body, but the damage was done. He caught my glance and I saw the pleased smirk tugging at his lips. Fucksticks. For the second time in the short car journey, my cheeks flamed. Chapter 12. It was cruel not to have warned my family about the identity of the second lunch guest. When I rang the doorbell, Mum answered with a wide beam that promptly faltered, and she caught sight of two things. 1, an ogre, and 2, her daughter in the uniform of the connection. She assessed the situation instantly, and clearly one of the issues was more egregious than the other. She glared, and I felt Krieg tense a little next to me. You know how I feel about you coming here in uniform? She scowled. The tension slid out of Krieg. She wasn't cross because of him.
My fault entirely, he said smoothly. I drove her here and I don't have any spare clothes for her in my car yet.
Yet? What the hell did that mean? Of course you don't. She reached out and patted his arm. He blinked, then stared at the place where she had touched him so casually. This wasn't the first time I'd seen that happen. Did people not usually touch him? He was a king, not a fine piece of china. Realizing I was being impolite, I decided to get the formalities over and done with. Mum, I said reluctantly, this is...
Robert, Krieg interrupted me, but call me Robbie, please.
He gave my mum the deepest bow I'd ever seen him give to anyone. Robbie? My jaw dropped. Wonderful to meet you, Robbie. Do come in for some lunch, though I have to tell you the conversation is leaving a little to be desired. Mum looked at my bird. How lovely to see you again, Loki. Pleasure mine, he trilled, fluttering over and nuzzling her neck. Krieg wasn't the only one sucking up. Mum led the way and we trailed in after her. Krieg missed nothing as we walked down the hallway, his eyes lingering on photos of my father in uniform, and a far younger me snuggling up to our family dog, Gus. Why are you brown-nosing my mum? I hissed to Krieg. He looked at me blandly, then whispered softly,
"She's feeding me and controlling the size of my portions. Being polite is only sensible."
I couldn't argue with that. We followed Mum into the dining room. "Everyone," she announced loudly, "this is Robbie. Jules, Grant, scoot over, won't you?" She disappeared into the kitchen to fetch us some food. Eyes wide, the men freed up some space at the now crowded table. Somehow, Krieg seemed to take up room wherever he was, sucking up oxygen and space like he was a sexy black hole.
"Miss Grey," he said to Ava, and politely inclined his head.
"Lovely to see you again, Your Excellence," she responded with a charming smile. If Krieg was upset that his status was out of the bag, he didn't show it. She gave him a low, respectful bow, which he acknowledged with a cool inclination of his head. My brothers and Grant were all gaping at Krieg, as Mum bustled back in with 2 plates heaped with food. Rupert regained his composure first and snapped his mouth closed with a clack. My tummy gave a loud gurgle. "Excuse me," I said, as my ears turned pink with embarrassment. I looked at the size of the plate she'd set down in front of me. "Mum, that's huge."
"That's what she said,"
Grant snickered to Jules. Julian elbowed him sharply in the ribs. Mum frowned a warning and they settled down. "You told Rupert you were ravenous, dear. Dive right in. Can't have you wandering around hungry." She paused and pursed her lips. "Forgive me," she said to Krieg. "I know that ogres have some rules on food and drink, but I don't know them. Is there anything I can do to assist you in that regard?" He smiled warmly at her.
"My thanks for your consideration, Mrs. Wise, but such rules only extend within the den. When I'm out and about, things are a little looser."
Julian let out a strangled noise. He was not looser at having ogre royalty in Mum's front room. The plates were piled high with bread, cheeses, hams, pickles, and a small side salad. Mine was overflowing, but I was game. I started constructing a huge sandwich before realizing that the room was totally, and weirdly, silent. I looked up. Everyone was still looking at Krieg. "He's just a man. Get over it," I snapped, as my restraint finally snapped.
"He's not just a man," Rupert murmured, "and you know it."
"Gosh, well..." Mum was flustered, but at that point she was the only one who didn't know who Krieg really was. She thought Rupert was just being a bit weird about having an ogre guest. She smiled brightly. "Well, I expect those horns come in handy for gouging enemies and such." I groaned. "Oh, Mum, that doesn't help."
"They're tusks, actually, rather than horn. They're made of enamel."
Krieg's lips twitched.
"And I hardly ever use my tusks in combat," he admitted. "Weapons are easier. Besides, it's a pain to get the entrails out of my hair."
Mum blinked rapidly, then nodded, as if that made perfect sense. Silence fell again. I crunched some cucumber as loudly as I could. "You're so gross," Rupert huffed. "Not as gross as your feet," I shot back. "Actually, there's no much nicer since I took him to my beauty salon," Ava said serenely. I snickered. "You got Rupe to have a pedi." Rupert squared his shoulders and looked down his nose at me. "Takes a real man to have a pedicure." "Plus," Ava added guilelessly, "his sharp toenails kept scraping me when he put his cold feet on me in bed."
"We get pedicures,"
Grant blurted. Julian nodded. All eyes stood to Krieg. He paused mid-bite.
"I have never had a pedicure."
"You just, use a sword?" Rupert asked. Krieg grinned unexpectedly.
"I file my nails."
"Right. Sure." As always, Mum had set a Dr. Pepper in front of me. Lord knows I needed the caffeine. I cracked open the can and slurped a sip. Julian and Rupert started talking about the weather loudly, making their own conversation whilst we ate. I gave a hum of pleasure at my second sip of Dr. P and wriggled in my chair, only half a second away from a happy dance. I said Krieg a look. "You don't know what you're missing."
"I'm beginning to get an idea," he murmured.
"You sure you don't want?" I offered him the can. His eyes darkened with something I didn't want to name.
"Oh, I want."
He trailed off and gave me a wry smile.
"But not here."
I swallowed. Hard.
I was pretty sure we weren't talking about Dr. Pepper anymore. I couldn't deny it anymore. Houston, we had definite flirtation.
Chapter 13. After Krieg and I had eaten our fill, Mum made tea with milk for me and black coffee for Krieg. So, I said, as I held my steaming cup and eyeballed Rube and Ava, do either of you remember anything else from last night? Stacy? Mum started reprovingly.
Oh, it's fine,
Rupert insisted.
It's why she's here.
I blinked. It's not the only reason I'm here, I objected. He frowned.
What other reason is there?
I was hungry, I said blandly. When Mum shot me a glare, I sighed and relented. I was checking on you, dummy. It's not every day someone finds a dead body.
It is for you.
Yeah, but that's different. It's my job. It's not every day. Maybe once or twice a week. Rupert gave me a half smile.
Oh, you care about me.
I rolled my eyes. Well, not that much. Rupert's smile widened, but then faded as he turned his mind to the business of murder and corpses.
I've been racking my brains, really I have, but I can't remember anything I haven't already told you.
Ava interjected. I've been thinking too. I definitely saw Helga at the start of the fireworks, and I remember thinking that maybe she'd been drinking on the job. She was staggering a bit. Her frown deepened. I think she was leaning on someone, a taller guy, but I couldn't see who he was. I don't remember seeing her after that. I felt a fizz of excitement. This was new. Helga had been over 6 feet tall, so if the man she'd been leaning on was taller, that certainly narrowed the suspect field. How much taller was he? She frowned. I don't recall. Sorry, I just remember he was taller than her. Damn. Was the other guy in a suit or a tux? Ava shook her head slowly. No, I assumed he was starved because he was dressed casually. I think he was wearing a hoodie, but the hood was up and I couldn't see his face. Like I said, he was tall.
And she was staggering, Krieg pressed.
Not loads, just like, I saw her stumble. She wrung her hands. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it earlier. Was that tall guy her killer? She asked anxiously. If I'd said something at the time, gone over and checked on her.
You couldn't have known, Rupert said instantly. How often do you see someone staggering at a party after too much drink? All the time. You didn't give it second thought because it's normal. Don't go down the shoulda, woulda, coulda route, baby. It won't do anything but upset you. I agree, Krieg grumbled. Don't blame yourself. Her death is firmly at the hands of her killer.
But Ava was right. A hooded man walking away with a staggering Helga. She'd seen the killer all right. And now we had a little more to go on. The new lead revitalized me almost as much as the food and drink. Thank you, Ava. This'll really help. The ME will give us a more precise time of death, but I think it'll be around then. In all the statements, no one mentioned seeing Helga after the fireworks. I leaned forward. Do you recall anyone being missing during or after the fireworks? We'd asked Louisa the same question, but she hadn't been able to pinpoint anyone in particular. It would have been all too easy for one of the male guests to chuck on a hoodie, though I hadn't seen one in the bins. Then again, neither had I found the murder weapon, or the severed finger. Quintos was pretty tall, and so were Katz and Squiggins. One of the vampires I'd spoken to had been tall too. There would be other tall guests, ones that I hadn't interviewed personally. Rupert shrugged. I didn't know the guests well enough to know if someone was missing. I looked at Ava. She knew the scene. She pressed her lips together for a moment. This is awkward, she said finally. I know all these people, most of them really well. I can't believe any of them would be the killer. It must be someone that wandered in. Either way, a young woman is dead, I said softly. Loki let out a trilling noise and flew to Ava's shoulder. He nuzzled her neck, and she gave his breast an absent-minded stroke. Be yourself, he advised. Everyone else taken. I stared. Had my bird just quoted Oscar Wilde? Ava sighed, then straightened, and nodded decisively. You're right. Even if I'm ostracized, it's still the right thing to do. I can anonymize your name in my report, I offered. No one has to know that you were my source. She brightened. Oh, that would be great. Okay, well, being a siren, sometimes I'm a little more attuned to the room. I noticed the energy shift just before the fireworks. There was definitely a strong feeling of anticipation and excitement. When we went outside, I didn't see Verona or her companion Ludwig. The other 3 vampires were together, so I noted they were missing. And Louisa Carnforth was off somewhere, probably canoodling with someone, but I didn't see with whom. Possibly Squigsy, but maybe Cats. I saw his eyes on her a few times.
Did you see Squigsy, Cats, or Montague during or immediately after the fireworks?
Krieg asked. He had good instincts. My eyes were on them too. Ava shook her glossy head. Not that I recall. And after the fireworks, Roop and I only went inside for a short while before we went into the gardens to... She looked at my mum. Get some fresh air, she finished lamely. A slight blush graced her sharp cheekbones. Mum snorted. I was young once. Frank and I used to get fresh air regularly. Her tone was a little wistful, and my heart twinged. Mum, Rupert groaned. Even though she was sitting down, Mum put her hands on her hips. What? Sex is a healthy part of any relationship. Rupert let his head hit the table. I thought we were talking about fresh air, I interjected firmly. Mum smiled. Oh, it was a metaphor for sex, dear. I couldn't stop the smile. Oh, really? I said blandly, like I hadn't known. I looked at Ava. So, you and my brother went out to bang, and then... Ava grimaced. And then we found Helga, so... we didn't.
You didn't see anybody else on your way out? Krieg asked. No one else enjoying the fresh air?
The gardens are large, with dense foliage and lots of nooks and crannies. Honestly, there could have been a whole orchestra in there and we wouldn't have known. Was anyone else missing? I pressed. Ava tapped a manicured finger against her lips as she thought. I didn't see Quintos at the fireworks, she admitted finally. That's surprising because they were a big part of his show. Costumes, dancers, peacocks, and the fireworks, with a culmination. They went on for nearly 15 minutes, maybe only 10. It felt like quite a few people were missing from them. She shrugged. I guess they were still inside drinking. Not everyone cares for fireworks. I'm not a huge fan myself. And they had a ton of those ones that scream. She shuddered delicately. Thanks, Ava. That's really helpful. I smiled warmly. Ava had given us more than we'd come with. I'd be taking another look at Louisa Carnforth and Quintos. And there was something off about the gang of boys that had definitely set my radar tingling. And we needed to speak to Verona and Ludwig. My fingers found my dad's old pocket watch in my pocket, and I turned it over and over, tracing the smooth metal like it might give me answers. The way the scene had been set up had felt almost ritualistic. The torches at the points of a pentagram, the way the blood from Helga's broken nose had been attended to as if it ruined the aesthetics. And yet there'd been no sign that the blood had been collected. That ruled out a lot of dark witchery, and the pools of blood around Helga made it unlikely the killer had been a vampire. No, not a dark witch or a vamp. Cats, Squiggins, and Montague were high on my list of suspects. Helga had been their bodyguard. She just wandered off and they hadn't done anything about it. Didn't complain and stamp their feet like the spoiled brats they were. They'd paid for a service, and they would have expected her to complete it. But what was holding me up was motive. Why would Squiggins kill his own bodyguard? It made no sense unless Helga had failed him in some way. Was stopping his assault on Louisa enough of an infraction to kill her? I'd heard tales that some clients expected some complete service that their ogre bodyguards weren't allowed to sleep or have pee breaks. If that was the level of service they'd been expecting, then no way in hell would they have expected Helga wandering off. Unless they knew exactly where she'd wandered off to. Yes, the boys were definitely on my radar.
Penny for your thoughts,
Krieg whispered. I smiled back grimly. I'm thinking about murder. He returned my smile, but there was nothing humorous about it.
Funny. Me too.
I shot him a wry look. I'm thinking about finding the murderers, not carrying out another one.
Ah, well then. It's good to have some differences between us, isn't it? Variety is the spice of life.
I shook my head, though I couldn't suppress a small smile pulling at my lips. The truth is that justice is rough and ready at best, violent and deadly at worst. I was at one end of the scale and Krieg was at the other. But either way, we both served her. Chapter 14. I excused myself from the table and stepped outside to ring Sharon, the ME's secretary. She grudgingly agreed that Kate would be free at 3 p.m. It was now 2:30 p.m, so we needed to get our skates on. I popped my head into the dining room. Krieg, we have to roll. The medical examiner will see us now. Krieg, my mum repeated faintly. Her jaw dropped as she stared at the man she now realized was the High King of the Ogres. He stood up and took her hand, bowed low and gently kissed it.
Robbie,
he corrected. Then he released her hand and followed me out, leaving Mum gawping after him. Loki flew to my shoulder to hitch a ride. Lazy-ass bird. What's your deal? I asked Krieg as we slid into the car.
Deal,
Loki squawked firmly. He flew from my shoulder to the rear seat headrest, which I was already beginning to think of as his spot within the car.
with regards to,
My mum, you were being charming. Stop it. He grinned.
better to tell the sun to stop rising.
I snorted. Charming is not anything anyone says about you. Deadly, clever, cunning, all of those. Charming doesn't make the list. He slid me a pointed look.
Do you think the people who say that know me?
I was momentarily stumped. No, I said finally. Probably not.
Then why don't you try and get to know me rather than my reputation, which evidently you're already familiar with?
He seemed a little annoyed. But why? I was genuinely confused. Why on earth did the High King of the Ogres want me to get to know him? Okay, so it seemed like we had a little chemistry, but everything I knew about ogre culture said he was supposed to find his true mate, and his true mate had to be an ogre. He could enjoy flirting with me until the phoenix roosted, but nothing would ever come of it. Plus, my 658-day dry spell probably showed that I didn't do casual sex. I dated Sam, another Soko, for 4 months, and taken him home to meet my family, but we still hadn't had sex. With hindsight, that may have been the reason he dumped me. I took going slow to a whole new glacial level, but with my powers as dangerous as they were, I had to be sure. Sex lowered my shields, and if I shagged the wrong person, well, evidently Sam hadn't been willing to wait. Much as that still stung, I guess it showed he wasn't the right person for me.
I'll tell you a story one day about a witch and a potion.
Krieg started. Which witch? Which potion? I demanded.
One day,
he repeated, amused at my impatience.
Why are you so perplexed that someone would want to get to know you?
I frowned. I'm just an inspector of the connection.
That's your job, it's not who you are. Just like my job is being the High King of the Ogres, but it doesn't define me.
Well, it kind of does, I argued. Your job isn't one you can change. My understanding is that it's a role for life. Someone challenges you or you rule until you die, right?
Right.
So it's not like someone being a chef and then deciding to be a bus driver. Careers like yours and mine, they're not so easily discarded.
Maybe not, but we are more than our careers. And I want to know more about you than how many pips you have on your epaulette.
You want to know more about me? I said slowly.
Yes.
His eyes were on the road, not on me.
I want to know more about you.
Loki gave a chuffing laugh. Pig dog stupid. Krieg let out a low growl. I met Loki's eyes in the rearview mirror.
Pig dog smart. Have some respect.
I sighed. Can you not call me pig dog? I'd rather it didn't catch on. Krieg winced.
I'm sorry, just using the bird's language. I obviously don't think of you as any sort of dog, pig, or animal.
He waited a beat. Then he sighed.
Oh, I've lost ground with that, haven't I?
He looked at the Caladrius again in the rearview mirror.
Stupid bird.
Loki puffed up his chest.
Rah, stupid ogre,
he replied sassily, stalking around the back seat, chest puffed out as much as he could manage.
I, Krieg, he parroted. I so important. Rah.
He snorted derisively. Krieg looked at me.
How attached are you to the bird?
I grinned. You know what? He's really starting to grow on me. Loki preened. Krieg sighed.
Shame.
We parked outside the ME's office and strode inside. Sharon was manning the reception desk, which was overflowing with plants. I had no idea how the green-skinned dryad had come to be working in the medical examiner's office, but she made the place look like a damned greenhouse. The waiting area was overflowing with bright and cheerful flowers, as if she could beat away the smell of death and disinfectant with the pungent aroma of peonies. Instead, the fresh sweet smell mixed with the underlying scent of death and defecation turned my stomach every time I went there. You better stay here, I said to Loki. Nice as she is, even Kate won't let me bring a bird into her room. It's kept sterile for a reason.
"I clean,"
Loki complained, clearly affronted. Nevertheless, he went and sat on a bonsai tree and turned his back on me to let me know he was pissed off at being left behind. I approached the desk. The aging receptionist had her dark, silver-streaked hair tied back in a neat bun and small glasses balanced on her nose. She wore a dark blue suit dress that complemented her forest green skin. "Dr. Potter's expecting you," she said with a disdainful sniff. "Go on back." "Thanks so much," I smiled. I would kill her with kindness. It was the last thing I did. One day I would win her over. I took point and led Krieg through the mortuary to the post-mortem room. The deeper we went, the more the scent of flowers faded, until only chemicals and death remained. I preferred it. It was less cloying, more real. I knocked once on the metal door before swinging it open. Kate gave me a huge smile, as she always did. A smile came as naturally to her lips as a frown came to my forehead. Today her abundant curly red hair was tied back out of the way, and her glasses were perched on her delicate nose. "Stacy!" she greeted me warmly. "Thanks for fitting me in." "I think that's my line," I said wryly. "You're as busy as me. Busier, I'd wager." I doubted it. As if being an ME were not enough. In her spare time, Kate volunteered at the children's ward at the hospital and was the fellowship director for the pediatric doctors. I had no idea how or why she made the sideways step to become an ME, though I suspected there was a story there. As far as I could tell, she was literally a saint. Although she was knocking on 50, she worked as hard as ever. And she lived hard, too. She frequently enjoyed champagne nights with her sister Beth and their pack of dogs. She invited me over for a drink a number of times, but our schedules had yet to align. Kate often worked extra night shifts at the hospital, balancing both jobs with the skill of a tightrope walker. "This is High King Krieg." She'd met him at the scene, but they hadn't been formally introduced. And ogres were all about the formality. "Of course," she said calmly. She touched a hand to her heart. "My honor to meet you properly, Your Excellence." She bowed low. Krieg inclined his head in response, but his eyes were already on Helga, lying on a metal trolley surrounded by battery-power candles. Kate followed his gaze. "So that she wasn't in the dark," she murmured. "Thank you," he said tightly. Kate's smile was more reserved now, her eyes sympathetic. "You're welcome." "What can you tell us?" he demanded. The blade used on her was clean, sharp, 7 inches in length, and designed to penetrate the vital organs. The stabbings may look random, but each strike was deliberate. I'd say the blade was military issue, something like the Fairbairn Sykes commando knife. No serrated edge, no bells and whistles. With the precision of the strikes, I'd say that the killer was a professional. She paused. Or a surgeon. Either way, they knew precisely where to stab to cause the maximum amount of damage. This wasn't an amateur. Helga's death wasn't protracted, but a matter of a minute or two, maybe even less. The broken nose was done peri-mortem. "And the finger? Was she still alive when her finger was cut off?" Krieg growled. "Not necessarily. It could have been removed immediately after death." "Time of death?" I asked crisply. As you know, these things are never precise, but I took her liver temperature and I'm going to say between 12:15 a.m. and 12:30 a.m. She was found at around 12:30 a.m. and was pronounced dead. Her death was swift, so it's likely to have taken place shortly before she was found. She was killed during the fireworks display in case she screamed. I mused. Kate licked her red-painted lips and hesitated. That leads me to the next thing I found. There were traces of a potion called Imbarum in her system. I blew out a low breath. Imbarum was the product of some very sick minds. Rare and incredibly expensive. It was a very dark potion and required blood magic to work. The Connection potion experts were certain that a death sacrifice was required to create it. People were murdered to make it, and others were murdered with it. It was a foul concoction all round. Imbarum's purpose was to rapidly immobilize its victim whilst keeping them conscious. No matter the level of pain they suffered, they wouldn't pass out. It was a highly illegal torture potion, and that made me frown. If Kate was right, which she pretty much always was, then Helga's death had been quick and precise. Why give her a torture potion and not torture her? There were other potions, other magic that could immobilize someone. Whatever the reason, we had a problem, because no one would talk to an officer of the connection about Imbarum. You've heard of it? Kate asked. I nodded and recited what I knew. Next to me, Krieg's huge fists were opening and closing rhythmically, and his nostrils were flared. I reached out to offer comfort, but hesitated. His hands froze, and I completed the touch, lightly squeezing his forearm. I'm sorry, I murmured. And I was. Helga didn't deserve to be forced to stay conscious as she died. No one did. Chapter 15. As we left Kate's office with Loki in tow, I texted Channing. Pull out the reports on Verona and Ludwig, please. Moments later, they landed in my inbox. Channing was beginning to grow on me. I was used to working alone, but my caseload was so overloaded that Thackeray had insisted I take on a partner. I'd been annoyed at the time, but maybe Channing had a use after all. If nothing else, he was saving me time. In Laura's absence, I had to do all my own typing, and I despise paperwork. The field was the place for me. After a few moments of huffy silence, Loki said, What find? Feeling a shade ridiculous, I filled in the bird on the autopsy results. Need which? He suggested. For a potion. He wasn't wrong. I hoped that the use of the rare potion would give us a solid lead to tug on. I pulled out my phone and texted my friend Cassandra, the Witch Symposium member whom I trusted completely. Maybe she could make inquiries on my behalf. Hey Cass, how are you? I caught a case, deadly one. Imbarum was used. Can you make discreet inquiries about who's selling it? Looking carefully at Krieg and checking he couldn't see my phone, I also messaged Channing. Look into an ogre called Einar. He was dating Helga. Let me know what you find. Have we heard from Jiho? Re Helga's phone? He responded immediately. I chased Jiho. He's still trying to unlock it. I'll look into Einar and report back. I wasn't sure whether his speed in getting back to me showed that he was sharp, or he was bored out of his mind and playing on his phone. I replied with an approximate address for Einar based on the location of the ogre's den, then pulled up the reports on the vamps, Verona and Ludwig. I read them quickly. Verona claimed to be outside during the fireworks, and Ludwig had said he'd stayed inside at the bar. I trusted Ava and her recollections, but there'd been a lot of guests that night. Just because she hadn't seen Verona outside and Verona had said she was outside didn't mean Verona was lying. In such a large crowd, it would be easy to miss someone, and besides, vampires could lurk unseen in the shadows. Still, I definitely wanted to speak to Verona and look her in the eyes to assess if she was being truthful. Verona and Ludwig both worked for Lord Voldorus in Liverpool. It would take us 45 minutes to reach them, but it would be worth it to question them in person. It was so much harder to detect a lie over the phone unless you were a truth seeker, which I was not. I dialed Lord Voldorus. I knew he'd recognize my number because he called it often enough. Fellow Inspector Elvira Garcia often worked out of Liverpool, but if she wasn't available, he'd reach out to me and I'd always helped him out, even if it didn't make its way into a formal report. I worked hard to cultivate our good relationship. He'd take my call. Moments later, he proved me right. Yes? He answered impatiently. I identified myself out of politeness. Inspector Wise of the Connection, sir. I need to speak with two of your personnel who were in the vicinity of a murder last night. Who? Your receptionist Verona and Ludwig, who I believe works in security? There was a pause and some clicking on a computer. They're both in the building. I'll make sure they're available to meet with you, Inspector. Thank you, sir. I'll come within the hour. I appreciate your cooperation. I really did. Lord Voldorus was a new symposium member for the vampires, and he could have thrown his weight around, made me go through slower channels to get to his people. Clearly the help I'd given him was weighing in my favour. We're on the same team, Wise, Lord Voldorus said wryly, and hung up. I pocketed my phone and turned to Krieg. I'm heading to GV Law in Liverpool. It's a law firm owned by... I know who owns it, Krieg interrupted. Lord Voldorus, the symposium member. Like the dragon shifters, ogres weren't part of the symposium. I figured that was mostly because anti-creature sentiment was rife there, as well as in the connection. Unfortunately, that meant that there was no one on the symposium to try and protect their rights. The ogres had written off the connection, and it, in turn, had written them off. It was a vicious circle, so nothing ever improved. Get in, Krieg said as he unlocked the door.
I'll drive you.
He seemed determined to ride shotgun on this case, and I didn't have the political clout to dissuade him. And anyway, I didn't have my car with me, so I simply climbed in. Loki flew in and settled on his headrest at the back. Thanks, I said evenly. So far, Krieg's presence hadn't inhibited my work, and having a driver was handy. Besides, his presence might be helpful with the interview. I had no doubt he had intimidation down to an art form. Voldera said Verona and Ludwig are in the office today, and we're okay to interview them. I clicked on my seatbelt as Krieg started the car. His eyebrow twitched in a minute movement, which was all that betrayed that he was surprised.
Accommodating of him.
Not everyone is an arsehole.
No,
he agreed,
but most people are.
I shot him a sideways glance. Your world must be a dark place.
And yours isn't.
He sounded surprised. I considered the question for a moment. No, it's not. I see dark things, but most people are aiming for good. Sometimes they miss, but most of them are only trying to do the right thing. It's just that definitions vary. Their definition of the right thing isn't necessarily the same as yours or mine.
And killing Helga?
I said most people aim for good. Every society has its bad apples, and it's my job to weed them out, one way or another. The connection wholly endorsed, if not encouraged, the use of deadly force in the pursuit of justice. In a world full of deadly magical beings, it had to be the deadliest. The inspectors had a Latin slogan, Pro iustitia non dubitamus, which meant, for justice, we do not hesitate. In other words, lop heads off first and ask questions later. That attitude had been embraced by some of my predecessors, like Inspector Stone. He had been the connection's bogeyman. Anytime they'd need a deadly result, they'd sent him. But now that he was MIA, the rest of us were getting pressure from on high to make sure that the other realm didn't think that his absence had weakened us. We were actively encouraged to use lethal force when possible. Paperwork, jails, appeals, all of that was a hassle the connection would prefer to avoid, and petty crime was mainly dealt with in-house by the various magical factions. We were the worst type of police force, but I hope that, eventually, by being a part of the problem, I could one day become a part of the solution.
And what are we going to do when we find this bad apple?
Krieg's tone held no censure, only genuine curiosity. We'll bring them to justice.
But what does that mean? He pressed. What is justice for you?
Well, it isn't a one-size-fits-all situation. When we find the killer and we know why they did it, we'll know how to deal with them. Some killers, the ones who wouldn't stop and who would thrive in prison, I would put down without hesitation. For others, the confinement of prison would be a worse punishment than death, so I processed those and locked them away for a very long time. Not everyone deserved death. Some deserved to suffer. The other didn't give you a jury of your peers. There was no day in court in front of an impartial judge. Justice started and ended with me. But for my own sake, I had to know I was doing things right. I approached every case as if I would arrest the perpetrator and gather ironclad evidence to strengthen my case. I couldn't work and live amongst my human police counterparts and do less than that. And because my justice could be deadly, I had to be sure it was meted out to the right person. For my own sanity.
You fascinate me,
Krieg murmured.
You and your idea of situational justice.
Before I could reply, he pulled out his phone and set the handset down, so I could see who he was calling. Amber Delia. Then he hit speakerphone. I guessed that, like me, he had his own witch contacts. I've met Amber briefly, but she wasn't someone I was warm and fuzzy with, like Cass, and Amber certainly didn't owe me any favours. Still, I could see the value of having Krieg and his contacts by my side on this. Amber Delia was the newly appointed crone and presided over the Coven Council. Like him, she was a mover and shaker. She would get results, and probably faster than Cass could. Yes. Amber answered the phone brusquely.
In barroom,
Krieg said, meeting her brusqueness and raising her with some extra brevity. What of it?
Where do I get it?
You don't.
Someone used it on one of my ogres.
She huffed a breath. That's a problem. Are they okay?
No.
There was a beat of silence. I'm sorry. Her tone was far softer than I'd ever heard it before.
Then help me find her killer, Mr. Lear.
She sighed. You're making my life difficult, Krieg.
Yet you are living it.
His tone held some significance, as if he had affected her fate in some way. There was a beat of silence. Called off the contract that was on my head, but you still let me stroll into a gathering of evil witches, she said accusingly.
But you knew full well it was a gathering of evil witches, did you not?
She hissed. So?
You are the mistress of your own fate, crone. You knew there was a gathering of evil witches, but you still went in. It was not for me to tell you it was a bad idea.
Krieg sounded amused.
You have Bastion for that.
Your ogres were providing the witches with security, she shot back, anger ripping through her voice.
Indeed.
He paused for a moment.
And yet, you got in and out without a problem, did you not?
Huh, Amber said, as she realized that he had facilitated her ingress into whatever the heck they were talking about.
Indeed.
Krieg was back to being amused. Amber sighed. I'll look into the in-bar room. I'll let you know what I find. She hung up. I looked at Krieg. I don't think she likes you. He gave a small smile.
I think she's rather fond of me, actually.
I snorted. Do you have any proper friends? Besides Hanlon?
Hanlon isn't my friend. Do you have any proper friends, Inspector Wise?
It didn't escape my notice that he hadn't answered my question. Friends? What friends did I have? Kate, I blurted, thinking of the ME we just left.
She's a work colleague.
I folded my arms. She's invited me to drink champagne with her and her sister.
Have you taken her up on it?
Well, no.
Well then.
I'm friends with Cass and Stevie, I insisted, naming the two witches I'd gone to school with but hadn't seen socially in entirely too long.
I look forward to meeting them.
His expression suggested he thought they were imaginary friends, rather than real ones. I grimaced. I look forward to seeing the girls too, but Stevie was going to yell at me for neglecting them. Luckily, dead bodies were a great excuse for letting things slide. The girls would forgive me. They always did. They understood we all had busy lives and other priorities. Theirs was their coven, and mine was the dead. And right now, my priority was serving Helga in the best way I could, by finding her killer. Chapter 16. To my surprise, when we parked in GV Law's car park, Krieg donned some sort of leather tunic, then removed a lethal-looking mace from the boot of the car. When he caught sight of my expression, he explained,
They expect it,
as he looped a heavy truncheon through a belt at his waist. They expect you to walk around carrying a mace?
Yes.
He carried it by the handle with the head resting against his shoulder. He made it seem effortless, like it didn't weigh a ton, but the weapon was solid metal from the shaft right up to the murderous spiked head. That has to be heavy, I commented. He held it out to me and I braced myself and took it. Even braced as I was, my muscles shook as I struggled to hold it up, and it took every inch of my strength not to drop it. Krieg removed it from my grasp a moment later, before I could do something embarrassing, like drop it on my toe. Loki cackled with laughter.
Ah, puny pig dog.
I ignored the bird, and narrowed my eyes at Krieg. You could have just said, yes, Stacey, that's fucking heavy, I complained. He grinned.
Most people learn better through doing.
I rubbed my arms. Sometimes I'm okay with just being told something. His grin widened.
No, you're not.
I put my hands on my hips and bristled, then realized I was absolutely proving him right. He laughed again.
Come on, Inspector Wise. Let's go and smash some vamps.
I set him a glance. Just so you know, in some local vernacular, smash means fuck.
He stumbled. I meant kill, he added hastily.
It was my turn to grin. Oh, I know. I'm just letting you know so you don't strut around Liverpool threatening to smash everyone.
Brings a whole new meaning to Hulk smash,
he murmured, which made me snicker despite myself. When we got into the building, Verona was sitting behind a sleek black reception desk. I knew it was Verona because she matched the description Channing had given of her, which was another point in his favour. She was also wearing a name badge, which was A bit of a giveaway. She was dressed in black leather trousers, a black corset, and a leather jacket. Her white blonde hair was pulled into a long plait, and her stunning blue eyes were ice cold as we approached. She looked like BDSM Barbie. Since she was going for unfriendly, I met her vibe. Inspector Wise, Hiking Krieg, I snapped. Where can we go to talk? Her mouth twisted in a moue of distaste. The boss wants to sit in. Go into his office. Ludwig's already in there. Excellent. And because she hadn't offered, I added, a cup of tea. Milk. Her azure eyes narrowed further, but she nodded. You? She said bluntly to Krieg. Coffee. Black. I swept into the office without looking back. It was light and airy, with windows on 3 sides, and its sparse furnishings had a cool, minimalist elegance. There was a large rug on the floor, a few plants on either side of the mahogany desk, and 2 chairs in front of it. And that was it. All that space and nothing to fill it. It felt like Voldorus was bragging that he had money to burn. Real estate in this section of town was very pricey. The man sitting behind the desk was Voldorus. Like all vampires, he could choose how old he looked, and evidently he was currently trying out Silver Fox. His dark hair glittered with the odd silver strand, and his eyes were a bright, piercing blue. Charisma and strength rolled off him. He was clearly a born leader, or perhaps a turned one. The other man was pacing in front of one of the windows, and there was nothing imposing about him. For all his height, square jaw and sandy blonde hair, his shoulders were bowed like he was trying to make himself as small as possible. An impossible feat for such a large man. He had to be at least 6'8". His height set alarm bells ringing. A vampire as large and strong as him could surely have carried a stumbling Helga outside, just as Ava had described. Ludwig? I asked. He started nervously and then froze. Yes, that's me. I smiled to set him at ease, at least for now. I was going for good cop to start with. I had no doubt that Krieg would step into the bad cop role if we needed it, or even if we didn't. Hi, Ludwig, I said warmly. I'm Inspector Stacey Wise. It's nice to meet you. I made a show of taking out my PMB. What's your full name? Ludwig Huber. He inched closer to Voldorus, as if the seated vampire would protect him. Interesting surname. Where are your family from originally? I asked. Ludwig relaxed a little. Austria, but it's been a few centuries since I was there. You still have the accent, though, and I can't shake it, he admitted with a shy smile. You went to Quintos' masquerade ball with Verona. Yes, we're friends. His smile widened. She asked me to go with her as backup to be her wingman. And had you met Helga Jonsson before? No, I didn't meet her at the party either, but I saw her. And how did she look? Bored. She was bodyguarding Thomas Squiggins, but nobody would dream of threatening him anyway, not with his dad and all. And his dad is? Ludwig's eyebrows shot up. Well. He paused dramatically. It's Marcus Squiggins, of course. When my face stayed blank, he elaborated. The owner of the Nocturn Circle? An invitation-only gentlemen's club, Krieg murmured to me. Women are allowed to attend, Ludwig interjected, but they have to accompany one of the male members. How forward-thinking of them, I muttered. Positively progressive. Looking confused, Ludwig squinted at me. She's being sarcastic, Voldorus explained to him. Aha! I pressed on. Did you see what happened to Helga? No, but I saw her laying into Squiggins when he got too handsy with Louisa. He brightened. I like Louisa. She's often at Nocturne. Well, she's fun. I wasn't sure the word fun captured her boisterous spirit. She was a spitfire. Inviting the High King of the Ogres to your father's human-centric charity gala was a little more than fun. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say she would try almost anything to get Daddy's attention. But you didn't see anything else happen to Helga? No. Ludwig shook his head. I stayed inside at the bar. Verona told me to. She didn't want you to go outside with her for the fireworks. She said they would bother me. His tone was matter of fact. Ludwig seemed sweet and more than a little obtuse. Would they have bothered you? I asked. Probably. I don't like loud noises. I watched from inside, but even so, I didn't like them much. Did everyone come back inside after the fireworks? Most. He shrugged. Some people sneaked off for some fucking. I blinked at his bluntness. Did Verona? I don't know, he said guilelessly. I was having sex with one of the waitresses in one of the side rooms. Turns out she was a fanger. He looked pleased. I suppressed a grimace. A fanger was a vampire groupie who got off on serving vampires in a multitude of ways. Did you see anyone else pair off? Your brother was with Ava Gray. I kept my face blank with effort. I'm aware. Anyone else? Who was Verona with? He shrugged. She was there to make nice with Mr. Quintos, so mostly she was focused on him. But he wasn't at the fireworks, was he? I don't know, but I know he wasn't inside at the bar. He could have been shagging someone somewhere else, I guess. He seemed unwilling to entertain the idea that anyone would sneak off for some privacy without some fuckery and frolicking involved. Have you got any more questions, Inspector? Voldris interrupted. He was a lawyer, and he knew I had nothing on Ludwig. I also believed Ludwig. He wasn't smart enough to lie. Nothing else. I nodded. Thank you for your time, Ludwig. Please send in Verona. Ludwig was visibly relieved and all but ran to the exit. When the door closed behind him, Voldris turned to me and steepled his fingers. It is worth confirming that I instructed Verona to get close to Quintos. His company has been working on synthetic blood for vampires. When he finally cracks the formula, it will be a momentous development. And you want to be on his good side? Voldris smiled in a way that wasn't very pleasant. No, I wanted to have blackmail material on him. He has a less than sterling reputation, and I need some weapons in my arsenal before I even think of doing business with him. The blood could become a game changer for us, but not if Quintos tries to charge us an arm and a leg. I need something to force him to be reasonable when all he can see are pound signs. Before I could respond, the door opened, and in strode dominatrix Barbie carrying a tray of drinks. Do you not know how to knock? I shot at her, still leaning into the bad cop vibe since that was what she seemed to expect, and would, hopefully, respect. Verona ignored me. She set the tray down in front of Voldris, doctored his tea, passed it to him, then stood on his right, leaving us to help ourselves. She was obviously his right-hand man. Woman. Lord Voldris was just explaining that he ordered you to get close to Quintos to any means necessary, Krieg stated. Surprise flickered across her face before she smoothed it away. A little harmless flirtation. And did you achieve your objective? Krieg pressed. She hesitated, and her eyes slid to Voldris. He gave a rueful nod. I am bound by an oath of silence, she said finally. I grimaced. She was bound by a magical oath, and if she broke it, her life would be forfeit. You saw who killed Helga, Krieg growled. I can't answer that. You saw who killed Helga, and they wrangled a vow from you to hold your silence, Krieg deduced. I picked up my tea and sipped it. And since you were there to get close to Quintos, it seems likely that the only one for whom you'd swear a vow is him. To get close to him, to get the blackmail material. Voldris sighed. I suspect she may have had the material already, but if she speaks or communicates about it in any way, she will die. He turned to her, and we can't have that. His tone was heavy. You can't answer, but your body language can, I said to Verona. Did Quintos stab her? Before she could stop herself, she jerked her head the tiniest amount to the left, as if she were about to shake her head. She stopped herself instantly, so the movement was minute. But even so, she blew out a shaky breath. You cannot question her further about the death, Voldris snapped. I won't risk losing her to an oath death, Inspector. You may ask her your questions about the party. Nothing more. I grimaced, but nodded obediently. He was a member of the symposium, and I couldn't afford to make an enemy out of him, or I'd find myself working a traffic rotation on the Isle of Skye. I studied the hard-faced blonde. You went outside to watch the fireworks. She hesitated before nodding. She was clearly considering her actions and words carefully, and something in my question had made her hesitant about her answer. You went out to the fireworks for a short time. I amended my question. She nodded more firmly. A source told me that Quintos wasn't at the fireworks. You went outside to the fireworks. Seeing he wasn't there, you tried to track him down. She licked her lips before jerking her head in a nod. And you found him. She nodded again. Quintos was there at Helga's death, but he wasn't the one that stabbed her, I stated. She held herself rigidly still so that no movement could be read as breaking the oath that she'd sworn. But I knew I was right. Inspector Wise, Voldris growled in warning. My apologies. One more question, Verona. Did you kill Helga? Her eyes flew open and her brow furrowed. She opened her mouth to give me an emphatic no, then licked her lips again and swallowed. She wasn't sure if protesting her innocence would condemn her under the oath she'd sworn. Interesting. After the murder, you were heard saying good riddance. Why? Next to me, Krieg growled. Verona pressed closer to Voldris, much like Ludwig had done. I meant no disrespect, she said hastily to Krieg. I was trying to blend into the surroundings and not bring attention to myself. Oath sworn as I am, I didn't want the killers to take issue with my presence. I hadn't missed the fact that Verona had said Helga's killers, plural. Is there any other comment or hint you can give us about the identity of Helga's murderers? She looked at Voldris for permission, and he nodded slowly. If you think you can assist without compromising your oath and risking yourself, then do so. She tugged on her blonde plait as she thought. Helga wasn't the only ogre I saw at the party, she said finally. I frowned. You saw Krieg afterwards? No, I missed his dramatic entrance. I was one of the first to be interviewed, and I left after that. I looked at Krieg, whose jaw was tight. Verona was inferring that Helga's killer had been another ogre. Ava's comment about the killer being tall rang true, and perhaps he was swaggering around with his hood up to hide his tusks. Something about the suggestion set my brain whirring. Did you see Tom Squiggins at the fireworks? I asked. She shook her head. Not at the fireworks display, she answered carefully. Caspian cats? Another shake. Jameson Montague? She shook her head. No, again. Louisa Carnforth? She didn't answer. Either she didn't know, or Louisa was part of her oath too. If I believed her answers, and I did, then the boys had been lying when they'd said they watched the fireworks display together. And maybe Helga hadn't been the only ogre they'd hired. Chapter 17. Krieg put the mace in the boot of the car, but kept on his leather vest. It was annoyingly sexy. I dug out my phone and saw a message from Channing. Jiho said the phone was a burner. All it had was a text message with the time and address of the party. He traced the number that it came from, and that was from a burner too. Both phones were brought with cash. Dead end. And Einar? I replied. Working on it. He's Krieg's contemporary in his early 40s. He has a less than savoury reputation. Had charges raised and dropped against him on multiple occasions. What type of charges? Battery and assault, including GBH with intent. GBH stood for grievous bodily harm, and was a more serious offence than ABH, actual bodily harm. Channing's text went on. Use of offensive weapons, stalking and harassment, arson. I grimaced. Einar sounded like a keeper. What sweet young Helga was doing dating a man like that, I didn't know. But I could see why Krieg hadn't been thrilled about it. I could also understand why Helga might have used Aaron to hide the budding relationship from her parents. We definitely need to speak to Einar, but Krieg had already confirmed he was out of town on a contract, so we'd have to wait. Krieg and I stayed silent as the car left Voldris's underground car park, and the silence dragged on as we drove. I didn't want to break it because I knew the conversation that followed wouldn't be pleasant. When we weren't too far from Chester, I shattered the quiet with a necessary but invasive question. Can you confirm if Squiggins, Katz, or Montague hired another ogre that night? He grimaced. I've already checked the contract book. Helga's contract wasn't in it. If there was a second ogre, there's no guarantee their contract will be in it either. What about Einar? I asked. His contract is logged. He's in Southampton until it expires on Sunday morning. I grunted. Southampton was as far from here as you could get. But Lacey would be back tomorrow afternoon or evening for questioning. Okay, so Helga's contract isn't on the books, but you said that she wasn't allowed to take contracts of that type yet. Presumably, that's why she didn't log it. Well, it's not as simple as that. The moment an ogre enters into a written or verbal contract, any contract, it appears in the register. It's part of our magic. So, off-the-books contracts like Helga's are incredibly rare, he finished for me. And they involve blood magic to circumvent the register. Very few ogres know how to do it. And you? I asked curiously, studying him. His jaw tightened. What are you asking? I wasn't asking if he'd killed Helga. I'd seen him cradle her body in the flash of raw grief he couldn't contain, and I knew he hadn't harmed her. I kept my tone even. I'm asking if you know how to keep contracts out of the book. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. Obviously. Who else knows? Very few, he repeated evasively. Krieg, someone evidently told Helga how to do it. I waited a beat. Her parents? No. He shook his head firmly. Neither of them has ever done work off the books. Then who has? Only my most trusted, he said tightly. Einar? I asked. No, I don't trust him as far as I could throw him. He paused. I'll ask some questions. I'll drop you home. Get some sleep and I'll pick you up at 8. 8? I asked, mystified. For the Calmforth party. We can pin Quintos down there and question him about what he saw in a relaxed environment, rather than bringing him in. Hopefully he won't be on his guard. Good idea, and it was, but what the hell was I going to wear? If the whole point was to blend in under the radar, I couldn't exactly rock up in my connection uniform. Worryingly, I think Krieg read my expression. I'll send you a dress. I glared. I have my own dresses. The faintest smile touched his lips. Oh, I'm sure, he said mildly. But Louisa Calmforth has already told us that our presence will not be welcomed by the host, her father. We can't afford to get thrown out until we've spoken to Quintos, so everything must be just so. He slid me a look. Besides, it'll give me pleasure to think of you dressed in something I bought you. I looked at him in exasperation. What is that? What is what? I wagged a finger in his direction. The flirting thing. The flirting thing? He sounded amused. I believe you have accurately surmised that my behaviour is flirtatious. Yes, but why? Is it so rare for a male to flirt with you? I blinked. Yes. He chuckled. No, it isn't, Inspector Wise. You are many things, but unobservant isn't one of them. And what am I? I challenged him. Spiky. Clever. Fun. Caring. Spiky? You have cactus energy, he said solemnly. You don't need much, you don't overly care for flowers, and you could definitely hurt someone. I stared at him. I'm not sure if you're being insulting or complimentary. He grinned. The latter. But if you're still not sure whether I'm flirting with you or not, I'll try to be more obvious. If he was any more obvious, my brain, or other parts of me, would implode. I couldn't quite comprehend the fact that the rich, handsome, and indescribably sexy king of the ogres seemed to fancy me. I'm not into casual sex, I blurted. Good. Me neither. Oh, hell, now I had no idea what to say. Luckily, we arrived at my flat. He parked up, and I jumped out of the car like it was on fire. The sound of his laughter, and Loki's, followed me out. I shut the door to my flat with relief while Loki sulkily fluttered around and turned his back on me at every opportunity. I ignored the bird's antics and called Channing to give him the rundown of my interviews with Krieg and the results from Kate's autopsy. She sent her own report across soon, but I asked him to type up a quick summary and forward it to Thackeray, so he'd know we were onto it. I hadn't secured an invite for Channing to the Calmforth's Big Bash, so I didn't tell him about it. I could fill him in after the fact. I told him to finish the report and clock off for the day. I'd barely had 4 hours sleep. If I was going to be sharp for the party later, I needed more. I made myself a sandwich and gave Loki some ham. He took it, but he was still visibly sulking. I sighed. What gives, Bird? What? He snapped. Why are you mad at me? He made a huffing sound and turned his back on me again. I racked my brains, but I was totally coming up empty. Honestly, Loki, give me a clue.
You say friends.
What? I was now totally bemused.
You say friends, but not Loki.
I stared at him. You're mad at me because Krieg asked me who my friends were and I didn't include you on the list. He bobbed his head a little. You call me pig dog, I said a little inanely. Loki ruffled his feathers in agitation. We don't even know each other that well yet, I continued.
You feed ham and leave light on, he said.
I fed him ham, and I left the light on for him at bedtime. It made my heart hurt that those two pathetic things were enough to qualify as friendship in his book. How badly had others treated him that his bar was set so low? You're right, I said slowly. I do. I guess we are friends. Next time I'll make sure you're on the list. Okay. Loki flew to my shoulder and pressed his soft head into my neck. Friend, he murmured. It was definitely only exhaustion that made hot tears spring to my aching eyes. Friend, I agreed. He nuzzled me.
Pig dog,
he murmured. And this time, I smiled. Chapter 18. I just settled into bed for my much-needed power nap when my phone buzzed with a message from Thackeray requesting a rundown. In person. Now. No doubt Quintos was throwing his weight around. With a groan, I threw back the covers and dressed once again in the standard connection black suit and white shirt, with a pin of the 3 triangles of the other on my lapel. I pulled on sensible black ankle boots and went to say goodbye to Loki, but he was snoozing on his perch, so I tiptoed past him. As I approached the door, my extending baton and my keys floated towards me. Thanks, I mumbled quietly to my ghost, put both items in my backpack, and stumbled outside. I walked briskly down Bridge Street, enjoying its black and white Victorian architecture. I marched past the cross and down to the Chester Town Hall police station. Its dark wooden doors had an old blue police lamp over them that always made me smile. I had a photo of my dad standing under that very lamp. The station was winding down after its public opening hours, but Giles was still behind the reception desk packing up for the day. I nodded to him but didn't speak. Tiredness was pressing down on me, and I needed to save my limited remaining energy for Thackeray. I entered the code to be buzzed through a high-security metal door. The day shift had gone, and the night shift was settling in. I nodded to the officers that I knew and liked, and ignored the arseholes. Some people shouldn't have power. Well, that was true everywhere, but it felt worse when a bad apple slipped through the police force's recruitment process. Still, they were blessedly few and far between, and most people just wanted to do good work. I moved through the detectives area, went past my own office, and headed to the stairs that would take me up to the level where the top brass hung out. The detectives in the Homicide and Major Crimes Unit shared an open-plan office. That I had my own office was yet another reason why the rest of my common police unit thought I was related to, or sleeping with, someone important. Still, we couldn't have other matters falling into common hands, so our security dictated that I got my own space. We explained it away by lying that I was part of an elite task force that was need-to-know only. As you'd expect, most of the common police didn't like that, and none of them accepted that they weren't on the need-to-know list. Being the station commander, and a powerful wizard, DSU Thackeray needed to know everything. The 3 admin assistants' desks were empty, so I sailed past them and knocked on his door. "Come in," a gruff voice called. I opened the door. Thackeray looked as tired as I probably did. I had no idea how long he'd been working this shift, and no doubt he dealt with many crimes today, of which my murder case was only one. He ran the whole station, not just the other realm side of it. His piercing blue eyes shone out of his craggy, lined face, but his usually clean-shaven chin bore a hint of a 5 o'clock shadow. His shock of white hair was carefully trimmed into a respectable crew cut, but his uniform was distinctly rumpled. "Sir?" I stood at attention in front of his desk. "Sit, Wise," he ordered, gesturing to a chair. I sat. To the common police force, I was a detective inspector, or a DI. To the connection, I was simply an inspector. to save faffing about with titles, DSU Thackeray tended to call me by my surname. Ordinarily, a DI would coordinate and run a whole team, but the other realm operatives were incredibly short-staffed, so I currently oversaw Channing, and that was it. The rest of the station thought that I worked for MI5, the British intelligence agency, in some mysterious capacity. Thackeray oversaw my other realm work, but he wasn't particularly hands-on. He signed off on my reports, but I rarely saw him. You were only called in to see the brass in their office if you'd done exceptionally well or exceptionally badly. I wasn't quite sure which this visit was. Thackeray turned from his computer to face me. Give me the rundown. Helga Jonsson, a female ogre, 18 years of age, was found at Arley Hall by Mr. Rupert Wise and Miss Ava Gray. A visual inspection showed numerous stab wounds. Mr. Wise touched the deceased on the neck to verify death. Finding no pulse, he contacted me. On my arrival, I secured the scene. Edward Pembroke attended for SOCO and Dr. Kate Potter was the ME. The deceased had a recently broken nose and there was fresh blood around her nostrils. Her left pinky finger had been removed post-mortem. Thackeray let out a heavy breath. Oh, souvenirs are never a good sign. No, sir. Continue. The victim was transported to the mortuary where Dr. Potter identified the weapon that had been used. Military, single-sharp blade, non-serrated. She suggested it was the work of a trained professional, or a surgeon, because although there were 15 stab wounds, each one was aimed at a vital organ. No strikes wasted, he murmured. Indeed, she was also found to have ingested imbarum. Thackeray swore darkly. When he was done colouring the air black and blue, I went on. Although she'd ingested the torture potion, the death itself was relatively swift. Time constraints at the party? He mused. I nodded. Those are my thoughts too, I agreed. She was killed during the fireworks display, which commenced at midnight and lasted between 10 and 15 minutes. Her body was found at 12:30 a.m. All of the people in the immediate vicinity were held and questioned. I've heard about that, he said dryly, drumming his fingers on his mahogany desk. The movers and shakers did not appreciate being shaken down. There's a lot of pressure on this case, Wise, he added pointedly. I'm aware, sir, and I'll get it closed. It's already been confirmed by an oath-bound witness that multiple killers were involved. Fucking oaths, he swore. Can we press it? The woman who is oath-sworn is one of Lord Voldris's people. He made it clear that she's under his protection. Thackeray's face clenched with annoyance. All right, well, don't question her any further. What are your next steps? I'm attending a ball at the invitation of Louisa Carnforth, one of the partygoers at Quintos' event. Many of the same crowd will be there, so I can make inquiries in a more relaxed atmosphere. Without the need for evidence to put before a jury in the other, there was less pressure for it to be gathered under due process. If my witnesses had taken a drink or two to loosen their tongues, it wouldn't be a problem. One ball right after the other, he said in surprise. There's a long-running rivalry between Mr. Carnforth and Mr. Quintos, and they like to hold the events close together so they can have a pissing contest. Miss Carnforth confirmed in an interview that they take turns going first because they think that the second party has an advantage. No doubt, he said dryly. Okay, circulate and question people when they're relaxed. See if someone slips up so we can kill or cage them. Yes, sir. And High King Krieg? He asked pointedly. I winced. He has asked to join my investigation. Under the circumstances, I didn't think it was wise to say no. He snorted. I suspect it would have been deadly, not just unwise. Oh, very well. Keep him in the loop and hopefully you can ingratiate yourself so he'll provide assistance in the future, if we need it. He paused. Play nicely, Wise. He's not a man to make an enemy of. No, sir. All right, good work so far, Wise. Catch our killers, and fast. There's pressure on this one. He repeated the warning. I understood what he wasn't saying. If I didn't find the killer, someone would be framed, and we both knew who it would be. Yes, sir, I repeated, more forcefully. I've got them in my sights. Say it you have. He turned back to his computer. Dismissed. Then he added, without looking at me, and Wise, you're going to need to clean yourself up if you want to fit in tonight. Yes, sir, I repeated, trying not to growl. I left his office and headed home. His little face-to-face had cut into my precious napping time, but if I jogged, I could still get a solid hour in bed before I needed to start getting ready. If an hour was all I could get, I'd take it with both hands. Tiredness killed, in more ways than one. Chapter 19. After a 1-hour power nap, the fog in my brain lifted, and I felt far sharper and ready to roll. A strong dose of coffee cemented the effect. Once fully awake, I showered perfunctorily and gave my shoulder-length brown hair a brisk towel dry. Choosing an outfit proved trickier. The dresses I'd fibbed about to Krieg. Technically, I owned a dress, but it was long, respectfully black and edged with lace. It was funeral attire, not fit for a glittering charity ball thrown by the elite. I grimaced. I'd stick out like a sore thumb. With my underwear on and a light dressing gown, preserving my modesty from my resident ghost, I was contemplating my options, or lack thereof, when a knock at the door interrupted my clothing-related quandary. I grabbed my extending baton from my backpack and made sure my dressing gown was tied tight, just in case. I summoned up my magic, holding my intention ready to blast a shot of air at the person behind my door, then opened it. Some might call it paranoia, but a girl can never be too careful. I recognized the ogre on my doorstep. Hanlon. I greeted him coolly. He was close to 8 feet tall, and the tusks growing from his head were far bigger than Krieg's. I wondered if that signified age, because it clearly didn't relate to seniority. He was dressed from head to toe in black, and his face was poker player blank. In his arms were a number of white boxes. Inspector, he responded evenly. Thank you for typing up my notes. He simply nodded and thrust the boxes towards me. I took them and he turned on his heel and left. Goodbye, I yelled passive-aggressively at his retreating back. He didn't acknowledge me. He was a real charmer, and I was clearly one of his favourite people. I shut my front door, locked it, then carted the boxes over to my small dining room table. Okay, fingers crossed this was a dress. On this occasion, I'd be more than delighted if Krieg had chosen to ignore my instructions. I opened the first box to find black strappy shoes. I was more of a boots or trainers kind of woman, but this wasn't a boots or trainers event. I examined the heels. They were about 2 inches high, so I could probably manage them. The next box held a black clutch bag, impressively large, and decorated with beading and sequins. I could even fit my favourite extendable baton into it. Nice. The final box was a berry red dress, made of luxurious velvet with a structured corset, with a wrap knot detail to one side, a plunging neckline, and a split skirt. I had never worn a dress like this. Ever. Feeling absurdly nervous, I tried it on. It looked amazing. I looked amazing. Next, I put on the shoes. Naturally, they were my size and fit perfectly. And the kitten heels meant I could probably run down a suspect if I needed to. I'd ripped into Rupert for his pedicure, but truth was, they were my one secret luxury. I wasn't allowed to have painted fingernails on the job, but my toes were a different matter. Luckily, they were a sparkly maroon red, which complemented the dress perfectly. The full-length bedroom mirror showed that my appearance still needed a little more work. My hair looked a little wild, but a few minutes with the straighteners coaxed the top layer into gentle curls and added structure to the usual chaos. I wasn't much for makeup, but I swiped on some mascara and some nude lipstick. I preferred the less is more philosophy. Of course, this dress employed the more is more philosophy, and I wasn't going to argue with it. Never in my life had I looked more beautiful. If this were a date, excitement would have been fizzing in my veins. But tonight wasn't about romance. I was on my way to track down a killer, and I couldn't lose sight of that. The dress, the heels, the bag were camouflage. Nothing more, nothing less. They were the stripes on the tiger, there to let me get close enough to pounce. I squared my shoulders with a satisfied smirk. The murderers wouldn't see me coming. I licked my parched lips, and a pint glass of water floated up from my bedside table. Impressive, I said to my ghostly companion. The glass was cool in my hand, the water cooler still as it slipped down my grateful throat. Technically, ghosts don't exist in the other. At least, they aren't formally recognized as existing, like mermaids. For a long time I believed they weren't real, but then I'd moved into an ancient house in Chester. And now I believed. It was hard not to when my resident shade insisted that I stayed fed and hydrated. Thank you, I said to the air in general. Obviously, when I discovered a ghost living in my apartment, I'd done some deep digging. There had been a couple of deaths recorded in the building, but only one in this apartment. 25-year-old Barbara Whiffen had been found bludgeoned to death in the 1970s, and they'd never found her killer. For some reason, the ghost always felt female to me, but I wasn't sure enough of its identity to call it by a name. What if it was a Bob and not a Barbara, and I made it mad? I didn't want to try living with a pissy ghost. I knew nothing about them, and there was every possibility they weren't tied to the location of their death at all. For all I knew, it was the spirit of a local cat. It did knock things onto the floor with startling regularity. In fact, lifting the pint glass was the most control I'd seen from it. I set down the glass and was refreshing my lipstick when there was a rap at the door. I checked the time. 8 p.m. The ogre was nothing if not prompt. I added my notepad, pen, phone, baton, and some magic-cancelling handcuffs to the capacious clutch bag. Oh, and my compact and my lipstick. Everything a girl needed. Then I sashayed over to the door and opened it. Robert, call me Robbie Krieg, was dressed in a charcoal grey suit, with a berry red bow tie that matched the shade of my dress perfectly. The suit had clearly been tailored to fit him because it didn't pull across his well-built muscles. I looked up from his bow tie and met his blazing silver eyes. Thanks for the dress, I said with a polite smile.
It was a mistake, he growled. Take it off.
What? I exclaimed, taken aback.
I can't be responsible for my actions when you look like that.
I rolled my eyes. Focus. We're going to find a killer.
Yeah, but I can definitely enjoy that slit in your skirt while we do it.
He paused.
I'm flirting with you,
he said pointedly. My cheeks reddened. Thank you, I had noticed.
You can flirt back, if you want.
For one whole second, I threw caution to the wind. Blame the coffee. I stepped closer to the huge man before me, put my hand on his solid, sculpted chest, and looked up into his dazzling eyes. They didn't have any right to look so magical and enticing. No, I can't, I said slowly, because if I do, I licked my lips, we would never leave this flat. He smelled divine, like leather and black pepper and sandalwood, and I wanted to bury myself in his arms until I smelled just like him. It took no small amount of self-control to step back. Business comes first, I said firmly, letting my hand drop. He swallowed hard, but he was still staring at me like I was dessert.
Business, Inspector Wise, he agreed, and then pleasure.
Perhaps. I gave a smile I was powerless to stop. My heart was thundering at the thought of being wrapped in those muscular arms. I wasn't in love with him, and that was supposed to be my gold standard. But after 658 days of celibacy, I was definitely in lust. And since it had been so damn long, maybe I could let the gold standard slip just this once. Surely I could keep a handle on my powers long enough for one good fuck. Loki flew over and landed on my velvet-clad shoulder.
Our business,
he squawked firmly. Great. Now I was being warned off by an albino parrot.
I've got a car waiting downstairs.
Krieg looked at the bird.
You coming?
Loki flew to his shoulder instead of mine.
Ah, fine killer,
he said, his tail bobbing.
Find the killer,
Krieg agreed.
Let's go prowling.
Chapter 20. On the drive over, Krieg confirmed that he'd spoken to Helga's friend, Katrin. She denied any knowledge of Helga's movements, but confirmed that Helga had been dating Einar without her parents' knowledge. He didn't think she was lying, but if we came to a dead end, I'd speak to her myself just to make sure. Not because I was a control freak. We rolled up to the elaborate iron gates, which had been flung open to accept guests. As good as her word, Louisa had left our names at the door, and we were let inside without question. All the hours of primping and beautifying herself had paid off, and Louisa looked Hollywood ready as she played hostess from an honest-to-goodness throne. Around her, a cluster of young women were paying homage, hoping for some sign of grace and favour. It was only 8:30 p.m, and the party was in full swing. I guess this crowd didn't go in for arriving fashionably late. Louisa hadn't been kidding about the event having some extra pizzazz. Platters of canapes were floating amongst the guests supposedly unaided, though I spotted the wizards standing along the tent walls, who were controlling the dishes with some exemplary use of the IR. One of them had to be only a level 3 at best because he was sweating visibly and keeping his eyes trained on the silver platter at all times. In the centre of the room, remarkable ice sculptures were being made and controlled by water elementals. At first sight, the sculptures appeared to be of human wizards, but as I looked closer I saw creatures, ogres, dryads, centaurs, trolls kneeling at their feet. Anger ripped through me. This wasn't art. It was a political statement celebrating the subjugation of the creature elements of the other realm. The urge to stride over and smash it was overwhelming.
Steady,
Krieg murmured. How can you bear it? The words burst out of me.
I'm used to it.
He tipped up my chin so I was looking into his eyes.
But I find myself grateful for your rage.
It's not right, I snarled.
Much of the world isn't right. In some places women still can't vote. Some can't own land, others can't control their own bodies. Injustice is rife.
That doesn't mean we have to accept it, I hissed back.
No, we don't. But we start small and we start local. And we make a damn difference.
How? I demanded, and gestured around me. This is our locality. He smiled grimly.
And we're going to turn their world upside down and inside out.
We can't affect change like that overnight.
You're right. Sustainable change takes time. I have that, and I have the will to do it, too.
Whatever else I might have said was cut off, as I spied a cage in the corner of one room. Inside it was a chimera, a tri-beast with 3 heads. She had a lion's head in the centre, a goat's to the left, and a snake's to the right. She also had sharpened cloven hooves, and a goat-like body with a lethal scaled tail. As I watched, she roared an angry purple fire that didn't extend beyond the bars of the cage. It was obviously a magical enclosure as well as a metal one. I ground my teeth.
Later,
Krieg counselled calmly. I looked around for something to calm me down, and spotted the maid who'd fainted dead away at the sight of Krieg. Stay here, I ordered Krieg, and moved off to talk to her. Where's Mr. Carnforth? I asked bluntly. She blinked her large doe-like eyes at me. He's indisposed. What does that mean? Has he got the shits? She flushed. He's elderly. Infirm. He stays inside the main house these days. I frowned. Louisa had definitely implied we were being invited to annoy her father. Why had she invited us if he wasn't even going to be here? What was the point of a fuck you that he didn't know about? Where did the chimera come from? I asked. The maid shrugged. Miss Carnforth has many friends in high places. Did she arrange the gala? Absolutely. She oversaw every decision. Then why had she been acting like this was all her father's work? To keep up with the competition with Quintos? I smiled. Thank you, you've been very helpful. What's your name? Hannah Bellum, miss. Thank you, Hannah. I paused. What are you? It was a rude question in any social circle, but I didn't have the time or energy to fathom out the answer. She didn't bat an eyelid. I'm a witch, she replied, but I'm not particularly adept at it. I'm far better at cooking than making potions. She smiled ruefully, and I'm not a good cook. We all have our strengths. She brightened. Mine is cleaning. I wondered if she did laundry as well as housework. The dress Miss Carnforth wore last night. Where is it? I asked casually. She looked confused. The dry cleaners, of course. Which ones? Dry and fix, miss. They pick up a drop of laundry to your home and they fix any rips and the like. She pressed her lips together disapprovingly. There was a tear in the bodice, courtesy of Mr. Squiggins. She glared heavily in his direction. I thanked her again, then stepped aside and Googled dry and fix. Once I'd found their number, I left a voicemail asking them not to dry clean and repair Miss Carnforth's dress. Louisa might not want to press charges against Tom Squiggins right now, but maybe she could be persuaded to later. If Squiggins had gone so far as to rip her dress, then whatever had happened, had been more than the grope she tried to shrug off. I looked for Krieg, but was distracted by a constantly changing dance floor, decorated with a mesmerizing array of flowers. To one side, a pair of dryads were encouraging them to grow and ripple in time with the music, as if nature itself were dancing. Anger seared through me as I recognized one of the dryads. Ash Aspen. Ash Aspen was the name that he was currently going by, but his real name was Jude Jingo, and he was the Al Capone of the other realm. It was a little-known fact that he was one of the rarest other beings that existed. A doppelganger. I come across his corpse and had been investigating his murder when it transpired that he wasn't dead at all. At the moment of his death, he transferred his soul to the nearest supernatural, which had been the dryad who was trying to kill him. Ash Aspen. Now Ash was dead and Jingo was wearing his skin. Because he had access to Ash's powers, Jingo had used them to kill the local dryad elders and get away with the murders under the in-house principle. The connection couldn't investigate same-species murders unless we were invited to do so. Needless to say, fearing for their lives, the other dryads didn't invite me to investigate. Burn me every day that Jude Jingo was swanning around wearing another man's skin. I started towards him without conscious thought. Krieg caught sight of me and joined me. Jingo smiled as we approached him. "Inspector Wise," he greeted me, eyes roving over my dress. "How delightful to see so much of you," he drawled. I smiled tightly. "Fuck you." Next to me, Krieg gave a warning growl. Jingo looked at me and then studied the ogre's bow tie. He gave a little laugh and held up his hands in mock surrender. "She's all yours, old boy." "I am all mine," I hissed. "What are you doing here?" "Enjoying fine food and wine, just like everyone else." To prove his point, Jingo snagged a floating canapé and devoured it in one bite. He took a leisurely sip from his champagne flute, which remained full no matter how much he drank. "Were you at Quintos's party?" I asked. Neither his name nor Ash Aspen's had appeared on any of the guest or staff lists I'd seen, or in Channing's notes. Jingo raised an eyebrow. "Don't you need to caution me, Inspector? Read me my rights." "This is the other realm," I snarled. "You only have the rights that the connection grants you." His smirk widened. "Lucky me that they give their citizens so many." "Were you at Quintos's masquerade ball?" I repeated. "No, I had another engagement. Besides, I understand the Carnforce shindig is the party of the season. I couldn't miss this." He gestured at a man leaning at the bar next to a beautiful woman. "That," he lowered his voice conspiratorially, "is Mr. Cantle. He has a doting wife and 3 children." The man had a handlebar moustache, middle-aged spread, and a stunning woman on his arm. I didn't need to ask her what type of other she was. Even from this distance, I could see that she was a succubus, a woman who fed on sexual energy. Her eyes all but rolled back in her head as the man at her side stroked her in places he shouldn't have done in public. "That," Jingo said, amused, "is not his wife." He set the champagne flute down and rubbed his hands gleefully. "I love these soirees." Next, he pointed at Katz. "That's Caspian Katz. His father, Dean Katz, is a narcissistic piece of shit. He owns one of the biggest PR firms in the country, and little Caspian wants a slice of the pie. But Daddy Dearest keeps saying no. Caspian's not used to being told no." He indicated a pregnant woman with voluptuous lips, next to a far older man. "And that is Pamela Rawlings. The man next to her is her husband, Billy Rawlings. And that is not his baby." "Is that why you come to these things?" I asked. "To collect blackmail material?" Jingo laughed. "So cynical for one so young." The comment gave me pause. If he could swap bodies ad infinitum, just how old was he? "I'm here for fun, Inspector Wise. Just like you. I'm just whiling away the hours with a little gossip." He raised his champagne glass again, looking entirely too pleased with himself. I couldn't let him get under my skin, but as I moved away from him, I couldn't help feeling I was missing something. "Goodbye, Wise," he called mockingly, much like I had done to Hanlon. Like Hanlon, I didn't look back. Chapter 21. Krieg and I decided to split up. All eyes were being drawn to him, so I could stay under the radar, and I moved through the party, questioning everyone who I recognized as having attended Quintos' party. I kept my comments light, mostly asking whether they'd seen the fireworks last night and who else had been watching them. Not a soul had seen Quintos, Katz, Squiggins, Montague, Louisa, or Verona. My suspect pool was annoyingly big. A professional photographer and a videographer were moving through the glittering crowd, capturing the festive atmosphere and the wealthy elite at their most glamorous. I did my best to avoid both of them. I was neither wealthy nor of the elite, and I had no wish to become part of Louisa's latest home movie.
Bloody hell,
a familiar voice said from beside me. I didn't even know you knew how to wear a dress. Fuck off, Rupert, I said pleasantly to my brother. He was dressed in a light grey suit with a white shirt and a pale pink tie. His dark hair was freshly cut, with sharp shaved sides and a messy quiff on top. He looked good, but I'd rather poke out my eyes than tell him that. He grinned, and his dark eyes lit up with mischief. It's so weird, you actually look like a girl. Again, fuck off, Rupert. He laughed, then gave me a kiss on the cheek, and a champagne flute. I'm on the job, I murmured, as I tried to refuse the glass.
Course you are,
he muttered back, but everyone is drinking, so hold the damn thing. Treat it like a prop. He was annoyingly right, so I took the damn glass. I was thirsty and I desperately wanted to sip it, despite not really being a champagne girl. Give me a Dr. P any time. I studied my brother. You decided to come then? He saluted me. Thank you, Captain Obvious. He grew serious. Ava wanted to come. She's good friends with a lot of this crowd. Have you got imposter syndrome? He grimaced. Big time. She's out of my league and she'll realize it at some point. Oh boy. I sighed. You're not totally ugly, you know, and you're pretty smart for a lawyer. Roop grinned. This is physically hurting you, isn't it? Shut up. He snickered. Ava approached us with a warm smile. She still looked a little on the pale side, but maybe that was because of the pale dress she was wearing. The pink floor-length confection had spaghetti straps and a V-neck that was clinging valiantly to her generous curves. Like mine, it had a split up the front to reveal her long, shapely legs, and shoes that glittered with what could actually be real diamonds. Ava. I greeted her warmly. You look lovely. Stacy? She gave me 2 air kisses like we were suddenly French. Ooh la la! Her gaze swept me up and down. You look divine! Vivian Delaney. What? The dress, it must be one of Viv's. I blinked. Well, I have no idea. Krieg got it for me. Her lips parted. Hi, King Krieg bought you that dress. And the shoes and the bag. I shrugged. I didn't have anything suitable to wear and we needed to blend in. Where is he? She asked urgently. I pointed to a shadowy corner where he was speaking with a group of women who were fluttering around him. Creature or not, he was sexy as hell, and I doubted they had missed the clues that he was as rich as Midas, too. Maybe not all of the guests were anti-creature like Louisa seemed to be, though even Louisa hadn't shown any signs of dismissing him. She looked at the Ogre King intently, then back at me. He's colour-matched your dress, she breathed. Her eyes wide. So? Did you arrive together? Yes, he picked me up. Her mouth dropped open. What? I asked. What am I missing? I'm a siren. I'm trained from a young age to learn other species' peculiarities. And? I asked impatiently. Ogres don't colour match casually. When they do, it signals serious intent. Serious intent to do what? She pressed her lips together. Oh, perhaps I've said too much. You really haven't, I complained. Tell me more. She flashed me a smile, but ignored my demand. Rupee, I need a drink. Let's go to the bar. Rupee? I grinned. Rupert sighed. I've been avoiding the bar. Alice Rose was there. Who? Remember, the dryad that complained about me after I won her case. The one that complained it took too long? Yeah. He glared towards the bar, then brightened. She's gone. We're good. He offered Ava his arm in a gentlemanly gesture that took me off guard, and she beamed at him as she took it. They beat a hasty retreat before I could press Ava further about the significance of the colour-matching thing. I grimaced. Krieg had been clear that he fancied me, and I wasn't delusional enough to pretend that the attraction wasn't mutual. His red bow tie probably signalled his intent to fuck me, and Ava didn't want to say that in front of my brother. Mystery solved, I turned back to the real mystery at hand, solving Helga's murder. I scoured the room for Squigsy and his cohort, who were still on my to-interrogate list. When I couldn't see them, unease trickled along my spine. I was heading out to the garden when Louisa Carnforth cut me off. "Inspector Wise," she greeted me loudly. "What a pleasure to see you here. I'm so glad you could make it. Have you met my father?" "I haven't had that pleasure yet," I replied slowly. I didn't tell her what the maid had said. For some reason, Louisa was trying to make people believe her father was still out and about, rather than confined to his bed. I'd dig into that later, but for now, I needed to stay on her good side or I'd be chucked out before I could question everyone I wanted to speak to. Louisa made a show of looking around. "I can't see him. He must be getting some fresh air." The comment reminded me of Ava and Rupert. I looked at the bar, but they were no longer there. I grimaced. I really didn't want to see them having sex in the gardens. "Never mind." Louisa waved an airy hand. "Isn't it wonderful? So much better than Quintos's weak effort." This affair did have more drama, but it also had messages of subjugation and second-class citizenship that I wasn't on board with. "Chimeras are dangerous," I said, "and rare. It doesn't deserve to be in a cage." "It's only been hired for the party," she parried. "After that, it'll go back home. No harm, no foul. And it does add a certain drama, having something that could kill you prowling around, doesn't it?" Her eyes swept up and down Krieg as she spoke. Her smile told me that, deadly as he was, she was more than willing to do the horizontal rumba with him. Something bristled within me. "Have you hit that?" she asked me. "I bet he's hung like a centaur." "I wouldn't know," I said tightly. She tapped a finger to her perfect lips. When Krieg glanced at us, no doubt having felt our gaze on him, she pushed her index finger into her mouth and sucked on it. The woman had zero subtlety. Krieg looked from Louisa to me. I realized that I had crossed my arms. I met his eyes across the distance between us and rolled mine in exasperation. He smiled. I hoped he was amused by my exasperation and not flattered or interested in her exemplary finger-sucking skills. I turned on my heel and left Louisa still going at her finger like it was a chocolate-covered phallus. It turns out you can be born to class but still have none. I was heading for the exit of the marquee when Rupert and Ava stumbled in. Eyes wide. Rupert's shirt had blood on it. "Is there a healer?" he bellowed into the room. "Is anyone a healer?" The music stopped abruptly. My brother looked at me, relief colouring his features that I was here to deal with whatever had him running down the dark alleys of panic. "Stacey, thank God. There's been another stabbing," he blurted. Chapter 22. "Take me to the victim," I barked at Rupert. He let go of Ava, grabbed my hand, and pulled me into the garden. As he broke into a jog, I matched his speed. His urgency was contagious. I cursed my smart shoes. I had to run on the balls of my feet to stop my heels sinking into the soft lawn. I also cursed the fact that I hadn't brought my briefcase with me. I checked the time as I ran. 9:26 p.m. As I jogged, I hastily pulled my phone out of my clutch bag and called for another ambulance to attend. Then I called Channing for backup. "Mom?" He answered his phone with a yawn. "There's been another attack." I rattled off the address. "Get your ass down here now." I hung up without waiting to hear him confirm. He'd come. The moon was high, giving sufficient light for me to look around as we hit the scene. I scoured my surroundings, looking for suspects. Up ahead, 5 tiki torches had been thrust into the ground in a circle, burning into the dark night sky. No, not a circle. The points of a pentagram. And her body lay unmoving in the centre of them. Rupert moaned softly. Oh God, is she dead? She was alive before. I shouldn't have left her to die alone. He wrapped his arms around himself. I ignored him and ran to the dryad in the centre of the pentagram. Her green skin looked deathly pale, but I thought I saw her chest rise. I sank down next to her and reached for her neck to feel for a pulse. The moment my warm fingers touched her cool skin, her brown eyes flared open and she met my eyes. Her lips moved desperately, but no sounds emerged. She gurgled. Her throat had been cut, but not as professionally, not as deeply as Helga's. But, like Helga, her pinky finger had been removed. I looked towards the marquee. Krieg had nearly reached us, but there was no one accompanying him. No healer? I asked him. He shook his head, his eyes lingering on the dryad who was dying in front of us. Fuck, without a healer she stood no chance. Even so, I had to try. I took hold of the fabric of my dress and ripped off 2 pieces, pressing one hard onto the gruesome wound across her stomach, and the other on the cut across her throat. It's okay, I said calmly, as I applied pressure onto the makeshift bandages. Help is coming, you're going to be okay. I was lying, of course. There would be no saving her, but God damn it, I had to try. Maybe someone would come. Maybe the ambulance was close enough. I looked towards the marquee again. People were drifting out to look at the spectacle, but no one was venturing over to help. A foot or 2 away from the dryad, Rupert was standing alone, hands twisting and his shirt splattered with her blood. The logical part of my mind knew he'd be a suspect for this. This was the second stabbing he'd happened to find in as many days. There would be real pressure to bring him in. Krieg stood a short distance away. Ogres don't believe in taking potions, so he wouldn't have anything with him, and he had no healing magic. The dryad was dying. If I was going to act, it was now or never. I had to protect Rupert. Can you check on my brother? I asked Krieg, in an effort to turn his attention to something else. I saw him turn to Rupert. Then, I did something I'd sworn to my parents I would never do. I met the dryad's eyes, pulled up the IR within me. Then I used my forbidden hidden powers to slip into her mind. Show me, I murmured to her. Show me who did this to you. She showed me the image of a dryad, his face impassive, as he thrust a serrated hooked knife into her gut. I felt the agony of the moment, her fear, her pain. I tried to block it out, to focus on every detail she could recall of her killer. Her attacker's green skin was pale, more of a soft sage than her emerald, and his eyes were such a dark brown as to be almost black, or that's how she'd seen him. He had light brown hair and a faint scar on his neck. The image started to fade, and another one replaced it. Another dryad came, her mother, and then her father. They were cuddling her as a child, their eyes filled with such love. Images flashed faster and faster, her riding her first bike, her sinking into her first tree, her baking with her nana. I hastily pulled back and yanked my consciousness back to my own body. I took a shuddering breath and aligned myself with my physical form again. When I opened my eyes, the dryad woman had expelled her last breath. Her chest didn't rise again. Stacy! Rupert was almost hysterical. Fucking hell, Stacy! My heart was thundering. Rupert wasn't wrong. Fucking hell. I'd stayed in her mind too long as I looked for a clue to her killer's identity. What I'd done was strictly forbidden to all sub-wizards because of the risk that we would die with the victim. The dryad had been reliving her life. If I'd stayed with her a beat longer, my mind would have died with hers. Not to mention that I wasn't registered as a sub-wizard, and using their powers was strictly forbidden to me. With good reason. I let my hands fall away from the bandages. There was no point now. We were too late. I checked my watch. Time of death. 9:29 p.m.
Ah, stupid pig dog,
Loki said, hopping anxiously on the ground. I hadn't even seen him fly out with me. I didn't have the heart to argue. I'd been very close to a fatal mistake. My mouth was dry and I had to swallow hard a couple of times before I worked up enough saliva to talk. Can you scour the area? I asked the Caladrius in a low voice. Look for a dryad.
Needle in a wood stack,
Loki warned, but he took to the sky. He flew up high, his little white wings fluttering rapidly as he scoured the area for me. He was right, though. The chances were the murdering dryad had sunk into a tree and was long gone. And now I had another dead body on my hands, and my brother would be the main suspect. Chapter 23. I called Ed and Kate. The two crime scenes were too damn similar not to be linked, and I wanted the same teams working on them both. Exhaustion be damned. I hoped Channing had hit the hay nice and early, but I doubted he'd had much sleep since it was only just shy of 10 p.m. The murder had struck far earlier tonight. Too eager? I hope so, because eager often meant sloppy, and fingers crossed that meant mistakes had been made. 2 deaths in 2 nights. Would there be a third one tomorrow? Or without the huge socialite parties, would the killer pause his murderous campaign? The problem was that the dryad I'd seen in the victim's mind hadn't attended Quintos' party. Quintos hadn't had any dryads there. The MO looked the same, but Verona had definitely implied that Helga's killer was an ogre, rather than a dryad. Although she'd also implied there was more than one killer. And dryads could move in and out of trees. Just because we hadn't seen one didn't mean one hadn't been there. Damn dose of silence. Without my briefcase, I had no tape to cordon off the area. No booties to avoid contaminating the scene. The feeling of not being in control made me itch. Ed would have to set up the cordon when he arrived. Once again, it was wholly other, which made it a hell of a lot easier. Mixing common and other meant that he and I had to come up with reasons to talk to each other, away from the other Sokos. So a while ago, we come up with a fake mutual love of weird sports. Today, though, we wouldn't need to talk loudly about cheese rolling or lawnmower racing. I looked up to see if he'd arrived, but instead saw Ava comforting Rupert. His hands were shaking as he stared at the dead body. Get my brother a whiskey, I said to Krieg. Krieg jerked his head to someone. Hanlon. Get her brother a whiskey. Hanlon melted away to do Krieg's bidding, and I grimaced. I hadn't even noticed him. So much for my vaunted police-trained observational skills. Where the fuck had he come from? Mactel, Krieg ordered. Weigh the entrance for the Soko and ME. Guide them to the area on their arrival. I only realized I was still on my knees when he held out a hand to help me up. I wanted to take it, but mine were drenched with blood, so I pushed myself up instead. Thanks for the offer, I muttered. I wiped my hands as best I could on my ruined gown, then opened my bag and photographed the crime scene with my phone. Ed would do better with his camera when he arrived, but I always took some when I was first on the scene. The crowd of partygoers were moving closer, rubbernecking over the dead body. A surge of anger rose in me and I let myself ride it. Get back into the marquee, I barked. This is a crime scene. Remain inside. Your statements will be taken shortly. They drifted inside, but I saw more than one person take a photo of the body before they left. I had told Krieg that I believe most people aim for good, but sometimes I just despaired. Rupert had a little more colour in his cheeks after knocking back the whiskey, but although he'd stopped shaking, he was still visibly upset. Ava was wan and grim-faced. She'd connected the dots and realised the implications of them finding 2 dead bodies. They were heading for the chopping block, and she knew it. It was interesting that she'd reached that conclusion first, because you'd have thought my lawyer brother would have made the connection. Then again, he practiced civil rather than criminal law. I took out my notepad and pen and wrote the date, time, and location. Then I wrote my brother's name at the top. Talk to me, I said to him. You were at the bar when I last saw you. We got a drink. What? I asked briefly. When he looked blank, I expanded. What did you drink? I got an old-fashioned. Ava got a Bellini. How much did they cost? I asked. More to get him into the rhythm of questions and answer them because I actually wanted to know. They were free, he explained. It was a free bar all night. Of course it was. What happened next? Ava wanted some fresh air. Not fresh air, just some actual fresh air. I got it. They didn't go outside to shag. I turned to Ava. What made you want to go outside? Her lips pinched. Louisa Carnforth was being catty. She made a comment about people that belonged here and people who were just plain rich. She gave a small shrug. She was pointing out that I'm not old money, just the daughter of a wealthy lawyer.
A very wealthy lawyer, Rupert interjected. He stared at her. You didn't tell me she said that.
She patted his arm. It was a bit of girly bitchiness. Nothing I can't handle. She frowned. It's odd, though. Louisa and I have always got on well. I suppose she was showboating for some of the others.
Who?
Ava rattled off a list of names. Were they at the Quintos party? Most of them weren't, though Raquel Ames was there. Anyway, the girls were giving me the evil eye and it was making me uncomfortable. Well, that's why I wanted out.
And you went to the tiki lights.
Rupert licked his lips.
We thought it was some sort of sick art installation mocking Helga's death. We wouldn't see what they replaced her with, but when we got close enough...
He blew out a shuddering breath and looked at his shoes.
Did you see anyone else as you approached?
Rupert gave the question some thought, before reluctantly shaking his head.
I didn't. I wish I had. I'm sorry. Ava?
She shook her head too. To be honest, I was focused on the lights. They called to me.
I frowned. Called to you how?
She blinked. I needed to see them, you know?
No, I didn't know. But I knew magic when it hit me in the face. Is that usual for you? I asked carefully. I wasn't familiar with siren magic. Maybe she was like a literal moth, drawn to a flame.
No, she admitted. I like art, but I usually prefer the hubbub of people at an event like this. To be honest, I've been fighting the urge to go outside even before Louisa was a bitch.
And why were you fighting the urge?
She shrugged uncomfortably. Going out into the garden was too close to what happened at Quintos's, and I didn't want to make Roop feel bad.
Rupert wrapped an arm around her and kissed her bare shoulder. His eyes fell on the dryad still lying a few meters from us. Poor Alice. I froze. This is Alice Rose, the dryad who complained about you. The one you'd been avoiding all night. Yeah, she was hired to make the vines and flowers move on the dance floor.
Fuck. She'd had no form of ID on her, and I hadn't identified her. Oh, things were looking even worse for Rupert. She complained about him to his boss. So this time, Rupert had a motive. Chapter 24. Ed and Channing arrived in rapid succession.
Hey, I greeted Ed first. You okay? Yeah, I grabbed some Zeds, fresh enough.
He ran a hand through his mousy hair, leaving it sticking up at odd angles like he was a mad scientist.
I just started a scoop, so you're lucky you called when you did.
Thanks. I was relieved. If Ed had been too many beers in, I'd have had to call my ex, Sam, and that wasn't something I was eager to do any time soon. Ed looked at my brother and noted the blood on his shirt.
That's not good, he murmured to me.
I know it. Rupert arrived first, found her still alive. He ran back inside to get a healer, but there wasn't one here.
I'll need his shirt.
I grimaced. I know. Ed looked me up and down.
I bet you look smoking before you rip your dress to shreds.
I sent him a wry smile. I looked as good as I ever have, I admitted.
You weren't tempted to call Sam? He asked teasingly. Show him what he was missing?
My stomach knotted. Sam's desire for me had never been the issue between us.
Nah,
I said lightly. I'm letting that shit go. Trying to, anyway. As Ed took over the scene, I briefed Channing on the events of the party.
Jingo is here? He asked, frowning.
Yeah, he wasn't at Quintos's though, and nor was this victim. Still, the circumstances and the scenes are too similar not to be linked.
Jingo could have done this one and ordered the death at Quintos's, Channing suggested.
I looked approvingly at my new partner. He was thinking like a detective. He could have, but why? What's the motive? He owns the local dryads, so killing one of them serves no purpose. Channing shrugged. That was where I fell down too. I knew full well that Jingo hadn't been the dryad who'd stabbed Alice because it hadn't been his face in Alice's head. But that didn't mean he hadn't ordered both deaths. I wanted it to be Jingo so I could finally lock him away, but I had no motive. Just because he was a known mobster didn't mean he was responsible for every death in the area. But man, I wanted it to be him. I needed to find out who had killed Alice, and that would be tricky without outing myself as a sub-wizard who could spy into people's heads. Even so, I would out myself if it was the only way to clear Rupert's name. For him, I would give up my career and the life I loved. But in doing so, I put Mum in the firing line. She and Dad had chosen not to register me as a subterfuge wizard, one who could manipulate minds and memories as easily as others breathed. I could still remember the day my skills had manifested. The day they decided not to register me. My dad's expression was solemn as he sat next to me on the swings.
Ace, I won't lie. You're going to have the devil on your shoulder for much of your life. Temptation will be your companion. Temptation to give in and use your gifts. Temptation to wipe away a mistake you made, to get someone to give you something you desperately desire. To make someone look the other way, or worse, make someone see you the way you want them to. You need to know now what kind of person you'll be in this life. Your mum and I, we've bet on you, kid. We haven't registered you as a sub-wizard. We don't want that life for you. Shackled to the connection, treated with suspicion your whole life. You deserve happiness, not to be someone's pawn. But make no mistake, if you screw this up, it's my neck and your mum's on the line. We've lied for you, Ace. We've registered you as an ordinary level 5 wizard. If you reveal what you truly are, this whole family will go down with you.
I swallowed hard and his eyes softened.
I don't mean to scare you. I hate that I have to say this, but you need to truly understand what's at stake. You're not an ordinary 11-year-old, Stacy, and now you never will be. Your moral compass has to be set straight and never waver.
But Dad, what if I could set Jimmy O'Hara straight? What if I made it that he wasn't a bully and set him on a better path?
Dad sighed. Oh, hun, Jimmy's story isn't yours to write. It's that simple. Each of us is made by the sum of our experiences, and you don't have the right to take that away. We all get free will to make our own choices. Whether those choices are good or bad ones, they are our own. Even Jimmy's. Do you understand?
I nodded slowly. I did understand, but that didn't mean it wouldn't rankle just about every day of my life. I knew better than Jimmy, but Dad was right. My struggle had already started. I was determined not to let him down. Not now, not ever. My parents had put their faith in me, and all I had to do was not use my powers. It would be easy. I sighed. I'd been so young and naive. This wasn't the first time I'd used them. Of course it wasn't. Even so, I found it hard to regret my actions. Now I need to know who the killer was, so I could prove it wasn't Rupert. And I had a head start. I just needed to tread very, very carefully. Chapter 25. Squiggins was obnoxiously drunk. Sprawled in a wooden chair, he had his feet on the table like he didn't have a care in the world. Katz was tipsy and riding high. He looked like the dragon who'd found the gold. Montague was pale and fidgety. And Quintos was sitting amongst the lads like an indulgent king. "Hello, boys," I said casually. "Anyone else got a sense of déjà vu?" Squiggins joked. "No fireworks tonight," I said briskly. "Did any of you go outside?" "Briefly," Quintos admitted. "Why?" I asked. He shrugged. "To share a cigar." "What time is this?" His eyebrows rose. "I haven't been keeping an eye on a timepiece. This is a social occasion." "Roughly," I pressed. "An hour ago, perhaps?" Quintos shrugged again. "Right about the time when Alice was being stabbed." "Did you hear anything?" "Like what?" Squiggins asked. "Screaming," I replied flatly. Montague shuddered and looked away. Was he a delicate little flower, or did he have a guilty conscience? "Nope," Kat said cheerfully. "The music was quite loud, even outside. We didn't go far from the marquee. We were just stepping outside to be polite to the non-smokers." "Right." Squiggins giggled. "Super polite." Quintos shot him a quelling glance, then turned back to me. "We went outside, had a smoke, and came back in. We heard nothing, saw nothing. We were inside when your brother staggered in covered in blood. I hate to tell you how to do your job, Inspector, but that's 2 for 2 bodies he's found." He did air quotes with his fingers as he said "found," then continued with a faux sympathetic smile. I dare say you're not really the inspector for this case. Conflict of interest and all that. My brother is innocent and I will prove it. Quintos' smile was condescending. I'm sure you will. Darling, now, if that's all, we'd like to return to our drinking. A girl is dead, I said darkly. Quintos waved a hand dismissively. A dryad. Her body will soon be removed. No need to spoil a good get-together. Though this event would have been far more successful with some fireworks. He sniffed. The disrespect was beyond insufferable, but I would get nothing more from them for now. Tomorrow I would separate them and I would break them into itty-bitty little pieces. I was looking forward to it. I took the time to look each of them in the eye and let them sense my power. I'm not your darling, I said softly to Quintos. Are you his? Squiggins slurred, pointing to Krieg, who was adding his own brand of gravitas and intimidation to Channing's interviews. That's really none of your damn business, is it? I snarled. Squiggins nudged Katz. She is. She's totally bugging him. Katz grimaced. I'm sorry, Inspector, he's had a few too many drinks. Clearly, I said. You think with his father owning the Nocturn Circle, he'd hold it better. It's not just drink we indulge in there, Squiggins said. It's sex, secrets, and... Katz kicked his friend's feet. Stop being an arsehole and get your feet off the table. His voice was low, and his eyes were flashing with anger. Sex, secrets, and... I stared at Squiggins, inviting him to complete the list. Drugs, he blurted. A little wacky-backy. A flash of relief darted across Katz's face before he artfully dropped his head into his hands and groaned. I'm not concerned about a little cannabis, I said evenly. My job is murder and justice. And sometimes you murder in the name of justice, Squiggins quipped. I looked at the four men. Yes. I smiled unpleasantly. Sometimes. I do. With that threat, I turned and walked away from the three stooges and their little king. My radar was pinging loudly. What was the third thing Squiggins had been going to add to his list? Sex, secrets, and... what? Because it sure as hell wasn't drugs. Chapter 26. By the time we'd finished the interviews with everyone, we had a similar picture to the one at Quintos' affair. No one had seen or heard anything. It was like trying to get a statement from people on one of the rougher council estates. Either they were willfully ignoring the crimes, or, more likely, magic had been used to keep the sounds escaping from the area. If it were the latter, these crimes were premeditated. I'd have put good money on that being the case. Louisa gave a delicate but exaggerated yawn. That's everyone, Inspector. I trust you can now make your way off the premises. You can leave that beefcake behind, though. I've never seen one so well proportioned. She winked. Makes you wonder about his hidden proportions, doesn't it? I gritted my teeth. Give my best to your father. Shame he was taken ill and unable to attend. Her smile faltered. Of course, she said, when she recovered. She reached out and grabbed another flute of champagne. Her dress tonight was a dark navy, not as adept at hiding stains as black, but close. I couldn't see any blood on it, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. So what do you think? I asked. Was your gala more successful than Quintos' masquerade? She gave a tinkling laugh. Why, of course it was. Just look around. To my total disgust, the party was still in full swing. Once the partygoers had gone from waiting to be interviewed to having been interviewed, they had continued enjoying themselves with gusto. To my poorly concealed outrage, it was apparent that some of them considered us part of their entertainment and were gossiping about who had interviewed them. The fact that there was a killer amongst them didn't seem to worry them a jot. After all, the killer was murdering creatures, not witches, wizards, and elementals. Can I walk you to the door? Louisa asked listlessly. In a hurry for me to leave? I asked. Her smile widened. Oh, not at all. But I'm sure you have a very busy night writing up all those interviews. Now that I'd done my job, it was apparent that my invitation to the party had been revoked. That was fine with me. Ignoring her, I stalked over to Krieg and Channing. How's everyone? Let's go. Apparently, we're cramping their style. I appreciated Channing's visible disgust at their callous behaviour.
Give me your notes, Krieg said. I'll get Hanlon to type them up.
After a moment's hesitation, I fished out my PMB and gestured for Channing to do the same. Go home, I said to my tired partner. Get some rest. We'll meet in the office first thing tomorrow morning.
Yes, ma'am.
I watched him yawn as he climbed into a black Ford Focus and drove off. A flash of white caught my eye in the trees. Loki was fluttering nearby, keeping out of sight. I hoped he had some good news for me. Lord knows I could do with it. Kate had just finished loading up the body as I went over to her. She flashed me a warm smile, but her eyes were tired. Long day? I asked. And now a long night. She nodded at the van. I sighed. Oh, she can wait a while. Different wounds this time, I commented. She brightened. You have such a great eye. These wounds were made with a serrated knife, and there were far fewer of them. Neither were there any defensive injuries on her hands. You think she was drugged, too? Kate nodded. It seems likely. With all the greenery around her, all she needed to do was sink into a tree to be safe. But instead she just lay there and died. I think she was unable to move for one reason or another. As Ed joined us, he caught the end of her comment.
I'm pretty sure the tiki torches have been enchanted.
With what? I demanded.
I can't be sure until they've been tested, but there's a definite pull to them. I think they've had a siren song embedded in them.
No wonder Ava had been pulled to them. They'd been spelled to do exactly that. Get that confirmed, ASAP, I half asked, half ordered. And test the torches from Helga's murder scene, too. Ed clasped my shoulder.
You got it. With your brother on the line, it's my #1 priority.
Kate gasped. Oh my goodness. How is he involved again? Rupert found the second body, I admitted. Someone is setting him up as a fall guy, and I intend to find out who. Kate slammed her van door shut. I'll go get an energy drink and get right on this. Well, you don't have to, I started. I've got your back, Stacey, she promised. I'm on it. I'll text when I have something to discuss. You'll be up against the clock on this one. Didn't I know it? Quintos' comment hadn't been idle. He'd be calling people, pulling strings, and getting me kicked off the case so fast I'd get whiplash. I touched her arm. Thank you. I'll message, she promised again. She gave me a jaunty wave as she drove off. No matter the circumstances, Kate was always beaming. You could rely on her to find the sunny side.
So will I, Ed told me. I'll work on the tiki torches first.
Thank you.
No worries.
He gave me a fist bump and climbed into the Soko van and drove off.
And you say you didn't have any friends?
Krieg murmured. You were the one that said they were work colleagues, I shot back.
I stand corrected,
he said mildly.
They care.
I swallowed the sudden lump in my throat. They do. We walked to his car and he held open the passenger door. I would never get used to that. He gave Loki enough time to flit in, then slid in next to me and fired up the engine. See anyone? I asked Loki quietly.
No,
Loki confirmed.
Just that one, and rude Jingo.
He hadn't seen another dryad in the area. It had been too much to hope for. The killer was long gone. That was one of the hardest things about finding a dryad assassin. They just sank into the nearest tree and they were home safe. They didn't need a getaway car. We'd barely pulled out when my phone rang. Detective Superintendent Henry Thackeray was calling me. Quintos hadn't wasted any time. I answered briskly. Good evening, sir.
It's not, is it, Inspector?
He responded crisply. I've had better, and I know what you're going to say.
That's because you're smart, Wise. Your brother was at both scenes, and I'm told he was covered in blood this time.
Covered in blood is an exaggeration. He had some flecks of blood on his person from helping the victim.
I hear you, but it doesn't look good. Your objectivity is being called into question.
You know I'm one of the best inspectors you have.
That's why I'm stalling, despite the huge political pressure to pull you off the case. You have 24 hours before I'll have no choice but to do so.
Thank you, sir.
You have 24 hours, he repeated. And Stacy, find the damn killers. Fast.
Yes, sir. I hung up and checked the time. It was just gone midnight. I blew out a long breath.
Want to talk about it?
Krieg asked. Not really. He nodded, and we drove in silence for the rest of the way to my flat. As we pulled up outside, he finally spoke.
Someone's framing your brother.
I rubbed a hand across my face. I know. Krieg undid his seatbelt and turned to face me.
You told Loki to search for a dryad.
I froze. Fuck. He'd heard that? I tried my best to keep my face blank, but I failed miserably.
Your brother was distressed,
Krieg continued,
and then very angry at you.
I said nothing.
He was angry because you slid into the dryad's mind to find the face of her killer, and you nearly died with her.
He kept studying me like I was a puzzle that fascinated him.
You're an unregistered subterfuge wizard.
Fuck. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. This was as bad as it got. Krieg was the High King of the Ogres, a powerful and deadly figure in the other society, and now he knew my most closely guarded secret. I tried to keep my breathing even, and the panic off my face. I could deny it, but he hadn't been asking a question because he was already certain. In my experience, when someone was certain about anything, no matter how wrong they weren't going to change their opinion regardless of how much evidence you showed them to the contrary. Panic thrummed through me no matter how hard I tried to push it down. If he told the connection what he knew. Krieg was still studying me, no doubt watching the rapid breathing I couldn't quite quash, and terror in my eyes. Something rippled across his face that I couldn't decipher.
You don't need to fear me,
he said softly. I recognized the moment he made a decision of his own. He blew out a breath and continued.
I'm an unregistered piper.
A piper is a magical creature who can speak to, and even control, creatures like phoenixes, unicorns, and even ogres and dragon shifters. Like subterfuge wizards, they are almost universally distrusted and hated. What? I blurted.
I'm half piper, half ogre. That's why I don't really have the distinctive physical abnormalities of an ogre. My mother was a piper and I'm a half-breed. My mostly humanoid appearance has been a problem my whole life because it marks me out as a halfling. I've had to fight to be accepted as an ogre. If my people learned that the other half of me is piper, they'd rip the crown from my head and smash me to smithereens.
My mouth dropped open. I was gobsmacked that he was entrusting me with this. There was flirting, and then there was this. And what the hell was this? Krieg smiled.
You can relax now. I have your secret, Stacy Wise, but you have mine, too.
What game are you playing? I asked. What was I missing?
No games, Inspector. Not between us.
I shook my head. He was many things, but naive wasn't one of them. The denizens of the other realm always played games. The only question was whether I was the pawn or the queen. Chapter 27. Emotionally wrung out, I all but crawled out of Krieg's car. Loki sat quietly on my shoulder as I walked up the stairs to my flat, for once not offering any back chat. Instead, he pressed himself close to my neck, and his warm, soft body offered surprising comfort as my chaotic thoughts swirled in a torrent of panic in my brain. Krieg knew what I was. I knew what Krieg was. He could have held his knowledge about me over me for years. He could have easily used it to bribe a connection officer, and I would have let him do it. I would have hated myself, but I'd do anything to keep Mum from the chopping block. Yet Krieg had told me about himself and leveled the playing field. Why? He barely knew me. Sure, there was chemistry between us, but you didn't risk your life and crown for a little sizzle between the sheets. I was missing something and I didn't like it one bit. I needed to find out the story about the witch and the potion. The one he still wasn't telling me. I unlocked the door to my flat, flipped on the light and went in. Then I pulled out my phone and rang Cass. Her voice was groggy when she answered and I realised it was late. "Sorry," I said before she could speak. "Didn't mean to wake you." "Oh, it's okay," she murmured through a yawn, but I could hear pain in her voice. Cassandra had fibromyalgia, and today obviously hadn't been a good day for her. "Flare up?" I asked. She sighed. "Yeah, it's fine. What do you need? Because I know you're not ringing in the middle of the night to arrange a movie marathon. Did you manage to get anywhere on the embargo thing?" "Oh, sorry, no, but I'm still working on it. It's highly illegal. Someone mentioned they'd seen paperwork from a company requesting a review of its status. Apparently they went to use it for medical purposes, but it was knocked back." "The company?" "My source didn't know. It was a while ago. I'm trying to dig it out." "How did the company get around the blood magic aspect?" "They claimed they had an alternative brewing method." Cass's voice was thick with suspicion. She didn't believe it, and neither did I. "If you could dig it up, that would be amazing." I paused. "I'm calling because Krieg made a comment about a witch and a potion. Do you know anything about that?" She huffed a laugh. "Sweetheart, you need to be more specific." "Ogres don't like potions," I pointed out. "They think using them is cheating. You heal naturally or you die, right? So, what potion could Krieg possibly want from a witch? What am I missing?" There was a long silence. "There's only one I can think of," she said finally. "What is it?" I asked eagerly. "Krieg's signaling a lot of pressure to mate. He needs a high queen to his high king." I refused to name the emotion that I felt at the thought of him mating with someone else. "Right," I said instead. "A soulmate potion," Cass suggested. I froze. "To help him find his mate," she continued. My mind was careening into the impossible. I tried to keep my voice even. "Well, that makes sense. Thanks, Cass. Go back to sleep." "Movie night soon?" she asked, yawning again. "That would be good," I said vaguely, my mind buzzing. After we rang off, I slowly set down the phone. Krieg had recently moved his place of business from the home counties to Chester. He had met me on a flimsy excuse during a recent case, popping up on my doorstep to confirm that his ogres hadn't been involved in a murder. He'd helped me with that case by threatening some thugs on my behalf and giving me a dose of the rare oral potion, which let me stay in the other realm with full access to my magic. He'd been protective. Not only that, he'd met my mum and gone out of his way to charm her. And he'd recently worn a red bow tie that matched the colour of my dress to a high society event, something Ava had told me was a big deal. I licked my lips and tried to come up with any conclusion other than Krieg thought I was his mate. My mind shied away. Nope, I wasn't an ogre, and he wouldn't want a human by his side. And yet he told me his secret. I blew out a long, steady breath. Whatever he was thinking, there was no denying the attraction between us. But pheromones didn't make a happily ever after. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Krieg had needed a different potion from a witch. Maybe his mate was someone else. Someone linked to me. The thought that it could be my mum made my eyes widen in horror. I couldn't deal with this right now, so I shoved all Krieg-related thoughts into a box in my mind and locked them away. Later. I'd deal with them later. Preferably never. I pulled out my laptop and made notes about the who, how, why, what, where, and when of the murder scene. The human memory is fallible, and soon my recollections would start to blur around the edges, warping to protect me from the full horror of what I'd seen and done. I knew from experience that when I next woke up, I wouldn't remember the scene with the clarity I needed. When I was sure I'd noted down everything I could recall, I poured myself a shot of tequila and knocked it back without salt or lemon. I didn't want a decent drink. I just wanted the burn and the blurring edge it would give me. When I went into my bathroom for some much-needed cleaning up, I froze as I caught sight of myself in the full-length mirror. I had torn my beautiful red gown without hesitation, ripping strips of the material until it was in tatters, I looked like Cinderella after the bell had tolled 12. Hell, I looked worse than Cinderella. Rather than being covered in rags and mud, I was covered in rags and blood. I swallowed hard. It was rare for me to get my hands dirty trying to save someone because I usually arrived when a death had been verified and the corpse was cooling. It was rare to see a victim still alive, and rarer still to dive into their mind and be with them almost at the moment of death. I thought about Alice's parents. I couldn't notify them of her death. Not looking like this. I peeled off the red velvet dress with quiet regret. Just once in my life, I'd had 5 minutes in which I truly embraced my femininity. Now the destroyed dress was pooled on the floor like the blood that soaked into the ground. Around poor Alice Rose. I turned the shower to hot and let the water pound me. My stomach lurched when dark liquid sluiced off of me. Mud. I lied to myself, but it was no good. I knew better. I watched dry-eyed as Alice's blood slid down the drain. I would find her killer, and I would bring them to justice, one way or another. Chapter 28. I was dressed in my connection uniform when I walked into the Dryad's Grove in Grosvenor Park. The ward sensed that I held no ill intent and let me in. I'd left a sleepy Loki at home. Taking a bird with me to notify someone of a death seemed unnecessarily weird. Plus the little fella seemed tuckered out. He'd lived in a cage for a long time, and longer flights seemed to take it out of him. He needed to build up his stamina carefully. I didn't want him pulling a wing or something. At the grove, I knocked firmly on the elder tree, and it shook its leaves to acknowledge my presence. I need to speak to Alice Rose's parents, I said firmly. The elder tree groaned and shook its leaves again. As some of them fell, they laid a perfect path to another tree several yards away. I followed it. I could see the back of a dryad ahead of me, and I tensed, drawing up my magic to defend myself if I needed to. The dryad heard my footfalls and turned to face me. It wasn't the killer I'd seen in Alice's mind, but it was Jew Jingo, who was a killer all the same. Jingo, I snarled. What are you doing here? He smiled. This is my home. Bullshit. He laughed. I knew you'd come here to notify the parents of the death. I've left it to you. I wondered if he expected me to thank him. His smile widened. I thought a little frank discourse away from prying ears would be helpful. We were surrounded by sleeping dryads and their trees. The prying ears he was referring to had been the ones at the party. He didn't fear the dryads prying because he had total control over them. The Carnforce party wasn't your cup of tea after all? I snarked. He studied me. Did you know, Inspector, that doppelgangers fall into the creature side of the other realm? I didn't, I admitted. Not many do. Must be said that we are rare. We're born with 4 legs like an animal, and we are fierce and basic like animals. We like to eat, to drink, and to fuck. He drew the last word out like he was trying to tempt me. And kill, I added pointedly. Yes, he agreed easily. We like to kill. To assume a new form is a thrill. But my point, Inspector, was that as a creature of the other realm, I did not enjoy the theme of the evening's soiree. The rich elite can dress up and call themselves cultured, but they are just as depraved as me. Power. It's all any of us want. And they seek to take it from us creatures, to subjugate us. Some of them even spat on me tonight because of my green skin. Well, it's not right. I hated agreeing with Jingo even for a moment. But I did. It is not. He put his hands in his pockets and rocked back on his heels. I run drugs and guns, but I am an honest soul. I like money, and whoever said that crime doesn't pay was lying through their teeth. But I'm a businessman, not a bad man. You stabbed a teenager to death with a pair of scissors to start a feud, I snarled. He gave a one-shouldered shrug, and it started and ended the feud with exactly the results I required. As I said, I'm a businessman and I need certain results. There may be collateral damage along the way, but that doesn't make me evil. Let's agree to disagree, I scowled. He smiled. I like you. If the ogre wasn't so intent on you, I'd woo you myself. I gaped at him. I did not need him to get that idea into his head. That Krieg might consider me his mate was more than enough to contend with. Not that I was thinking about that. You'd have about as much chance as a moth against a dragon's flame, I said firmly. His smile widened. As Ash Aspin, yes, but when I shed this form, I'll make sure the next one is muscular, like Krieg. You like 'em ripped, don't you? I struggled to keep my face blank. At least with Ash Aspin's body, I knew who and what he was. If Jingo took another form, I'd have no idea. Don't, I said flatly. Just stay in Ash. He laughed. Better to tell a gargoyle to be polite. I can't change what I am, Inspector Wise, and I don't want to. I embrace myself and my nature. He looked at me intently. You would do well to do the same. The thought that he too might somehow know what I was filled me with anxiety. It clearly showed because he gave a low chuckle. Nah, I don't know your secrets yet, Inspector, but I will. You know how I like to collect them. You like to use them for blackmail, I stated. Well, that too. He winked and started to move away. Wait, I called after him. Why were you and Alice working at the Carnforce party? Alice works at the Nocturn Circle, and some of their staff were brought in tonight. He tapped his nose. Discretion was important, and the staff at Nocturne know all about discretion. His statement rang true. I was certain that both murders were pre-planned, so the killers would need staff they could trust on hand. And yes, there was more than one killer here. The problem was that I wasn't quite sure precisely how many. Jingo's observations, along with Squiggin's comment, meant that I was bound for Nocturne Circle next. But first, I had some lives to ruin. I frowned at him. Why are you trying to help me? Because fuckery against the creatures is not to be encouraged. So that's why Alice was there, but why were you? He grinned and repeated, because fuckery against the creatures is not to be encouraged. I remembered his comments about the various people there, and the salacious secrets they were hiding. You were there to mine some blackmail material, I guessed. Perhaps. You used Alice Rose to get you into the event, and then you got to work. I studied him. Did you know she was going to die? The flash of anger in his eyes was there and gone in a moment. I did not. Such deaths are bad for business. I've taken over the Grove and I need to keep things stable. I would never have sanctioned the hit. The hit. I'd been all but certain I'd known the identity of the Dryad's killer, and now I was sure. A Dryad assassin was hired to kill her. It was a statement, not a question. Jingo's eyebrows shot up, and he looked even more intrigued. And how did you deduce that it was a Dryad assassin? I just said it was a hit. A guest saw another Dryad other than you and Alice. I lied. And everyone knows that Dryads and Griffins are the paramount assassins of the other. Besides, Alice didn't struggle. She trusted her attacker because he was of the same species. And that was precisely why Helga was dead too. She trusted her attacker enough to take a drink from him. An ogre she'd known had been hired to kill her. I wondered if he or she had been aware of the victim's identity when they'd accepted the off-the-books contract. Jude nodded. I surmised as much. You think like a cop, I noted. There's no need to be rude, he sassed. And I smiled despite myself. It was a compliment. Not to me, though. I accept we are two sides of the same coin. We're not so different. I snorted. We're worlds apart. We'll see, Jingo murmured as he walked away. Good night, Inspector. I didn't reply. Instead, I refocused on the tree in front of me and the family I was about to destroy. I took a deep breath and knocked on its bark. Chapter 29. Notifying families of a loved one's death was the worst thing about my job, and it slayed me every time. Nothing else came close to touching that moment when I shattered their lives forever. Alice's parents were no exception, and their grief was raw and palpable. I excused myself as quickly as possible to get back to hunting. My night wasn't over yet. The Nocturn Circle was calling my name. Alice's murder had happened fairly early, so it was still only 1 a.m. The club would be doing a roaring trade. I ducked back home and changed into the only other dress I owned, the long, black lace, distinctly unsexy one. Whatever, it was better than my uniform. I gave my hair a quick curl and tied a headband 1920 style across my forehead to disguise the triangles tattooed there that called me out as working for the connection. I dug out some black gloves from a Morticia Adams fancy dress night out and slung on a beaded necklace. Hopefully I looked more like I'd rolled into the club from a theme night, rather than a connection officer trying to go undercover. I pulled on some low-heeled court shoes that I could run in and picked up the clutch bag again, complete with extendable baton. The club wasn't far away, so after I'd looked up the address, I walked into town. The building had no sign outside, just a symbol of 3 intertwined S's. If I hadn't seen it on their website, I wouldn't have known what it was. I felt the wards designed to keep out common realmers press on me as I approached. This club was only for the magical denizens of the other. I walked towards it with a confidence that promptly faltered when I realized that this was a gentleman's club and I was a lady. Luckily, Providence was shining down on me, because just about to enter the door ahead of me was none other than Krieg. I'd have recognized those broad shoulders anywhere. He was wearing jeans and a tight black shirt that had several buttons unfastened, exposing a swath of muscled chest that I tried hard not to ogle at. He was also wearing a hat to hide his tusks. He was here incognito too. "Robbie!" I called. I turned, and a smile instantly lifted his lips as he saw me.
"There you are, baby."
I ruthlessly crushed the tingle I felt as a term of endearment that slipped from his lips. Krieg crossed the distance between us. For a moment I thought he might kiss me, but instead he swept his arms around my shoulders and pulled me into the club. The bouncers let me pass without comment. Thank goodness he played along. I'd ask him later what he was doing here, but I suspected that, like me, he had the Nocturn Circle on his radar. For a king, he certainly thought like a cop, though I doubted he'd welcome the comparison. I'd anticipated a darkened room and loud music, and I hadn't been wholly wrong, except there wasn't just one room, but 7, radiating from the circular antechamber. Each room had a name over the entrance in neon lights: lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. Sins. That was the word that Katz had stopped Squiggins from saying. Sex, secrets, and sins. The 3 S's insignia now made sense. It must be the club's unofficial motto. I looked up at the pink sign for lust and shot a look at Krieg. "Ready?" We would need to explore all 7 rooms, so it would be better to start with the most embarrassing, especially if I was right about the mate thing, which I absolutely was not thinking about. He looked at the pink sign.
"Definitely not."
But his arm slipped from my shoulders to take a proprietary hold on my waist, and we walked in. The first thing I noted was the heat, and I quickly realized why it was so warm. Lust contained exactly what you'd expect from a room with that title. Beds, sofas, and swings occupied a space filled with everything from naked monogamous couples to sprawling groups where I struggled to identify which limb belonged to whom. One wall was covered by shelves, each one laden with sex toys. Clearly visible cleansing runes were painted over the area, rather than the far more expensive invisible ones, so that everyone knew the toys were clean and ready to use. As we moved further in, we reached an area that was specifically for all things BDSM. Unconsciously, I moved a little closer to Krieg. I did not want to get invited to participate. Day 659 meant that I had probably all but regrown my hymen, and this was not the place to experiment. Krieg's fingers squeezed my waist lightly, seeking to reassure me, but thrilling me instead. My heart was beating too fast, and my breathing was too shallow. This was painfully awkward. Whether or not I was aroused mentally, my body had responded primitively to the sight of all those writhing limbs. There was a reason porn was a thing. We took a casual turn around the room, searching for anyone who'd been at either of the parties. Seeing no one, we left as quickly as we could. I felt overheated and uncomfortable, and I really didn't want to discuss what we'd seen in there. By silent agreement, we didn't speak when we were out in the cooler anteroom. When Krieg looked at me, his silver eyes flashed with an intensity that brought the simmering heat coiling in my belly to a raging inferno. The tension between us was palpable, and when I licked my lips nervously, his eyes followed my every movement. I tried not to think of all that fierce, predatory energy focused on me. We needed to act like a couple, so difficult as it was, I took his hand. If it was possible, his eyes darkened further at my touch. Swallowing hard, I tugged him forward, and we plunged into the next room that was marked Gluttony in neon orange. There was much more light in here so that guests could see the excessive amounts of food and drink. A huge bar lined the room with a posse of dryads behind it, serving everything from shots to wine to botanical cocktails. The rest of the room was set up as a dining hall, but instead of chairs lining the food-laden tables, there were chaises longs for the guests to lie on as they stuffed themselves. Perhaps some people had recently moved from lust to gluttony because there were plenty of them licking mousse or melted chocolate from their companion's skin. Dryad waiters and waitresses were moving around, carrying heavy trays of delicacies to their Finnon guests. There was a whole ham on the table near me, and I regretted not bringing Loki. My carnivorous Caladrius would have been in heaven. My stomach gave a slight growl, which Krieg either heard or felt. "Best blend in," he murmured against my hair, and led us across the room to an unoccupied chaise longue. As we lay down together, I wished my heart wasn't pounding so hard, and that the room didn't feel as suddenly as hot as lust had. "What can I get you, sir?" the Dryad server asked the incognito king. "What do you have?" Krieg asked. The server smiled indulgently. "First time, sir. We have anything you want." "Anything?" I repeated dubiously. "Anything." I said the first thing that came to mind. "Then I'll have a Dr. Pepper and an apple crumble with custard." "Of course. And for you, sir?" "A pint of Trappers hat. And a cheese board." "Excellent." The Dryad moved away. I looked around the room as casually as I could, but once again I didn't recognize anyone. Krieg was lying next to me, so his muscular thigh was pressing against my lace-clad leg. The warmth radiating from it was distracting as hell. Even with the smell of food all around us, I could still make out his scent: leather, black pepper, and sandalwood. "Here we are." The server reappeared, followed by a floating tray. It was entirely too reminiscent of the Calmforce party. I suspected Louisa had shamelessly copied the idea, though she delivered it with far less panache. We accepted our food and drink. "Hey," I asked the waitress before she could leave, "do you know Alice Rose?" She brightened. "Sure, she's working a private party tonight. I'm so jealous of all the tips she'll be getting." She sighed enviously. "Do you know why she was chosen in particular?" She shrugged. "I think virtually everyone applied to do the job. The Calmforce pay well." "Better than the Squiggins?" I pried. She pressed her lips together. "I won't speak ill of my employers. Do let me know if you need anything else," she said faux brightly, then stalked away to put an end to my questioning. Damn it. I hated being undercover. I opened my can of Dr. Pepper, took a slow sip, and gave a happy sigh as the bubbly liquid slid down my throat. "I'm actually jealous of that can," Krieg murmured. I held his gaze as I lifted the can to my lips again. There shouldn't have been anything sexy about taking a sip of Dr. P, but somehow there was. His eyes darkened. "You're playing with fire, Wise." I was, and I knew it. Whatever was between us couldn't, and wouldn't, end well. All the more reason to enjoy it, whilst it lasted. Chapter 30. Greed's neon letters were glittering gold, and it came as no surprise when we strolled into a casino, offering everything from slot machines to blackjack and roulette. I could also see a mezzanine floor where I presumed only the high rollers were invited to play. The most notable thing about the room was that the casino staff were short, wizened old men, dressed in a mix of rich red or deep green coats, and all wearing golden hats. "Leprechauns," Krieg whispered. "I've never seen so many in one place." "They're solitary by nature. They must be getting paid a lot to work here in such numbers." We took a turn around the room, and finally, I spotted a familiar face. Voldris's vampire, Ludwig. I decided to direct Krieg away from him. Ludwig seemed lovely, but he was several selkies short of a twilight. I couldn't trust his discretion, and the last thing I needed was for him to greet me with a loud "Inspector" and blow my cover. It was interesting that he was here, and not at the Calm-Force party. Verona had also been absent, and I wondered if we'd also find her in the salacious halls of the Nocturn Circle. I tugged Krieg out of greed, and we entered the room marked Sloth. The lights were dim, and the room was entirely too warm for my taste. Once again, the area was filled with beds, but this time there were flickering candles, blankets, and half-naked witches painting runes for relaxation and rest on the guests. Some of the witches were also giving massages. Of all the rooms, this appealed the most so far, though the apple crumble had been delicious. Soft, tinkling music was playing in the background. I couldn't identify any of the occupants because most of them were lying face down, but I definitely couldn't see Verona's ice-blonde hair. Reluctantly, at least on my part, we left Sloth and headed into Wrath. The neon sign above the door was red, and the color didn't stop there. The whole room was lit with low, threatening red lights. It was also roaring with sound. It seemed we'd stumbled into the magical equivalent of a fight club. Instinctively, my hackles rose, and I was relieved when I saw one of the fighters being handed a wedge of cash as he walked out of the ring. This wasn't a black tawny situation where paranormals were forced to fight each other to the death. This was a gentrified version, where the fighters came for the exhilaration of giving, or receiving, a few bruises and a bloody nose. In another section, there was a rage room with a shit ton of items to smash, crockery, pottery, and a bunch of white goods. The weapons on offer were a baseball bat or a sledgehammer. No knives in sight. Another contender entered the ring, and Krieg gave a low growl. The new guy was an ogre. Large tusks protruded from his forehead, and he was wearing nothing more than a loincloth. His right arm was 3 times the size of his left, and he was using it to drag a metal-studded club. "Who?" I murmured. "Einar," he said tightly. "Fuck. The one dating Helga." "Indeed, he's supposed to be on a contract in Southampton," Krieg growled. "But he's not in Southampton," I pointed out unnecessarily. "No, he is not, which means he's falsifying the books. Couldn't he have been in Southampton and travelled up to Chester today? The books includes geolocation information, and because of the situation with Helga, he was supposed to notify me when he was moving towards home." "And he didn't?" "No, he didn't." Krieg's nostrils were flared, and his fists were clenched. He had reached the same conclusion as me. If Einar had forged the contract, there was a very good chance that he had been the ogre hired to kill Helga. "Not here," I said hastily. "Not now. There are too many people, and we haven't finished looking at the rooms. Take a deep breath and count to 5. The absurdity of my advice was enough to make him turn to look at me. I stood on my tiptoes and reached up a hand to touch the side of his face. "Not here," I repeated. "Please." He held my eyes, and as he turned his head slightly, his lips brushed over the palm of my hand. He didn't kiss it, but it was a distinct nuzzle. My heart was back to pounding, but obviously this was a result of the tension of the situation, not because of the press of his lips against my skin. "That is not how I envisaged you saying please to me for the first time," he rumbled. "No?" I said faintly. "No. Come then." For a moment I thought he was talking dirty, but then he gently took my hand, lowered it, and laced his own thick fingers through it. He tugged me out of Wrath and walked me straight into the green-coloured room of Envy. Envy was divided into 2 sections. One side was lined with mirrors, above which was a sign saying, "Meet your perfect self." I grimaced and steered clear of that. The last thing I wanted was to stare into an enchanted mirror and see a version of me I could never attain. Obviously, not everyone felt the same way because the room had plenty of patrons staring into their mirrors with self-important smiles. This room was the darkest we'd been into. It was a place that would ultimately incite misery as people failed to achieve the perfect self they saw here. No, this was definitely not the room for me. The other side of Envy had rows of comfortable chairs and a stage, where a handsome man was presiding over an auction.
A Rakshasa, Krieg hissed in warning.
I had never seen a Rakshasa before, but I knew enough about them to be wary. Little was known about their powers, save that they were secretive and dangerous. They grew their powers by consuming feelings of greed and envy. If this one worked here regularly, he would be very powerful indeed.
How badly do you want it?
The Rakshasa tauntingly asked the crowd.
Focus on your desire to have it,
he instructed, as he held up a vase.
It has been known to improve the fortunes of its owners. Who needs a lift in their fortunes? How much difference would this make to you?
He drew the moment out, showcasing the vase.
Going, gone. Sold to the woman in the green dress who wants this vase so very, very badly.
He smiled, but there was something dark and predatory about it.
Come and see me to claim your prize.
I'd seen enough, and I pulled on Krieg to get us the hell out of there. Together we faced the entrance to the last room. Pride. The letters were written in purple and should have looked welcoming, but instead they felt cold and impersonal. Comes before a fall, a voice murmured from behind us. We whirled around and met Verona's eyes. She was dressed like she belonged in the lust room, but I was more interested in the triumph that appeared in her eyes when she saw us standing there. Follow me, she said happily, and led us inside. The room was dark. There were several spotlit pedestals, and on each one was a book. There was only one other occupant, and he looked up as we walked in. Jude Jingo winked at me, then turned back to his book. What the hell are you doing here? I demanded of the doppelganger.
Seeing if you put together the crumbs I left for you, Inspector.
Don't fuck about with this Hansel and Gretel bullshit. If you know something, tell me. He smiled.
I know a lot, but I think you're a woman who needs to find her own way. You don't strike me as a silver platter type.
Giving me a slight bow, he turned and left. Pride. He'd know all about that, Verona spat as she watched Jingo walk away. She led me to a stone pedestal and patted the book on it. In these books you can write your secrets, your boasts. The books are spelled so only the truth could be written in them. To learn who wrote each boast, you must pay the premium, of which the house takes a cut, of course. The remainder of the sum goes to the person whose boast or secret it is. She smiled. And the catch is that there's a deadly secrecy rune. You can read the boast, but if you try to reveal them to another person, you'll die. This whole place is sick, I muttered. Well, apart from Sloth. I could get behind Sloth. This room isn't for the faint-hearted, Verona confirmed. But you'll want to see this. Voldris has been keeping tabs on Quintos and knows that he comes here. After what I saw yesterday, I looked in the books. All of them. She took us to one and flipped to a page. The boast was written in glittering gold and said simply, I'm rich enough to get away with murder. Price for the name, 10 million. Verona turned the page. I'm so rich I could get a crowd to applaud murder. Price for the name, 15 million. I recognized the curling writing of the second boast. Louisa Carnforth dotted her eyes with little hearts, like she was still a teenage girl. Anger surged through me, and I wasn't the only one raging. Next to me, Krieg clenched his fists. I didn't need to pay the premium to know who had made these boasts. 2 parties, 2 deaths, 2 hosts, 2 killers. Krieg and I walked out of the club into the centre of Chester. Students were busy shouting, singing, or vomiting, and the town was vibrant and alive. Krieg said a glance at me.
You're not going to sleep, are you?
I checked my watch. 21 hours left to prove my brother is innocent. If I don't, Thackeray will bring in another inspector. His jaw tightened.
One that might accept a bribe from Quintos to make it all go away.
I grimaced because it was true. Inspectors were supposed to be impartial officers for justice and a force of righteousness, and most of us were. But like with any large, unwieldy organization, there were bad apples. I had no doubt Quintos would secure one of them to take over the case. And when he did that, Rupert would be arrested and killed before he could prove his innocence. No, I wasn't going home to sleep. I needed to catch the killers, and that meant building an unshakable case in less than a day. They'd hired out the actual killing. It wouldn't do to get their own hands dirty. I was betting that Quintos had hired Einar, and Louisa Carnforth had hired a dryad assassin. All assassination contracts had a vow of secrecy woven into them, but I was sure that the assassins were the weak point. If I arrested Quintos or Carnforth, they would surely attempt to throw both assassins under the bus. No. I needed a confession to see those two rich wankers in jail. Nothing like a tall order. Chapter 31. Krieg and I waited in the darkness like a pair of hunting vampires.
This is my show, he reminded me. This is an in-house matter and you are here against my better judgment. You are here to observe, not to participate.
I've got it, I said tersely. We were killing time waiting for Einar to return home from his Fight Club experience, squatting in his home in the dark, ready to jump out and shout a sinister surprise. Frankly, I was surprised to be there. I'd never heard of an ogre inviting an inspector in-house like this, and I was determined not to squander what was starting to seem like Krieg's trust in me. Something was building between us. I wasn't quite sure what, but trust was a cornerstone of any relationship, and I wouldn't let that foundation slip. My ego had no place in this, and I had no issue in letting it go. For now, my brother Rupert was my focus. I had to save him and, if possible, do so without incriminating Mum for failing to register me. If Krieg could help me do that, I'd happily sacrifice a chicken or a goat in his name.
Einar's coming, Krieg whispered.
How do you know?
Crows,
he murmured. Knowing that he was half Piper changed that old tale I'd once heard about Krieg and his birds. Had he started the rumour about his ancestors as a cover for his skills? His murder of crows was eerily silent as Einar pulled up the drive. The birds knew we were going to rumble, and they were keeping quiet for their ogre overlord. Smart. We were on the ogre complex that Krieg had taken me to when we'd notified Helga's parents about her death. Einar lived in one of the small houses that was set back, like Aaron's had been. Krieg had keys to them all, so we'd gone inside and relocked the door behind us. We listened tensely as Einar put the key in his lock and turned it. Then, when he stepped into his home, Krieg exploded into movement. His mace smashed into Einar's stomach. Then he reversed the handle and knocked him unconscious. I held my tongue, with effort. This was Krieg's show. He dragged a metal chair from the dining room table and shackled the still unconscious Einar to it. Next, he flicked on all the lights and looked at me.
You can film this.
I blinked in surprise. Thank you. His jaw was tight.
This is a mistake,
he muttered to himself and shook his head. He turned back to Einar as I fished out my phone and hit record. Krieg slapped Einar across the face a couple of times until he blearily opened his eyes. He licked his lips, then said, "Ah," in a tone that was too knowing.
Why did you kill Helga Jonsson?
Krieg snapped. Einar shrugged.
I was ordered to. By whom? By my contract holder. You are aware that your vow of confidentiality does not extend to me. Who?
Einar grimaced.
Caspian cats.
I took a sharp breath. Fuck. That wasn't the name I'd been expecting. Krieg showed zero surprise.
Why did cats want to kill Helga?
He demanded. Einar glared at Krieg.
Because he could. Because you make us weak. Being led by a halfling. It disgusts me.
Krieg turned to look at me, but before he could say anything, I turned off the video and pocketed the camera. What followed wasn't going into any court of law. He nodded at me gratefully before turning his attention back to Helga's lover and destroyer.
I've let your bullshit slide for too long, he growled, and it cost Helga her life. No other ogre, contract or not, would have killed her like you did. You were dating her.
Einar smiled. It pleased me to do so. Thrust my cock into her little mouth and let her choke on it. We both knew she was envisaging you while she did it. She even liked to call me Your Excellence. Krieg's punch threw the metal chair backwards, sending Einar to the ground with a heavy thud, But Einar only started to laugh. Krieg hauled him back upright and punched him several more times. I could see it was a real effort for him to hang on to his composure.
You disgust me,
he snarled. The feeling is mutual, Einar shot back. Do you know who killed the Dryad? I asked. Einar sneered at me. I'm not answering your questions, human.
You're answering mine,
Krieg snarled, and hit him again. He pulled his fist back for another strike, but froze when I touched his shoulder.
I told you not to interfere,
he snarled at me through clenched teeth. I'm not interfering. I'm helping. I studied Einar. He's not going to live to see the sunrise, is he? Krieg held my gaze for so long that I started to worry that I was somehow challenging him, and any minute now he'd snap.
No,
he said finally.
He's not.
He looked resigned, as if he were waiting for me to recoil in horror, but I was an inspector of the connection. I was judge, jury, and executioner. I had killed many who had fallen foul of our laws, and I wasn't going to pretend that Krieg didn't have the right to end Einar. Under our laws, he did. Einar had killed another ogre. It was an in-house matter, nothing to do with me. The problem for me was that if Einar was dead, I wouldn't have a witness to testify against cats. Still, with the oath woven into the contract, Einar couldn't have testified anyway. I'd have to catch cats with smoke and mirrors. Luckily, I was skilled at both. Then give me a moment. I stepped closer to Einar and braced myself to break the vow I'd sworn to my dad. But this was for Rupert. I'd do anything to protect my family, including breaking my own damned rules. I touched Einar's skin and slid into his head. Chapter 32. Einar's mind was not a happy place. He knew he was going to die, and he was furious it would be at the hands of the weakling Krieg, who'd had to creep around in darkness and tie him to a chair to beat him. If the fight had been fair, Einar would have destroyed him. He wished the coup had moved faster. He wished he'd never taken Katz's damned contract. What a pathetic piece of shit Katz was. What a fool. Signing on the dotted line for both Quintos and Carnforth. Pathetic twat. He'd been so eager to prove he could pull off this PR stunt, the likes of which they'd never seen before. People would talk about the two parties for years, especially those who had witnessed the deaths. They would be the height of entertainment, like a black tourney or a Roman gladiator fight. No matter the century, men would always be fascinated by death. The memory of Helga's death replayed in Einar's mind. He'd spiked her champagne just before the fireworks. This off-the-books contract was the most lucrative he'd ever taken. 2 million to kill one of his own. He'd have done it for a quarter of that. He'd enjoyed fucking her, but she'd been foolish she thought his heart was involved. She wasn't even close to being worthy to be his mate. She wasn't even mate enough for Krieg. She was just young, nubile and naive, perfect for the role of sacrificial lamb. He'd kill her and then he'd use her death. He'd show the rest of the den that Krieg was so weak he couldn't even protect his own goddaughter. He and Helga had been waiting outside for the fireworks to start when the drug had started to take effect. He'd leaned close to her. Just hold on to me, baby, he crooned as he helped her walk forward. He gave Katz a nod. The wizard looked so damned excited it was a wonder he didn't cream his pants. Maybe he did. Einar walked her to the prearranged spot. When she stumbled again, he gave her a firm push and let her fall. Her nose crunched, so he turned her over and cleaned up the blood so as not to offend the posh guests. When he drew his knife, her panicked eyes met his. She was conscious enough to know what was going on, and he found that he regretted that a little. It won't last long, he'd murmured. He didn't promise it wouldn't hurt, because it would, but he'd make sure it didn't last long. He owed her that much. A throaty laugh made him look up as Louisa Carnforth sauntered over in a black ball gown, her mask still across her eyes. She was accompanied by Quintos and Katz. How delicious to make them kill themselves. She clapped her hands. Genius, Quinty. I must follow suit. Make a note, Katz. We'll have to get a dryad in. That one Daddy uses.
Kane, of course, Louisa. I'll line it up, Katz said obsequiously. Last minute changes, Louisa, Quintos teased. Worry because you can't possibly measure up.
She laughed again. Not at all. You know I love to keep things flexible. Quintos leered at her, and the two exchanged heated glances. Einar grimaced and cleared his throat. Shall we? Impatient to kill your lover, Quintos quipped. Oh! Louisa clapped her hands. That is divine! You get extra points for that, Quinty. He smiled. Thank you, my dear. I knew you'd appreciate the elegance. Oh, but I do. She stepped forward to look at Helga, then gave the immobilized ogre a finger wave. Hello, dear. Thanks for defending me earlier. I'm sorry I won't be doing the same for you. It's just a fact of life, darling. You're either a shark or a fish. And you're a sweet little minnow. Time for you to stop swimming. She winked and stepped back a little, but not too far. I want to see the life leaving her eyes, she told Quintos. Bloodthirsty little whore. His tone was affectionate, and Einar realized that this whole thing was little more than a twisted foreplay for the two of them. Freaks. Suddenly there was a commotion. Squiggin strode forward with another woman in tow. I found her snooping in your office, he said as he joined Quintos. He had a knife to Verona's throat, although she seemed to be giving him no trouble. I gave her a little of that serum you supplied, Quinty. The one that makes them more compliant. Seems to be working. She hasn't even tried to run away. Quintos sighed. We can't kill her. She's Volderus's hussy. I'm going to make millions from him. Gosh, Louisa said throatily. Listen to you talking about killing her already. And you haven't even got this one under your belt. She nodded at Helga. You're right. Let's get this show on the road. An oath will deal with the vampire. Let's do what we came for. Kill the ogre. Ogre. He snickered. On cue, the fireworks started to go off. Do it, Louisa urged Einar. I want to hear her scream. Einar drew his military-issue dagger and started stabbing. Immobilized by the embarroom, Helga couldn't scream, but tears fell from her eyes. Louisa leaned forward, knelt on the grass, and licked one away. She straightened up, smacking her lips with delight, and fixed her gaze on Helga until the light left the young ogre's eyes. Einar felt a weird and alien feeling he'd rarely felt in his life. Regret. Quintos turned to Verona. You will give me your oath that you will not speak or communicate in any way about anything you saw here. Robotically, Verona repeated, I will give you my oath that I will not speak or communicate in any way about anything I saw here. Louisa pouted. It's not as much fun when you use magical vows. It's not really getting away with murder if we can't tell anyone about it. We'll add it to pride, he promised with a wink. She giggled coquettishly. Just you wait for my party, Quinty. Everything is going to be bigger, better. It is going to be so delicious. I have all sorts of plans. He looked at her indulgently. I have no doubt. Now come on, let's get back inside before anyone misses us. What do I do with the body? Einar asked. Louisa tittered. Make sure it's found. It isn't getting away with murder if no one knows she's dead. Plus the drama of the connection coming is half the fun. Oh, I want a souvenir. Katz, get me one of her fingers. Katz nodded, though he looked less than enthusiastic. He watched as Louisa and Quintos walked, her rubbing his tented trousers. Cut off her pinky, Katz said to Einar. Take it and yourself to Nocturn Circle. I told Squigsy he could use you in wrath. Einar frowned. That wasn't in my contract. For £2 million, you'll do anything, I damn well say. You're mine for 48 hours. Looks like I won't need you for the second death, so off to Nocturne you go. Got it? Even though Einar wanted to rip Katz's head off his pubescent shoulders, he nodded. Got it. Chapter 33. I'd stepped into the mind of someone like that only once before. Jingo's enforcer, Lenny, had also been dark and depraved. But it was so much worse to be in the moment, to feel as if I had killed Helga, as if I had sliced off her finger and slid it into my pocket. I pulled back and focused on my breathing, trying to get myself back under control. It wasn't just Einar who'd upset me. It was seeing the others standing there watching. And Louisa? She was sick. She hadn't just been watching. She and Quintos had been getting off on it. I was going to bring them all down and kick them into Wraithmore prison so fucking hard they'd leave a fucking imprint. I'm done, I said to Krieg. And even I was surprised at the darkness in my voice. He killed her on Quintos' order, not Katz's. Katz was the middleman, acting as a freaking PR agent and treating this whole thing as a stunt. But Einar drugged Helga and killed her. I turned to him and asked, "Where did you put the finger in Nocturne?" He smirked. "In gluttony. I wondered if anyone would eat it." I felt ill. I turned to Krieg. "Do with him what you will." Krieg studied me with his mercury eyes, then he nodded. "Stay out of the way. If I lose, don't hesitate to kill him with your powers." Then he unlocked the shackles from Einar and helped him up, discarded his mace, and raised his fists instead. Einar staggered to his feet and cracked his neck with a slow, deliberate roll of his head. His lips peeled back into a sneer, and his twisted tusks glimmered faintly in the dim light. "Fool, you'll regret this, Krieg." He flexed his broad shoulders and laughed. "Letting me get to my feet, discarding your weapon. Your mercy makes you pathetic. And I'll kill your bitch afterwards too." Krieg said nothing. He was standing, calm and still, his eyes locked on Einar with the predator's patience. His tusks, sleek and jagged, like forged obsidian, suddenly looked far deadlier than they had before. He planted his feet wide, the executioner, ready to deliver judgment. The silence shattered as Einar lunged. He let out a roar and swung a meaty fist, aiming for Krieg's jaw, but Krieg sidestepped at the last moment and the blow exploded against the wall behind him, sending plaster skittering to the floor. Krieg countered immediately by driving a sharp uppercut into Einar's ribs. Einar grunted, spittle spraying from his mouth. Krieg pressed his advantage by slamming his other fist into Einar's gut and following it with a brutal headbutt. His tusk scraped against Einar's shoulder, leaving a trail of blood where they nicked the skin. Einar staggered back and shook off the blows. He gave a guttural laugh. "Is that all you've got? Rob it." He charged again, lowering his head to try and spear Krieg with his larger tusks. Krieg braced himself and met the challenge head-on. The sound of their tusks colliding was sickening, like bones splintering under pressure. They were locked together, muscles straining as they pushed against each other, two immovable forces battling for dominance. Einar snarled, twisted, and shoved Krieg back a step, then landed a savage punch to his jaw, followed by a knee to his stomach. Krieg stumbled and a low growl rumbled in his chest as he wiped blood from his split lip. Panic laced through me. Should I help? No. If he wanted to, Krieg could use his piping powers and this fight would be over in a blink. He wasn't doing so we still had this. Probably. Einar laughed again. "Getting tired, halfling?" As Krieg straightened, his gaze was sharper than ever. This time he was the aggressor, and he rushed Einar, fists pounding him like iron hammers on an anvil. With blow after blow, he drove Einar back until his back hit the wall. Even then he didn't stop. He hooked an elbow into Einar's jaw with a sickening crack and snapped his head sideways before he drove his knee up hard into Einar's sternum. Blood bubbling from his lips, Einar gasped. Rage flared in his eyes, but Krieg was already moving. He grabbed Einar's shoulders and spun him, slamming him face first into the wall with a bone-jarring thud. His voice was low and rough. "You killed Helga." He dragged Einar back just enough to twist him around. Einar's legs buckled, but Krieg didn't let him fall. "No one else will ever die by your hand." Before Einar could respond, Krieg lowered his head and charged. His tusks punched through Einar's chest with a wet, sickening crunch, and Einar choked on a breath that never came, his eyes wide with disbelief. Blood pooled around the tusks that were embedded in his torso and dripped in thick rivulets to the floor. Krieg held him there for a heartbeat longer, as if making sure his judgment was absolute. Then, with a sharp jerk of his neck, he ripped his tusks free. Einar crumpled to the ground like a felled tree, the light already gone from his eyes. The Ogre King stood over the body, looking down, his tusks glistening with fresh blood. "Good job," I said into the silence. "But I thought you didn't like to get entrails in your hair." Chest heaving, he looked at me in disbelief. "What?" I asked.
"Good job,"
he parroted.
"I thought you'd be upset."
"Why?"
"Because I killed someone."
I stared at him. "You're the High King of the Ogres, and he murdered one of your people. You were fully within your rights to kill him. Besides, I'm an inspector in the connection. You've heard what they call us, right? The JJE. Judge, Jury, and Executioner. Emphasis on executioner. If you hadn't killed him, I would. Some criminals deserve bars for the rest of their lives, but Einar would have thrived in that environment, become a god in prison. No, death was the only option for one like him. Years on the job had taught me that if you let the evil ones go, they'll kill time and time again, and you'll be mopping up the bodies and blaming yourself for your initial mercy. It had been a damned hard lesson to learn, and I was certainly a worse person for it. But now, I saw killing for what it was. Necessary. Krieg's mouth dropped open. "Huh," he said finally. I waited for him to tell me that I wasn't capable of killing an ogre, but I was pleased when no such denial came. Then again, he'd just seen me slide into Einar's head, so he knew what I was capable of in a way that no one else did. And that was a scary thought. The sun was coming up. I checked my watch. 5 a.m. I was losing time fast, but now I had something to work with. Several somethings, in fact. I smiled. Chapter 34. Krieg shouldered the body and strode out of Einar's house towards the main building. I guess ogres were early risers because the building was already full of them. As he went inside, all conversation stopped abruptly. I followed him in because, well, I was nosy as fuck. Also, Krieg needed someone to watch his back if Hanlon was still busy typing up my notes. The living room fire was still burning green in the grate. I recognized Jon, Freya, and Maktel. Hanlon was there too. He was done typing then. There was no sign of Aaron, and I didn't know anyone else. Krieg threw Einar down onto the tiled floor, strode to the fire, took a handful of white sand, and threw it into the flames. They surged and flashed, then turned back to their usual red.
"Helga Jonsson's death has been avenged,"
he said into the silence. Freya let out a low growl. "Einar," she snarled. "How could he?" "He was paid 2 million to kill Helga," I confirmed. I figured such crass details were better coming from an official source, rather than Helga's godfather, king or not. Jon ground his teeth, and his lips twisted.
"He killed one of us for money?"
He hawked and spat on Einar's corpse.
"Justice has been carried out."
Krieg said dispassionately.
"He died on my tusks. The blood money he was paid will be gifted to you, Jon and Freya."
"I don't want it." Freya was trembling with fury or grief. I couldn't tell which. Jon shrugged.
"It'll spend the same."
He looked at Krieg.
"And the ones that hired him?"
"I'll be dealing with them," I said firmly. Jon looked at me dubiously.
"See that you do,"
he said finally. "Who is she?" a female ogre called. "To be here in the den like this?" Krieg introduced me.
"This Inspector Wise of the Connection, and she is my shadow,"
he said firmly. The room fell so silent you could have heard a phoenix fart. The female gaped at me, her face a mask of fury. I had no idea what being in his shadow meant, so I kept my face impassive. Krieg turned to Jon and Freya.
"The body is yours. Do with it what you will."
He turned on his heel and marched out of the den. I followed him because I really didn't want to be in the den alone with that bitch looking at me with such violence in her eyes. Not that I couldn't kill her, but I doubted Krieg would appreciate it if I did. I followed his swagger down a long corridor. Finally, he held a door open for me. It turned out we were going to his inner sanctum, his bedroom.
I need a shower and change, he said. It is best for you to stay here whilst I do so.
Away from his ogres. Sure. You don't like entrails in your hair?
I do not. Stay here.
I nodded and looked around as he entered the ensuite bathroom. It came as no surprise that his room exuded opulence and sophistication, blending masculine colours and textures. The space was dominated by deep, earthy tones, charcoal, walnut brown and slate grey, complemented by accents of brushed gold. It was a room that emanated command, but also sensuality. The focal point was a super king-sized bed, adorned with dark navy bedding and a sturdy carved oak headboard. Beside it was a sofa layered with textured throws and pillows. There was no TV in the room that I could see. Instead, the stone wall housed a sleek fireplace that added warmth. The floor was polished hardwood softened by a Persian rug. Floor-to-ceiling navy curtains covered large windows. They were still shut, and only the lamp that Krieg had flipped on lit the space. Opposite the bed, a low glass and steel table beside a leather armchair served as a reading nook. A decanter of whiskey and a few crystal tumblers rested on a sideboard, alongside a small collection of books. Throughout the room were pieces of beautiful pottery, mainly painted black, though a few were maroon, in a similar style to the bold, muted artworks that adorned the walls. I sat on the sofa and leaned back into the cushions, surprised at how much I sank into them. They were ridiculously comfy. I could hear the soothing sound of running water from the bathroom, and my eyelids started to feel entirely too heavy. My phone rang, shattering the quiet and ripping me awake. Dr. Potter calling. I answered on a yawn. Hey, Kate. Hey, Stacy. You sound tired. So do you, she quipped. I laughed softly. I guess we're all running on empty. That's what happens when the connection is too tight-assed to pay for more staff. You're not wrong. What's up? I'm calling about Alice Rose. Already? I was impressed. I put her to the top of the pile. I really owe you one. Thank you. Chuck me a bottle of bubbles and we'll call it quits. Deal. What have you got for me? The blade the perpetrator used was unusual. Long, serrated, and hooked. Hunting knives are often hooked to help pull out the animal's guts, but it's not normal for them to have a serrated edge. It rang a bell, so I looked up an old case. Same thing. Exactly the same thing. I bet good money your killer is the same person because the similarities were striking. I'm talking right down to the location of the wounds. I contacted the inspector on the case. She was thrilled to be woken, by the way, but she knew the case I was talking about. It was a Dryad-hired assassin called Cain. I could have kissed her. Now I had evidence to hunt down Cain that didn't consist of illegal memories yanked from someone's mind. Fantastic work. Can you send me the details of that case and the inspector's details? You got it. One more thing. Alice had imbibed Imbarum, just like Helga. Kate, I appreciate the hell out of you. I could feel her grin. Yeah. Go. Relax. I wish. She snorted. Apparently I have another body coming in. Some rich old guy has died and someone is pulling strings to have me deal with it. Apparently the nurse flagged the case and the guy's daughter is not happy. I've been told to do an autopsy by yesterday. She huffed. Grab some sleep before you start, I recommended. Power naps work miracles. I hear you. She paused. So does champagne. I laughed. I gotta go, but I thought you'd want to know about Cain ASAP. Absolutely. Thanks, Kate. Speak soon. Then I hesitated as Krieg's questions about the friends in my life flashed into my mind. Maybe we could drink that champagne together one day, I asked. Kate's voice was warm. Oh, I'd like that, Stacy. We hung up and I put my phone on the table. Things were moving along nicely. Kate had certainly earned the promised bubbles. Now I had a concrete link between the two cases. The rare Imbarum was hard to source, and the killer had a distinct M.O. A yawn cracked my face, and I pulled a soft throw over me. I'd rest my aching eyes, just for a moment.
Wake up, Kairasta.
A hand was gently stroking my hair. I opened my eyes, momentarily disorientated, as I took in the unfamiliar surroundings. When I saw Krieg kneeling before me, I realized where I was. Hello, I said dumbly. He smiled.
Hello. I'm sorry to wake you, but I know you're up against the clock.
Right. I stretched, only then realizing I was still wearing the lace dress I'd worn to the Nocturn Circle. I grimaced. I needed to go home and change, which would waste time I didn't have. I seriously contemplated wearing the dress to the office. If I punched D.S. Roberts in the face when he inevitably sassed me, no one else would dare comment about it.
If you'd like to shower, I have some fresh clothes for you,
Krieg offered. A black suit and white shirt were laid out on his bed, together with a brand new set of underwear, all still on hangers from the shops. I stared at them. Did you buy those? I asked incredulously.
Not me personally. I stayed with you. I couldn't risk leaving you alone in the den.
I didn't have the bandwidth to dig into that. What time is it? I asked instead.
Just gone 7:30 a.m. I let you sleep. I figured you couldn't do much before morning.
Right. My head felt like it was stuffed with cotton wool. Thank you, I'll shower. I suddenly recalled my conversation with Kate. Alice Rose was also subdued within barroom. Did you hear anything from Delia? Krieg frowned.
No, but I'll call her while you shower.
Ah, pig dog,
a sulky voice squawked. Loki, what are you doing here?
He flew here and rapped rather insistently on the window with his beak,
Krieg said, amused. What's up, bud? I asked the bird. Why don't you stay at home?
Ah, dark, ah, hungry.
I winced as guilt shot through me. Oh, sorry, buddy. I'll get you a new lamp, one you can switch on yourself. I looked at Krieg. Can you rustle up some food for Loki? He likes cooked meat.
He nodded. I'll sort out the bird. You shower.
Thanks, I said gratefully. I took the clothes off the bed and carted them into a white marble ensuite that was bigger than my entire living space. I stripped off, fully conscious of the fact that there was no lock on the door. As I stepped into Krieg's shower, his scent swirled around me. God, he smelled so good. I turned on the hot water and let it blast me, and after a moment's hesitation, picked up his body wash. I guessed that today I was going to smell like Krieg too. I blew out a breath and tried not to imagine him lathering up his body like I was doing to mine right now. Celibate for 660 days. I rested my forehead against the cold glass. I really needed to get a grip, preferably on a willing cock. I groaned. I didn't usually have such a hard time focusing. This was all Krieg's fault, with his hot glances and flirty comments. He was screwing up my concentration, and I couldn't afford that right now. I needed to focus on the job at hand. Arrest the killers, get a confession, exonerate my brother, before my 24 hours were up. Easy. Chapter 35. Krieg held the car door open for me, and I slid in. I was almost getting used to the door opening thing. Loki fluttered onto his spot.
Where to?
The ogre asked. The police station, or to my home where I can pick up my car. You really don't have to drive me, I started awkwardly.
I'm in until the end. I need to see justice for Helga. Einar was a tool, but he wasn't the one who was ultimately responsible.
I nodded. Fine. My phone buzzed with a text from Kate. You won't guess who the rich dead guy is. Magnus Carnforth, Louisa Carnforth's father. Please tell me the death was suspicious, I replied. No stab wounds, no pinky finger missing, but I'm doing toxicology now. I'll keep you posted. You're a saint. I looked up from my phone. Louisa's father died last night.
Oh, she got cocky.
Damn right she did. I grinned and punched the dashboard. This is going to be the nail in the coffin. I need to speak to the DCI. Can you keep quiet a moment? Not sure how thrilled he'd be if he knew I'd swapped Channing for you. You too, Loki. Loki drew a wing across his beak, and it took me a beat to realize he was miming zipping it closed. Wise ass avian. Krieg grinned.
I'm more handsome than Channing.
Well, that's not saying much. Channing is about 12 years old.
He's 22.
He shot me a sideways glance.
No denials about how handsome I am.
I rolled my eyes. Don't fish for compliments, Krieg, because all you'll get is tough old boots. He was drop-dead gorgeous, and he knew it. The last thing his ego needed was further encouragement. For God's sake, the Carnforth's housekeeper, Hannah Bellum, had fainted at the sight of him.
Ship is sunk.
Loki chuckled. Sailed, I corrected. Hush now, I'm calling. Before an arrest or kill, I suppose they needed a green light from on high, but most inspectors applied for a kill order retroactively. Where possible, I tried to get mine in advance, but sometimes events ran away from me. Today, however, I wasn't applying for a kill order, but one to arrest with a view to imprison. When Thackeray answered, I dived right into it. I need D9 arrest warrants for Cameron Quintos, Louisa Carnforth, and Caspian Katz. There was a moment's silence.
You've got to be kidding me.
His tone was thick with disbelief. No, sir, I'm not. As I laid out the case, I modified Einar's involvement and extended his confession to point fully at Quintos and Carnforth. Unfortunately, I said, my tone regretful, the footage got corrupted and only a portion of the confession remains.
You can't arrest them without that.
I'm going to have more. I outlined my plans. He grunted.
Oh, get me more evidence and you'll have your warrants.
Thank you, sir. I paused. But I already have enough to arrest Katz. He considered, then said,
Okay, I agree. Get a statement drawn up and sent to the CPS for your D9.
In the common realm, the Crown Prosecution Service is the government body responsible for determining who is tried for what crimes. In the other, things were simpler because we didn't do juries and judges, just power-hungry inspectors. We still used the CPS as a small check and balance, though. They assessed our cases and gave us our warrants. They also assessed our judgment calls. If too many died who shouldn't have, eventually we'd come under fire ourselves. Took a long time to get to that, though. Even someone as senior as Inspector Stone had been questioned, but he'd never faced charges. It was when inspectors chose to arrest rather than kill their guilty targets that the CPS stepped in. They checked our case was airtight and took over the battle if there were any appeals or recanted statements.
You have 16 hours left, Wise,
Thackeray grunted. That's all I'll need, I said confidently. After we rang off, I drafted a quick statement on my phone, e-signed it, attached a shortened clip of video evidence from Einar, and fired it off to my favourite person at the CPS office, who dealt exclusively with other crimes. Edith Bodsworth was older than dirt, though nobody knew quite how old she was. She'd been part of the CPS since before my dad had joined the connection. Her face was lined and craggy, her hair was greying and always in a bun, but no matter her age, she was still sharper than a dragon's claw. She'd get me a warrant for Katz. I'd mark it urgent and ask for it to be expedited, and in the meantime I could talk informally with Katz. I texted Channing. Get Katz in for a casual chat. And Verona, too. Yes, Mom. I smiled. Things were cooking. My phone rang. I grimaced at the screen. Rupert. Hey, bro. How you doing?
How am I doing? Exactly when were you going to tell me that I'm a prime suspect?
You're not, I assured him. Frankly, I was surprised the thought hadn't occurred to him earlier. I guess he was too involved to see things clearly. His solicitor's analytical brain had taken a backseat to emotion. I could hardly blame him.
Well, that's not what my boss thinks. I've been suspended. Effective immediately, pending charges.
You're not going to be charged, I promised evenly. I'm on it, okay? Fuck your wanker boss. Go home, have a duvet day on his dime.
I need you to solve this, Stacey,
Rupert pleaded. I'm on it. Trust me.
I do, but I'm scared as hell.
Oh, that hit me right in the gut. My brother obviously felt that all this talk about feelings was too much, because he recovered with, I'm too pretty for prison. The joke was weak and, if anything, made me feel worse. Go home, Rupe. Everything will be okay. I promise. He hung up without saying goodbye. Krieg reached over and lightly squeezed my arm.
You'll be okay.
I blew out a breath. He will, because we're going to nail these arrogant fuckers to the wall.
To the mattresses,
Loki screeched in agreement, making me grin. My bird spoke Shakespeare, Oscar Wilde, and mob slang. He was multilingual. By the time we arrived at the station, Channing had roused Katz and ordered him to come down in an hour's time. I pulled him into my office and gave him the full rundown of everything that he'd missed. His jaw worked. Mom? Yes? Next time, I'd prefer to come with you when you go undercover.
Me too,
Loki asserted firmly. I ignored the bird. Going undercover was hard enough without trying to smuggle in a fancy pigeon. Channing, though, I couldn't imagine anything worse than strolling into the lust room with my uptight, inexperienced partner. Tiredness made me snap. You can prefer all you want. I needed one of us to be sharp. When I wrap this up with a fucking bow, you'll be doing the paperwork while I sleep. Channing didn't look impressed. I sighed and rubbed my forehead. I had a headache from lack of sleep. I'm not used to having a partner, I said finally. I forget to include you.
And Loki.
Loki muttered mutinously. You had no issue including Krieg, Channing objected. Then he slid a glance to the ogre, blushed and stammered. No offence, Your Excellence. Krieg looked amused. None taken, detective. Krieg had skin in the game. I looked at Channing. Anyway, would you like to say no to the High King of the Ogres? No, Channing conceded. There was a knock on my door, and D.S. Roberts stuck his head around the door. You've got a Verona in reception for questioning. Apparently she's refusing to give her full name. I'm just glad she showed up, I muttered. Trust you to have witnesses with only one name like bloody Cher. The DS left with an eye roll. He wasn't my biggest fan. I turned to Channing. Show Verona into interview room 1. Recording protocol X. He nodded and left briskly. Recording protocol X? Krieg asked. Well, it sounds ridiculous, I know, but he's new, and I didn't want him recording with the wrong cameras. There's both common and other equipment in the room. The cameras back up automatically, and we don't want this shit going to the Common Realm Police Archive instead of ours. Right. Can I sit in? Krieg asked.
And me,
Loki demanded. I considered it. You can both come in with Verona. For cats, the pair of you will need to be on the other side of the glass. They really do two-way glass? Krieg sounded surprised. Not everything you see on TV is bullshit. I pushed away from my desk. Come on, we need to get some evidence on Quintos. I smiled. This was going to be fun. I loved it when I had an ace up my sleeve. My phone buzzed with a message from Kate. In barroom, lots of it. Make that 2 aces. And I was collecting more. I had other irons in the fire. Adrenaline poured through me, carrying me through the lack of sleep. I slugged back 2 paracetamol, as efficacious as any potion but far cheaper, and hoped they'd kick in soon. I led Krieg through the station to the interview rooms, where Verona was already waiting. BDSM Barbie was apparently off duty. Today she was dressed in jeans and a bright white hoodie. Her hair was tied back and her face was free of makeup. She looked almost approachable. She remedied that by glaring as soon as I walked in. You better have a damn good reason for dragging me in on my day off, she snapped. I grinned at her. Honestly, you're going to love it.
On cloud 10,
Loki agreed. Verona blinked at his presence, then, to my surprise, she extended her finger. After a beat, Loki flew to sit on it. She stroked him gently, and he crooned. What the actual hell? Why was my bird fraternizing with dominatrix Barbie? And worse, why was I a smidge jealous? I tried to set my feelings aside and turned to Channing. Caution her and start recording, I instructed gruffly. Detective Elliot Channing and Inspector Stacey Wise, an interview with Verona of the Volderist clan, Channing said. He rattled off the time and date for the camera, then read Verona her rights. She looked at him, intrigued. We need to take your statement, I started. Visibly frustrated, she huffed. You know that I can't give you one. I smiled. Au contraire, although it's corrupted and can't be used, I was lucky enough to see some footage that shows without a shadow of a doubt that you did not swear an oath. I did. I smirked. No, you didn't. Quintos phrased his oath request badly. What you said was, I will give you my oath that I will not speak or communicate in any way about anything I saw here. Yeah? So? I leaned forward. You said, I will. So you didn't give your oath in that moment. You promised to do so in the future. You didn't glow golden, Verona. The poor wording meant that the oath didn't take. You can speak freely about what you saw without fear of an oath death.
Cockwomble,
Loki cackled in delight. She bit her lip. What if you're wrong? Verona, I swear to you that I saw the oath didn't take hold. My oath that I speak the truth. As I will it, so mote it be. I glowed golden as the oath took. You did not glow. I promised again. She looked at me, then threw back her head and laughed. Oh my God, that is too perfect. The absolute arseholes. Are you going to kill them or send them to prison? I rather think prison is the worst punishment for them, don't you? I said dryly. Absolutely, they can all rot there. She beamed. Oh, this is the best start to my morning. You're right. It was totally worth coming in for on my day off. She leaned forward. Tom Squiggins found me in Cameron Quintos' office and said he had something important to tell me. She blushed lightly. Like an idiot, I let him get close enough to whisper to me, but he didn't whisper. He jammed a syringe in my neck. He used some sort of serum on me to induce my compliance. Everything felt floaty, like it didn't matter what I did, and it was best to just obey him. She frowned. It was horrible. I guess he wasn't sure if the serum would work because he also held a knife to my throat to ensure my compliance. And then he walked me over to a secluded area in the gardens where I witnessed Quintos order an ogre to kill Helga. I leaned forward. And who else gave the order? I pressed. Oh! She grinned. You're right. Louisa Carnforth told the ogre to do it too. Did you hear them discuss any other crimes? I heard Katz and Louisa talking about using a dryad assassin called Cain to kill another dryad. I smiled. Gotcha, you arrogant fucks. Chapter 36. I had enough for all their warrants, but this was a case that could come back to screw my brother. It had to be ironclad, and I knew just what to do. This time, Krieg and Loki were on the other side of the glass, so at least I didn't need to worry about a mistimed pig dog from the peanut gallery. Katz looked half asleep. The lazy arsehole hadn't even bothered to bring a lawyer. I hit record and read him his rights. You want a lawyer, kid? I asked casually, before we started. Am I under arrest? He started picking at his nails. Nah, we're just chatting. He waved a hand dismissively. Let the record show that Caspian Katz has waived his right to a solicitor. I smiled warmly. So, tell me about yourself. He dropped his hand. What did you want to know? Well, when we met, I didn't realize you were part of the Katz PR empire. Katz smiled smugly. I'm set to inherit the whole thing. That's awesome. So, PR's a family business, but do you like working in PR? I do. I have a real flair for it. A talent. I bet you do. I hesitated. I've heard your dad's a bit of a ballbuster and that he's still not giving you any real responsibilities, even though you're already 21. Katz frowned. He'll see. You need some sort of special project, I suggested. Something to showcase how good you are at getting press coverage for your clients. I leaned forward. You could even work with the Mystic Informer. I heard they did a piece on the party murders. The Mystic Informer was a new gossip rag that printed only other news. It was protected with runes so that no one from the common realm could read it. No one knew who ran it or how it was distributed. I had no idea if it had run a piece about the murders. Actually, that seemed quite unlikely because it wasn't a slick operation. If I'd had to guess, I'd have said it was some sort of small startup press. Really? Katz beamed. I didn't see that. Yes, it was great publicity for Quintos and Carnforth. You know what they say, no press is bad press. Absolutely, he enthused. Oh, this is great. Looking chuffed, he rubbed his hands. I kept my tone light. You know, Caspian. I can call you Caspian, right? Sure thing, honey. He winked. Ugh. I persevered. You'd have been a natural choice for running PR for something like this. You've got the brains for it, the creativity. If it was me, I'd be pitching headlines like tragic deaths spark calls for change, or even mystery murders keep high society on edge. That's the kind of thing you're good at, isn't it? He puffed out his chest. Exactly. You get it. It's all about controlling the narrative. I tilted my head. Of course, it's risky tying your name to something so messy. Not everyone can spin gold out of something dark like this. Most people couldn't pull it off. The narrative could wobble. Katz smirked and leaned back in his chair. Exactly. You have to be very skilled. But with the right angle and the right timing, you can make anything work. Timing is everything, isn't it? Like those parties. Quintos' fundraiser, Carnforce Gala, big events, lots of press. Perfect backdrop for, well, anything, really. Katz's complacency was suffocating. Exactly, it's like PR 101. The more eyes, the better. And you're so good at making sure the right people notice, connecting the dots, pulling the strings. I lowered my voice slightly. It's almost like you were running the show. He snorted. If I'd been running it, it would have been flawless. Would it? I kept my gaze fixed on him. Flawless, like orchestrating a killer to be at the right place at the right time, making sure every piece of the puzzle fits together perfectly. I saw the exact moment that Katz realized that he was in dangerous waters. He shifted in his chair, and his cocky facade cracked. Hypothetically, I continued, if someone like you were behind this, they'd need to be a genius at managing people. I kept my tone admiring, like hiring the Dryad for Carnforce hit. Smart move, by the way. A hired killer with no known ties to the person hiring them? That's going to become a Katz signature move, isn't it? Speaking strictly hypothetically, he echoed, his voice more subdued now. It would be pure genius. But his arrogance and the thrill of showing off were too much for him to resist. Not just anyone could pull that off. You'd have to know how to handle both sides, get what you need without dirtying your own hands, not to mention handling pushy clients who think they know best. He snorted derisively. You'd have to be brilliant, I agreed. I mean, it's not like we're sitting here because you made any mistakes, is it? I gave him a slow smile. Realizing too late that the trap was closing, Katz froze. I didn't. Didn't what? I pressed, my voice sharp now. Didn't hire Einar for Quintos. It's your signature on the contract, Caspian. Quintos played you. I shook my head sadly. So close to perfection. But you should have got the clients to sign their own contracts. That was a real rookie error. You thought you were in control. You thought you were playing Quintos and Carnforth, but really, they were playing you. I regarded him sympathetically. He was starting to look nervous as reality hit, and he pulled at the collar of his shirt. I don't know who this Einar is. Who are you talking about? Please, honey, I snorted, enjoying tossing the patronizing moniker right back at him. It's too late for that. The best you can hope for is to give me enough on Quintos and Carnforth so that the CPS let you plea bargain in exchange for your evidence. He licked his lips. I want total immunity. Well, I'm sure you do, but that's not how this works, honey. We need to know what you've got before we agree to anything. His lawyer would have told him that was total BS. But in his naive arrogance, he hadn't hired one. Lay it all out for me, Caspian. When did Quintos first approach you? Katz swallowed. Hard. We were in Nocturn. Drunk. It was just drunk talk, or so I thought at first. Quintos was showing off the way he always does. He likes to boast, and we indulge him because he's wealthy and powerful. He loves filling the books in pride. He's part of the elite, and we were thrilled when he started hanging out with us. Dad says he's got no class, that he's first generation wealthy, but that's what makes it fun, you know? Quintos doesn't have the airs and graces that we've been raised with. It's been eye-opening spending time with him. He made us realize how much power we have. He looked smug. You, Tom Squiggins, and Jameson Montague. Yeah, so this one time we were shooting the breeze, talking about his charity masquerade. He said he had a bet with Louisa about who could throw the best party. He wanted to make his event stand out, and he said wouldn't it be juicy if there was a murder? People would talk about it for years. Quintos said that he knew he was so rich he could get away with murder. That old excitement was creeping into Katz's eyes again. The forbidden thrill. We were just talking hypotheticals, of course, but we came up with a whole plan. All of you. I affected surprise. Just me and Quintos. Katz snorted. The others have no vision. We talked about killing someone, and in particular a creature, because, you know. He waved a hand. They're just animals. I kept my voice as even as I could. He shot me a relieved look. Exactly, you get it. No different to killing a pig or whatever. Easier to get away with rather than starting with a human. I kept my expression blank, but I swear I could feel Krieg's eyes boring down on us through the two-way glass. So you decided to hire a creature to kill a creature. Spot on. How beautiful. How elegant. He kissed his fingers, like a chef congratulating himself on a well-cooked dish.
We wouldn't even get our own hands dirty, but everyone would be talking about it. It's not your fault if 2 ogres or 2 dryads go at it and kill each other.
Faux understanding dripped from my tongue.
Exactly.
He beamed at me.
And it's already making a splash. It'll go down in history, especially the way the kills were back to back like that.
The whole thing was inspired.
They're calling it the masked murderer because the first death was at a masquerade ball, and the killer's identity is unknown.
They were wearing a mask, he explained, as if I wouldn't get it. I got it. I smiled.
Well, your dad is sure to give you the business now.
He frowned.
You'd think so, but he's furious about the whole thing. Said I was reckless.
You weren't reckless, you were clever. You even signed the contracts yourself to keep the client safe.
Exactly. And you didn't get your own hands dirty.
You didn't kill them.
Exactly.
He repeated with a grin. I smiled. And that's why we'll charge you with conspiracy to murder, rather than just plain old murder. His smile slid off his face.
Wait.
What? Conspiracy to murder, accessory to murder, assisting or encouraging murder.
Oh, you've been a busy boy.
He paled.
I didn't do anything. I didn't drug or stab anyone.
You said it yourself. You planned it all.
Hypothetically, I didn't know Quintos was going to actually follow through with it.
A jury might have believed that, but I don't. And you don't get a jury here. You signed those contracts. You hired the ogre and the dryad.
For Quintos and Carnforth. If anyone is the murderer here, it's them.
I smiled with grim satisfaction.
Oh, I quite agree. And I'll be going after them with everything I've got. But your confession will surely help.
Katz looked panicked.
I didn't confess. I was just explaining what had happened. I didn't do anything. I want my lawyer.
I bet you do, Caspian. I closed his file. I have news for you, kid. Even the best lawyer and all your dad's money won't get you out of this one. My word is law. I'm judge, jury, and executioner. My voice dropped to sub-zero on that last word. He started to tremble.
Oh, please don't kill me.
I don't intend to. You deserve Wraithmore Prison.
Pretty boy like you?
You're going to love it. Katz was about to learn a very hard life lesson. I read him the charges and arrested him. The day was looking up. Chapter 37. Cameron Quintos didn't have a worry in the world as he smirked at me from the other side of the desk, next to his fancy lawyer. Channing wasn't with me since he was busy drawing up another witness statement, and Quintos took the sign of me flying solo to be a weakness. Showed how much he knew. Thank you for coming in to see me, Mr. Quintos. We've got a few follow-up questions concerning the murder that took place during your charity gala.
And since your brother found both bodies, I'm surprised to see you're still on the case, Inspector Wise. A conflict of interest, don't you think? After all, coincidence only stretches credulity so far.
There was nothing friendly about my smile. You're right. So, let's talk about coincidence. Let's talk about your party and your famous fireworks, and how you didn't go outside to enjoy the show. I asked all of your guests, Quintos, and not a single one placed you at the display. Why is that?
I was in the bar.
My smile widened. No, you weren't. I checked with the bar staff and all of the guests who were inside, but you weren't there either. You weren't at the fireworks and you weren't at the bar, so where were you? The lawyer leaned in to whisper, but Quintos waved him off.
Not answering makes me look guilty. I have nothing to hide, he snapped. Truth is, Louisa Carnforth and I were intimate. Her father despises me, so we're keeping things under wraps. That's all.
Her father, Magnus Carnforth.
That's right.
When was the last time you saw him? I asked. He visibly relaxed as the questioning turned away from the murders.
I don't know. A year or two ago? As I said, we don't get on and we avoid each other whenever possible. Louisa has been taking over the reins. She said he's aged significantly. Dementia.
You and Magnus don't get on, yet you went to the Carnforth gala.
Louisa assured me he wouldn't be present.
I bet she did. Were you aware that Magnus Carnforth died last night? He blinked rapidly. Evidently not.
No.
He licked his suddenly dry lips. Embarum overdose, I said conspiratorially. Do you know what's fun about that?
There is little fun in death,
he said stiffly. Oh, the average person believes that, but you and I aren't average, are we? I said pleasantly. There's power in death. Inspector, keep your comments relevant, the lawyer snapped. This matter is very relevant. You see, all 3 victims were spiked within barroom. It is hellishly rare, which makes it very easy to track. In lots of ways, Louise is quite naive, isn't she? I initially thought you'd secured the barroom because drugs are your trade, aren't they? Pharmaceuticals are very different to potions, Quintos snapped. Well, you're right, of course. And pharmaceuticals are so traceable. Like that little serum you used on Verona, a vampire of the Volderus clan. When I get a warrant, what am I going to find in your labs, Cameron? It's Mr. Quintos to you. He frowned as the cogs in his brain clicked over. How the hell did she tell you about the serum? I smiled. And we're back to the fun, aren't we? Fun fact, you fumbled on the wording of the oath and we now have a full statement from her. I slid a copy across to the lawyer, who scanned it quickly. I need a moment with my client, he said hastily. It was all Louisa's idea, Quintos blurted. She set the whole thing up, all 3 deaths. I was just an unhappy witness. She threatened me, told me not to come forward with what I knew or I'd be next. Quintos, the lawyer barked. Quintos glared at him. Shut up, Trent, you're fired. The lawyer shook his head and stalked out without another word. Are you waiving the right to a solicitor? I asked pleasantly. I don't need one. Charlatans, a lot of them. I built my own company from the ground up and I don't need some sycophantic lawyer muddying the waters. This is all very simple. Louisa killed them all and I'm a victim too. She was terrifying. She said she'd kill me. I believed her. Oh, she's a shark. Interesting wording. That's what Louisa said to Helga, wasn't it? That you're either a shark or a fish? He seized on it. Precisely. That's exactly what Louisa said because it's true. She's a killer through and through. I bet she killed her father as well. Honestly, Inspector, she was the one behind it all. I had nothing to do with it. Except providing the money for hiring the ogre assassin. I smiled. Money leaves trails. It does not. I routed it through a shell company. He protested. Gotcha. So you did pay for the hit. He faltered. I want my lawyer back. I grinned. Well, I'm not sure he'll come, but we can ask nicely. Another fun thing is that we have you cold. You've just confessed to paying for the hit, and we have a statement from Verona and Katz confirming that you masterminded the whole thing. Not Louisa, but you, Cameron Quintos. Lawyer or not, you're going away for a very long time. It wasn't me. It was Katz. You said a moment ago it was Louisa, I pointed out. He started to sweat. It was both of them. It all started in Nocturn. I opened my notepad. Tell me everything, Quintos, and maybe we can discuss reducing your sentence. He sang like a Caladrius. 2 down, Louisa to go. And she was going to topple like a house of cards. Chapter 38. Louisa called for a whole team of lawyers. Not 1, not 2, but 3 suits sat next to her. Where's that tasty beefcake? She drawled in an upper-class, privileged voice. She stretched back in the plastic chair as if it were a throne. I was here to teach her she was no queen. It was a lesson I was going to thoroughly enjoy. I didn't like her talking about Krieg that way, but I didn't want to examine why. I struggled to keep the glare off my face. I was planning on doing a good cop routine. Her ego would be her downfall, and I would pander to it. I managed a smile. High King Krieg is otherwise occupied. Shame. I do like some eye candy. Cameron Quintos isn't exactly eye candy. No, darling, she tittered. But he's rich as hell, and powerful to boot. And that adds at least a couple of points in his favour. One of the lawyers leaned forward and murmured something to her. She waved him away. You're pretty rich, I pointed out. Richer now that your father has passed away. I paused. I'm sorry for your loss, by the way. It must have been hard losing him. And after all that mess with the dryad, too. She dabbed at non-existent tears. I'm crushed, of course. The interesting thing is that no one has seen him or heard from him in at least 18 months. And I have a statement from your housekeeper that you kept him chained to his bed. When Channing had gotten Hannah Bellum alone, all it had taken was a hint that she might have colluded in Magnus's death, and she told him everything. She had no idea he'd been drugged constantly by Imbarum, kept conscious and immobile for months on end. He must have been going slowly mad. His death had at least released him from that hell. Louisa may not have cut or beaten him, but she tortured him all the same. Louisa had told Hannah that Magnus suffered from locked-in syndrome, but they couldn't risk his board finding out, so Hannah was to tell no one of his sad condition. Instead, Louisa attended meetings and communicated his wishes. Louisa sat up primly in her plastic chair. Chained? How absurd. She's mistaken, of course. Lawyer 2 leaned forward. Mr. Carnforth was secured for his own good. He'd had some falls. Poor Daddy, Louisa said, her eyes wide and guileless. I changed tack. When you invited me to your gala, you said he was going to be there. She shrugged. Well, he was on the premises, just in the house, rather than the marquee. You've been running his company in his stead, haven't you? I kept my tone admiring, bordering on awestruck. I did little digging into Carnforth Enterprises. Since you took over, the company has been doing very well. Too well. I was interested to learn that it works in potion development, and that's why Quintos and your father are such rivals. Science versus magic. Louisa waved a hand dismissively. Oh, they're silly. Both have their place, and science caters to the common realm, which is a huge market that shouldn't be ignored. Magic caters to the other realm, a much smaller fraction of the market, but, of course, they pay a lot more for potions. Different markets, different price points. The competition between them is absurd. And that's why you've been flirting with Quintos. You want a slice of that much larger science-based pie. You're rich, but he's Midas rich. I paused. He's rich, but you're better. You're smart and brave. You take risks. I appealed to her oversized self-esteem. I can't get over how brilliantly all of this was orchestrated. The sheer audacity, the elegance, it's impressive. Louisa feigned disinterest, but I caught the faint flicker of pride in her eyes. You must have seen the piece in The Mystic Informer, I went on. The Art of a Perfect Crime. I let the words hang. Obviously they didn't name names, but between you and me, that article had you written all over it. A real connoisseur's work. Louisa smirked. I don't read trash. Which is good, because the article was pure fabrication on my part.
Journalism isn't evidence, Inspector. What evidence do you have against our client?
Lawyer 3 snapped. I'm getting to it, gentlemen. Patience is a virtue. All three lawyers glared at me. Anyway, I said quickly, the article wasn't good enough. It didn't do true justice to your level of sophistication. And they got so much wrong. Like the part about the Dryad assassin. They called him reckless. Can you believe that? Cain, reckless. I chuckled. If you ask me, Cain was the perfect choice. Dryads don't usually kill their own kind, but you knew how to handle him, didn't you? Don't answer that, Lawyer 2 advised his client stiffly. Her smirk faded slightly, though her eyes were still glinting with satisfaction. And she didn't deny it. And then there's Helga. I sighed and shook my head. That was bold, witnessing the murder firsthand, ensuring everything went off without a hitch. Getting another ogre to do it was inspired. And now you're totally protected by the in-house rule. Besides which, no one would ever suspect a Carnforth of being involved in such a messy business. I leaned forward and lowered my voice. It's almost as if you're building a legacy. Lawyer 1 started to say something, but Louisa held up a hand, and he fell silent. Louisa's chin tilted upwards, and a satisfied smile curled her lips. If someone were doing all that, they'd be making a statement, she said coolly, showing this patriarchal world that they shouldn't be underestimated. Miss Carnforth, Lawyer 2 started. Oh, shut up, she said. We're talking in hypotheticals here, aren't we, Inspector Wise? Not entirely. I paused. Katz is claiming it was all his idea. Preposterous, she said instantly. That ingrate can barely conceive the most basic of ideas, let alone something like this. Lawyer 3 muttered something urgently to Lawyer 2. They both leaned forward to speak to Lawyer 1. Lawyer 1 glared at me. Enough. Unless you have some actual evidence. This interview is terminated. I smiled. Let's get to the evidence then, shall we? You had a difficult relationship with your father. I don't deny that, she said coolly. Your father didn't see your potential. I looked sympathetically at her. That must have been hard. She slammed a fist onto the table. He tried to make me take up needlepoint. Needlepoint! Like I was a fucking damsel in the 15th century. You made him the damsel in the end, I said admiringly. Your father, well, he just needed to go. He was holding you up. He put a stop to you dating Quintos. I smiled. I bet you taunted him while he was bedbound. Such small dose of Imbarum, a potion created by your company. But Amber Delia tells me that the Coven Council refused to authorize it for sale. Ugh, she said. Those witchy bitches are just jealous, dried-up old hags with no vision. Miss Carnforth, Lawyer 1 snapped. That's not incriminating, she shot back. The witches are dried-up old hags. It's just the truth. Like the truth that you decided to end your father, I murmured. Like Alice Rose, like Helga. All of them were stepping stones to prove you're the one in control, which, of course, you are. Her lips curled into a cruel smile. I am in control. Yes. And yet, here I am. Perfectly untouchable. They were all killed under the in-house rule. None of the deaths are anything to do with the connection, so you can't arrest me, even if I had something to do with it, which I didn't. She smirked, so certain of her security. Lawyer 1 let out a low groan. I smiled. It's a funny thing about the in-house rule. As soon as another species gets involved, it becomes conspiracy to murder, and the in-house rule doesn't apply. With your father's death, you involved the witches who supplied you with the Imbarum. And you're a wizard, so every death is a conspiracy to murder. The truth was that the witches had supplied an illegal drug meant to incapacitate her father, not kill him, and I wasn't sure that charge would stick. But the others? Oh yeah, they'd stick like glue. You have no proof of any wrongdoing, Lawyer 2 shot at me. Unless you have some actual evidence. We're ending this, now. I grinned. I have more proof than a good bottle of whiskey. Let's start with the footage from her fancy videographer, showing she was indeed missing from the fireworks at the time of death. That shows nothing, Lawyer 2 dismissed. It shows opportunity, but you're right. That's not the smoking gun we need. Not alone, anyway. But let's pair it with Helga's blood on Miss Carnforth's dress. I got to it before the dry cleaners could remove it, and that gun is starting to warm up. But then we've got the statements. From who? Lawyer 1 asked tightly. We have a full statement from a Volderist clan vampire, Verona. She witnessed everything. Quintos made her swear an oath, but he fumbled the wording, and the oath didn't take. She sang like a bird. Louisa groaned. Ugh, fucking idiot. I set a copy of Verona's statement across to the 3 lawyers, which they pored over. I was kind enough to give them some reading time before I added. And of course, there's the statements from Quintos and Katz blaming Louisa for the whole thing. I passed the lawyers the additional statements. The lawyers needed better poker faces. Their expressions were all dialed to oh shit. Even Louisa was finally beginning to look a little alarmed. Even with all that, there's the fingers. We have a warrant to search your residence for your trophy. We found the first one in greed in Nocturn Circle, but I suspect we'll find the second one in your home. Not to mention those vials of Imbarum. Deny it all you like. The evidence against you is sizable and irrefutable. I smiled. Louisa Carnforth, you are under arrest for conspiracy to murder Helga Jonsson and Alice Rose, and for the murder of Magnus Carnforth. I find you guilty and sentence you to Wraithmore Prison for a term to be determined by the CPS. Don't say another word, Lawyer 1 instructed her. She pressed her lips together, silencing herself. But the action was too little, too late. We'd like a moment with our client, Lawyer 3 said grimly. I'm sure you do. You'll have it. I pushed away from the table. If she wants a plea bargain, she's going to have to confess. Otherwise, the full weight of the law will be thrown at her. She's going to Wraithmore Prison, that much is certain. How long for is up to her cooperation and remorse. Something to think about. I walked out. Louisa may not have masterminded Helga's death from the very beginning, but in the moment she sure as hell had ordered it. I was more than satisfied that she was guilty, beyond all reasonable doubt. And in the other realm, my opinion was all that counted. Rupert was officially cleared. Justice had prevailed. Katz, Quintos, and Louisa Carnforth were all going away for a very, very long time. Chapter 39. I handed all 3 files over to Gareth Gaz Steele at the CPS for peer review. Even though I was judge, jury, and executioner, I needed the case to be airtight. I didn't want any of their fancy lawyers tap dancing out of the charges. Gaz would lock it down, dot the I's, cross the T's, so that any appeal would be dead in the water before it began. And that was good, because an appeal was his purview, not mine. The grey man grinned as he took the files. I love working with you. You had them all nailed to rights already, but with 2 of them confessing, they're tied up with bows on. I'll see all 3 bound for Wraithmore shortly. I didn't manage to crack Montague or Squiggins, I sighed. They both lawyered up, and I'd had long interviews that resulted in nothing more than brief, prepared statements, and a string of no-comment replies. They'd certainly known what was going on, and we had some evidence against them thanks to Verona and Quintos, but it wasn't a solid case. Beyond reasonable doubt was a high threshold. It wasn't clear whether they'd known about the deaths that were being planned, though they had definitely witnessed them and done nothing. In their lawyer-prep statements, both had asserted they feared for their lives if they came forward. That would be hard to disprove, especially with Louisa's killing spree culminating in the death of her father. Still, the main players were all fucked, and that counted for something. And I'd keep an eye on Squiggins, the handsy little fuck would grope the wrong person, and I'd be ready for him. They were small fry, Gaz consoled me. Neither one was part of the planning stages.
Pissants,
Loki agreed. Gaz looked amused. You got a parrot?
Not parrot,
Loki squawked indignantly. A pigeon? Gaz guessed again. Loki flew to him and screeched directly in his ear before dropping a small white poo on his shoulder and flying away. I stared at the bird shit. Sorry about that, I said stiffly. Maybe I shouldn't bring him to work. Gaz grinned. Being pooed on is good luck, isn't it? I'll grab a lottery ticket on the way home. Anyway, I dragged us back to topic. The miscreants. At the very least, they witnessed murder and didn't stop it. Montague had looked sick the whole time I'd been questioning him, and I had a feeling he'd soon take himself somewhere far away. Good. I hoped it haunted him. He could have got help for both of the victims, but he hadn't. His hands weren't physically dirty, but his soul wasn't clean. Standing by whilst atrocities happened was almost as bad as committing them yourself. Squiggins had been drunk and triumphant when I'd interviewed him after Alice Rose's death. Something told me it wasn't just his groping I needed to keep an eye on. He'd had a taste of death and he'd liked it. If I'd been a betting person, I'd have put money on him killing again. Maybe not while his friend's arrest was so fresh in his mind, but one day. I hear you, Gaz said. I'll review the statements and give you my view, but I've never known you make a wrong judgment call. You get that from your father. He'd worked alongside my father for years. Dad always said a straighter arrow didn't exist than Gaz Steele. As for Cain, the Dryad assassin was in the wind. He killed one of his own, so that death was covered by the in-house rule. His employer's involvement nullified the rule for them, but not for him. He was going to get away, but that didn't mean I didn't want to talk to him and rattle his cage. I had an APB out on him, though I suspected nothing would come of it for now. He was a professional assassin. He knew when and how to disappear. I left Gaz to it. Loki flew ahead as we made our way to my small office. D.S. Roberts stopped me on the way. Heard you got your perps. Yeah, all 3 of them. Nice. I studied him for any sign of sarcasm, but saw none. I nodded. Thanks. How'd the kid do? Roberts jerked his head towards Channing. I grimaced. Good. I paused. I'm not used to having a partner. Robert smirked. Don't we know it? You're a lone wolf, Wise, but it's your duty to train him properly. He's been sulking around the station. He's here to help you. Train him, use him, make a good officer out of him. Put in the time and effort. For fuck's sake, I was getting my wrist slapped. Stop making sense, Roberts, because I think it's one of the signs of the apocalypse. Point made. He smirked and walked off. I called Channing into my office. gestured for him to take a seat, and closed the door, activating the privacy rune so none of the common police officers, like Roberts, could hear us. Good job on getting the statement from Delia and the maid, I started brusquely. Your help was instrumental in getting the perps behind bars. Thank you, Mom. It was impressive to see you work. They'll go away for a long time. I smiled wryly. With a team of hotshot lawyers behind them, I expect they'll try to recant their statements. Will they succeed? No, but they can waste their money trying. Mom, they killed. Why don't you just end them and remove the possibility of an appeal or parole? I pursed my lips, then said slowly, every life you take haunts you. When you're hunting a killer, sometimes it's the right thing to do. I thought of Einar. You know they'll kill again, and more innocents will die if you stay your hand. But Quintos, Katz, and Louisa were cowardly. It'll hurt them far more to be stuck in a high-security prison, locked up with the dregs of the other realm. All the money in the world won't make Wraithmore a pleasant place to be. They'll have no fancy clothes, no nice food, no servants. They're in for the shock of their lives. And that's more just than simply lopping off their heads. Channing nodded slowly. You're not being merciful at all. Not in the slightest. For those three, the bars will be a fate worse than death. Literally.
Bars?
Loki agreed.
Cage worst.
His tone was mournful. He was speaking from experience. My heart twanged in sympathy for the little thing. There was a knock on the door, and DSU Thackeray strode into my office. I surged to my feet. Sir. He waved me down.
At ease, Inspector. Detective Channing.
Sir? Channing responded. Thackeray looked around my tiny cubicle.
There's not enough room to swing a witch's familiar in here. We really need to get you a bigger office,
he muttered. He fixed his piercing blue eyes on me. His face was freshly shaved, and his uniform looked sharp and newly pressed. It was Sunday, I realized. He'd come into the unit specially to see us. He spotted Loki.
You have a Caladrius?
He asked, surprised. Yes, sir.
Are you bonded to him?
No, he just hangs out with me. His eyebrow rose.
They're very rare.
I'm aware.
Of course you are.
He looked amused.
You will have done your research. Anyway, I'm not here to discuss your bird. Good work, both of you. There'll be some political clout thrown around with regard to these 3 arrests. There's already been a lot of noise. I need to know that these cases are airtight.
Vacuum sealed, I confirmed, and I've copied all statements and evidence to my home unit in case anything happens to the data here. Corruption was rife in the connection, a bribe here or there, and the confessions could disappear forever. High King Krieg has also been involved in the cases, I went on. He requested copies that have already been supplied. In a normal common police station, that would be a fireable offence, because the chain of evidence had to be secure and it would never be given to a civilian. But Krieg wasn't an ordinary civilian, and Thackeray knew it.
They won't like that,
he muttered, because they won't be able to make it go away, I couldn't resist pointing out. He smiled wryly.
Exactly. I am, of course, going to give you a stern reprimand and warn you to never do that again.
He paused.
Don't do it again.
He winked. No, sir, I consider myself firmly reprimanded.
Excellent. And how's Channing doing?
He asked, as if Channing were not standing a foot away from him. He's been an excellent assistant. I will endeavour to train him further as my partner. Thackeray nodded. He understood the distinction.
I see that you do. That's what he's here for, Inspector.
He slid a look to Channing.
Have you told her of your background?
Channing flushed. No, sir.
Remedy that,
Thackeray ordered him brusquely. He turned back to me.
Copy the files to my home office, too.
Yes, sir.
Good work, he repeated. Take tomorrow off, both of you. The inspector that Quintos called in to take over from you can cover your calls for a day.
Before we could reply, he walked out. I kind of like that. Poetic justice. Quintos had pulled strings, trying to get me off the case, and now those strings he'd pulled were working in my favour. Now I had someone to step into my caseload while I took a day off to kick back and relax. If Quintos found that out, he'd be so pissed off. I'd send him a thank you note later. Channing let out a breath. Wow. That's Thackeray. He's a freaking legend. He's a good man and a great police officer. He'll go to bat for us and he'll see the culprits behind bars, I said with satisfaction. I leaned forward. What background do you need to tell me about? Channing grimaced. Both my parents were wizards, but my mum died in childbirth. Dar blamed the witches for not saving her, and he eschewed magic and the other after that. Completely? I asked in surprise. Yeah, I was raised wholly common. He pressed his lips together. I don't think Dar would ever have introduced me to the other, but my mum's parents insisted. He did it finally when I was 16. I kept my face blank with effort. 16 was incredibly old to be introduced to the existence of magic. Channing was young, early 20s. He'd only known magic was real for a handful of years. Thank you for telling me, I said finally. Thackeray was right to insist on it. This changed everything. I'd been treating Channing like he'd been raised other, that he knew all the fundamentals, but he didn't. If he was going to become an effective partner, we were going to need to plug all the holes in his knowledge. Channing hesitated. You want to go for a beer, Mom? To celebrate? I recognized it for the olive branch that it was, but a wide yawn cracked my face. Oh, I appreciate the offer, Channing, but I'm done in. It's been a long couple of days. Besides, I wanted to tell Roop to his face that he was free and clear. Of course. He stood and turned to leave, before hesitating and turning back to me. I know I'm young and have a lot to learn, more than most, but I swear it'll be my honor to learn from you. Thackeray isn't the only legend here. He walked out, leaving the door open. Oof, I muttered. Don't put me on a pedestal, kid. I'll only fall. You know that talking to yourself is the first sign of madness, Krieg said, as he slid into my office. I studied him. Is that so? Apparently. He didn't sit. You're tired, Inspector. Allow me to drive you home. I'm not going home. I sent the files to Thackeray's private email, and a brisk email to Rupert's boss about the arrest we'd made, confirming that my brother was no longer a person of interest. Then shut down my computer. I'll drive you wherever you need to go, Krieg offered. I rubbed my eyes. Stop being so damn perfect, Krieg. Makes you hard to resist. I'm pleased about that, but I'm not perfect. Far from it. Spend time with me and you'll find out. I'd be damned if I didn't want to do exactly that. I stood. I'm going to my mum's house for Sunday dinner. Before I could censor myself, I asked, You want to come? He smiled. Definitely.
Me too,
Loki trilled. Yes, I smiled. You too. Come on, bird.
After you, pig dog.
Chapter 40. Krieg locked the car door. As we approached the front door, another ogre melted out of the shadows. Mactel. Loki let out a screech in warning. Your Excellence. Mactel greeted Krieg. All quiet? He asked. Yes, Your Excellence. Good. Carry on. Mactel melted back into the shadows. What was that? I demanded. What? Why is Mactel here? Krieg shrugged. It occurred to me that Quintos may have become overzealous in his desire to frame your brother. When things got heated, a tidy suicide and a neatly penned confession from your brother might have come in handy. Fear surged in my gut. My God, he was right. If I hadn't been so shattered, the thought would have occurred to me too. You set a guard over my family? Yes. I touched his arm. Thank you. I kicked myself repeatedly that I hadn't thought to do it. Then again, I couldn't trust many in the connection as far as I could throw them. With the right bribe, they'd have brought Rupert in themselves. It was a depressing thought. You're welcome. I like them. Krieg knocked firmly on the door, and Mum pulled it open, oblivious to any threat. Robbie! She beamed. Come in! She paused. Oh, sorry, should I call you Your Excellence? She looked flustered. I'm not up on royal etiquette. Robbie is perfect, Mrs. Wise, Krieg confirmed gravely. Polly, please, come on in. I'm just serving up. She smiled at Loki. Hello, Loki, it's lovely to see you.
Feed me,
he asked piteously, like he hadn't been fed in days. Mum nodded. Of course, darling. Then she turned to me and eyed me critically. That damned uniform, Stacy, please.
I've some spare clothes for her in my car,
Krieg offered. He darted back, grabbed a black holdall from the boot, and passed it to me.
Left compartment,
he offered. I was too tired to freak out about him packing a spare set of clothes for me. He was organized, that was all. I hustled into the spare room with the bag and opened the left compartment. Jeans, t-shirt, and a soft cashmere jumper. I pulled off the tags and slipped into the far more comfortable clothes. I wanted, desperately, to see what the right-hand compartment held, but that would have been intrusive, and Mum had taught me better. I shoved my curiosity down deep and went back to join the others. Loki was sitting on the sideboard in the dining room, scarfing down some ham. Krieg was on one side of the table with a spare place next to him. Grant was at the head of the table. There was no sign of Julian, and Rupert was on the other side next to Ava. They both looked pale and glum. I looked at Krieg and raised my eyebrows. He shook his head. He hadn't told them Rupert was in the clear. He'd left it to me. Quintos, Carnforth, and Katz all confessed, I said quickly. I have enough evidence to lock them away for a very long time. You're all clear, Rupe. Oh, thank God, Ava exclaimed, and promptly burst into tears. Hey, Rupert pulled her close. It's okay. It's over. I'm never going to a society event again, she wailed. He grinned. We both know that's not true, but next time, let's stay inside. She gave a half laugh, half sob. Mum squeezed my arm. Thank you, she murmured quietly. I can see you're exhausted. Thank you for protecting your brother. Always. She kissed my cheek. Go and sit next to your hunk. Mum, he's not my anything. She smiled. Then why is he here, Stacey? I ignored her because I didn't have an answer, and sat next to Krieg, opposite the lovely Ava. Where's Jules? I asked Grant, removing one of the lids from the casserole dishes and helping myself to some broccoli. Working, he said on a sigh. He's on call and he got called. That sucks. That's being a medic for you. He shrugged philosophically. Mum brought in the roast beef and set it pointedly in front of Krieg. Without being asked, he started to carve and serve the glistening red meat. Mum knew how to cook beef rare. Yum. The dishes of vegetables were passed around whilst Mum opened a bottle of red wine and passed me a can of Dr. Pepper as well. Never had I needed its caffeinated goodness so much. I took the can eagerly, listened to the crack and hiss as I opened it, then gave a happy sigh as I sipped at the sweet, peppery nectar. I closed my eyes and let the bubbles fizz in my mouth. Notes of vanilla and almond danced on my tongue, and I opened my eyes as I swallowed. Next to me, Krieg was unnaturally still, watching me with hot eyes. Oh boy, Grant said. Well, that answers that, Rupert snickered. They haven't shagged yet. Told you, Ava said smugly, with a wobbly smile.
Nah, no shagging,
Loki agreed. This is not appropriate dinner table conversation, Mum harumphed. You're right, I interjected. So, when are you going on a date? I changed the subject and took another sip of my Dr. Pepper. My mum looked at me flatly for a minute, then said, So how come you two haven't shagged? I spat my Dr. Pepper all over Ava. Oh my God, I said, eyes wide. I am so sorry. Her dress had probably cost more than my flat. Ava started to giggle. Then the whole table erupted into peals of laughter. I set the can down and rubbed my face with both hands. I turned to Krieg. You still like them? He grinned. Definitely. There were worse ways to end your day. Chapter 41. I'll see you to your door, Krieg offered. You're too tired to be aware of your surroundings. He got out of the driver's side of the car and held open the passenger door. Loki darted out and flew ahead into the flat, through the small gap in the window I'd left open just for him. I unclicked my seatbelt and took the hand Krieg was offering. Even tired as hell, I felt a jolt when our skin touched. Damn pheromones. You've had the same amount of sleep as me, even less, I pointed out, as we started up the steps into the flat. Ogres need less sleep. I'm fine. Whereas I'm a fragile human, I suppose, I sassed. He snorted. You're about as fragile as a boulder, Inspector Wise. For some reason that made me smile. Prickly as a cactus and fragile as a boulder. You like your similes, Krieg." His lips twitched. "You make me want to compose poetry. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" I snorted. "I'm neither lovely nor temperate. Save your sonnets. I'm a woman that appreciates action." I fished my keys out and unlocked my front door. "This is me," I said unnecessarily. "You are lovely, Inspector Wise. Truly." The corridor suddenly felt too narrow. Or he was entirely too big. He was so close and the scent of him was dizzying. Maybe that was a lack of sleep. The moment hummed between us as I looked up at his astonishingly silver eyes, before dropping my gaze to his lips. I inadvertently licked my own, and he copied me. I enjoyed watching his tongue dart out. I may have moaned. My heart was pounding, the blood rushing in my ears. My chest was rising and falling rapidly, as I stared unapologetically at the king of the ogres. He gave a low, rumbling groan that sent jolts of heat to all the right places, then reached out and took my hand. His fingers felt inordinately warm. To my surprise, he bowed low, far lower than I'd ever seen any ogre bow to anyone, including to him. He brushed his lips delicately against the back of my hand, then he released it and stood upright, his large frame filling the space around me and sucking the oxygen from my very lungs. I drew in a breath. "Oh boy, you're going to be a complication, aren't you?" I asked ruefully. He smiled. "Life isn't supposed to be simple, Inspector. It should be messy, wild and fun. I'm going to delight in being your complication." He turned and walked away, leaving me completely discombobulated. 660 days celibate and ruefully counting. I went into my flat. I was full of food and confusion, so there was nothing for it. I switched on the lamp for Loki and stumbled into my bedroom. I didn't even bother to undress, just pulled back the covers and collapsed. I had barely pulled the duvet around me when sleep kidnapped me. Loki screeched into my hair, yanking me out of the nightmare.
"Ah, I'm hungry, big dog,"
he announced, utterly unfazed by the terror clinging to my skin. I bolted upright, heart slamming against my ribs, breath shallow and ragged. Shadows still clawed at the edges of my vision, remnants of the memory refusing to let go. I clutched my wrists, fingers searching, needing to feel bare skin. No shackles, but the ghost of the remembered iron still lingered. I licked dry lips. "Jesus, Loki, that's not a nice way to wake someone."
"Ah, bad dream,"
he said softly, sympathetically.
"Ah, and hungry,"
he squawked pointedly again. Yeah. I rolled out of bed, momentarily stumped when I realized I was fully dressed. Ugh, sleeping in a bra was not comfortable. I reached behind me and unhooked it, and hoiked up the sleeves of my jumper to slip off the straps, and masterfully pulled the bra out of one sleeve. That was better.
"Ah, ham,"
Loki demanded. "Yes, my owlish overlord."
"Ah, not owl,"
Loki huffed, ruffling his white feathers, which ironically made him look far more owlish.
"Caladrius."
I know, don't get your feathers in a fritz." The banter soothed me, helping to push the memories back into the recess of my mind once more. I padded into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and pulled out a packet of honey roast ham. Given how much he was hopping from foot to foot, I peeled the top back and let him have it. He gave a happy noise, flew down and ripped into the ham like a tiny mini vulture. I filled the kettle and turned it on. It promptly flipped itself off again. "Good morning," I said grumpily to my resident ghost, whom I called probably Barbara in my head. "Now let me have my damn tea." I flicked the switch again, and this time it stayed on. The cupboard next to me opened by itself, and a packet of cereal floated out before dropping on the kitchen counter. "You're getting better at that," I complimented the ghost. "Thanks." I ate a bowl of cereal and washed it down with 2 rapid cups of tea. I checked the time. 9:30 a.m. I'd had nearly 12 hours sleep, and I felt pretty damn good about it. I'd needed it, that was for sure. I wondered how to fill my day. Maybe I could go shopping or go out for lunch. I looked at my bookshelves. I had a ton of books there that I hadn't touched yet, which was fine, because everyone knows it's not hoarding if it's books. It's collecting. I could dive into a good book. Lord knows I could have used the escape. I adored a good sci-fi that let me soar into space and discover alien planets. I bit my lip as I contemplated my options. I could dive into a new sci-fi or a well-worn favourite, or I could look at Dad's case again. Now that was really tempting. I was still contemplating when Loki let out a surprised squawk. "What?" I asked him.
Post?"
I looked at my front door. I had mail, and the letter that had caught Loki's eye was in a rich, cream-coloured envelope with a wax seal. There was no address on the outside, only my name, and it had obviously been hand-delivered. My brain went straight to Quintos or Louisa. Had one of them found out where I lived and sent me a threat? I didn't know anyone else who would send me a letter with an honest-to-goodness wax seal. Then again, maybe ogres used wax. Was it a letter from Krieg, the sonnet he threatened me with? I finished the dregs of my tea and put down my cup, then padded to the front door and picked up the cream envelope. Examining the red wax seal, I instantly recognized the imprint from the header of the Mystic Informer. Maybe they'd found out I was tossing their name around in an interview. They might not have liked that. I opened the letter cautiously. Magic at the ready, but no malady struck me. Cautiously, I read the missive aloud, so Loki could hear it too. "Dear Inspector Wise, we heard you used us in a ploy. Well played. But perhaps you'd like to do more than that. We have sources you don't, and you have information we don't. We both know that Quintos and Carnforth will try and wiggle out of the charges. They'll appeal and lock horns with the CPS. We suggest you try them in some form of court. The court of public opinion. Here's a number. Call us and tell us the truth about the masked masquerade murder, and we'll share some information of our own. And no, you can't trace the number, Inspector, because we've taken steps. Anonymity is part of our job and assures our safety. We can report the truth, but only if no one knows who to come after. You believe in justice, and so do we. The ball is in your court, Wise." Gnawing my bottom lip, I stared at the letter. Even with confessions and physical evidence, all too often I'd seen the rich buy their way out of their crimes. They considered themselves untouchable, and I'd hoped this case would teach them otherwise. But I'd be lying if I didn't admit that a small part of me was worried they'd appeal successfully. Perhaps I should have ended them because there was no appeal from death. But I hadn't gone down that route because my soul needed a break now and again. But the Mystic Informer was right. An appeal would be far less likely to succeed if other outrage was stirred against them. "Should I call?"
Call,"
Loki said firmly, like he could read my mind. My phone flew off the breakfast table and landed at my feet. I addressed my ghost. "You think I should call too, huh?" I fingered the thick manila paper for a moment longer, as I thought through my options. Today my brain was crystal clear. After a second, I picked up my phone and dialed. Who needed a day off anyway? This has been Veiled Justice, a supernatural crime thriller, the Other Detective Series, Book 1, written by Heather G. Harris, narrated by Elise Gibbs. If you would like to support Heather on Patreon, a monthly subscription service, then you can do so from as little as $1 a month. If you'd like to hear about Heather's gossip, new releases and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. And please do feel free to check out her direct store, where all sorts of goodies and merchandise awaits you.